don't have the guts anymore. Hit me like a truck and I fell to the floor. You don't give anymore. I couldn't feel a hit and run if you settled the score. I think I wanna punch you. I really, really want to. You're talking at me like I know what you mean. I made a mistake. Could you give me something to respond to? You don't have the guts anymore. You were playing with your guns, so I ran in the door. What's your best side? Give me anyone else. I feel your back, but you can't get over yourself. 80% your function. So can we skip the introductions? The only time that I'm the girl of your dreams is when you face another white boy with a concussion. Everybody's dead and it's all my fault. Everybody's dead and it's all my fault. Everybody's dead and it's all my fault. Everybody's dead and it's all my fault.
I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. W, 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 W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W, 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 W. Hey, I never care what the others do. I'm in the penthouse enjoying the upper view. Don't ever think that your lady is stuck with you. She pull up on me and tell me I'm lovable. Don't do the cap, never been gullible. I've been a plug and I'm unpluggable. Been undefeated, feel like a mother too. Call me.com, that's www. Really feeling myself. This ain't the place to approach me. I ain't never been on a shelf. I save that space for the trophies. I'm running to it, we get it and laugh. We catch a dub and we running it back. I'm like a boxer that's training to fight, cause I wake up and punching to get to the bag. I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. W, 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 W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W, 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 W. Well, yeah, prices keep on going well. Y'all still need to get you well. Nothing left to say, I'm well. I'm well. Ay, look at the drip, I'm looking colorful. I took a chick, kiss her in front of you. We got the win, that is a W. I ain't your twin, but I've been W. Said it before, I say it again and again. The way that I work is incredible. Do all the talking you want, I don't want to hear it. Whatever you say is incredible. Me and the losers are just not relatable. Don't call my phone cause I'm still unavailable. I've been the greatest and still undebatable. Breaking the records and make them unbreakable. Blazing the spot, mad clean. Hate it or not, game 7, game tie, vaccine. I'm taking a shot, I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. W, 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 W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W, 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 W. Well, yeah, prices keep on going well. Y'all still need to get you well. Nothing left to say, I'm well. I'm well.
necesita volar. Las estrellas que están lejos y les gusta gozar, que les gusta brillar, me ayuda a olvidar que este mundo tiene miedo, saben vacilar. Me dijeron que tú sabes qué hacer, que tú tienes el cerebro y tú sabes mantener, que tú no tienes miedo de tener todo poder. Me das que necesito para llegar a otro nivel. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cohete, vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces vende tu cohete, las estrellas quiero ver. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cohete, vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces vende tu cohete, better rock it like I said. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces vende tu cohete, las estrellas quiero ver. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cohete, vamos al espacio, tira fiestas y comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces vende tu cohete, better rock it like I said.
I remember the time I was feeling the same. Now I got a new life and I'm free from the chains. So let's fly, let's all fly away. Look to the sky, look at that place where your dream of hitting another level never felt so free. By the end of the day, that's all I pray. No karma, my future, go harder. I feel righteous, it's like armor. Cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. See my design, kind of different appetite. Shining life, over time. Right enough to fit the appetite. Take it higher just to free the mind, oh pray. No karma, my future, go harder. I feel righteous, it's like armor. Cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. My future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, 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 no karma. You've been on my mind.
You won't be safe. And when I'm done, the water comes. You washed away. Destroy something beautiful. Face down. There's nothing here, you're fading out. Destroy something beautiful.
A 100 Thieves eu acho que é a favorita. Eles têm jogadores grandiosos como a Suna e Cryo, que foram um dos destaques do ano passado no EMEA. E o FUT é um time novo que está com jogadores que se juntaram agora, então eu acho que nessa confronto eu acho que vai dar 100 Thieves só pela coesão do time e pelo tanto que eles já conheciam do jogo no ano passado.
Eu acho que a Fúria tem grande chance de ganhar. Elas já ganharam contra a Fnatic uma vez. O DG amassou o Derek, então eu acho que pode acontecer de novo amanhã.
É Fúria, né, meu? Tá em casa, a torcida tá em peso aí, certeza.
Bom, a Fnatic é uma das favoritas nesse campeonato. Eles têm grandes jogadores como Chronicle, que jogou na Gambit, que ganhou o Masters. Bolster, que é um ótimo IGL. Leo, que tá no Ascensão, e o Alphager também. E a gente tem a Fúria, que é o nosso time favorito aqui do Brasil, junto com a Loud, nossos últimos representantes. Então, por mais que a gente saiba que vai ser um jogo difícil, a Fnatic é um ótimo time, a gente torce aqui pela Fúria e a gente vai dar o coração nessa partida.
Remain in the Omega bracket, and after today we'll be down to our final four. Hello everyone and welcome to day 11 of Lock-In live from Sao Paulo, Brazil. I am your host Yingsu and I'm very excited today to be on the desk with my two analysts for the whole day, Mimi and Achilles. Buckle up guys, I think it's going to be a long one.
It's going to be a good one. I like in that little intro. It feels like every day we're getting more and more cosplayers.
Yeah.
We have a Harbor one out there now, which is pretty cool. That's a pretty fast turnaround time.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more Raze cosplay at this event.
That is
Given
true.
the affiliation, you would think that would be like oh my god, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to be Raze. But no, it's been good to see.
I will say, I don't know if you guys saw the Cypher one, but it's incredible. There's
not.
one guy who's
yet.
dressed as Cypher and it looks amazing.
God bless that man, because I imagine he's probably wearing like a ski mask over his face to have the full blacked out look, and it's
Yeah.
hot as hell outside.
He's getting pros to like sign his hat, so
That's
if you
awesome.
guys see him, make sure you sign his hat. But let's talk about some Valorant action and what happened yesterday. We saw two matchups there as well, starting off with Team Secret versus Na'Vi. Seth, I know you had a lot of hope and wishes, but Na'Vi, they were just too good.
They were, and it's not that surprising, to be honest. Team Secret, they definitely really shocked us with how clean they were in that first series, as well as like with being a little bit of all over the place. But Secret looked really clean. I had hopes that they'd be able to take it. The start of Icebox was really, really contentious from them. But Na'Vi, the veterans that they are, with just, I mean, adding Cena to this roster as well, there's too much to deal with there for Team Secret, who, obviously have fairly recently brought those new players in, whereas for the most part, Na'Vi remained as a core from that FPX squad. So I don't think it's too shocking. I think that Secret, with a bit more time, can absolutely be a deadly force in the Pacific League.
Yeah, absolutely. I still think we saw some good moments out of Secret. I like the coordination. I love all the different shock molly lineups and creative little kind of micro plays that they've cooked up in the offseason. Need a little bit more time, but for Na'Vi, they definitely are looking like one of the squads that can be a tournament's favorite. But another one that was also looking fantastic was Leviathan. This game versus Vitality started incredibly close, with Twistin having a fantastic map one on Haven, but at the end of that one, it was just good adaptation and some insane clutch plays from both Shy and King to close out.
Yeah, I mean, King's clutches throughout this series, all of the clutches from every player. Realistically, it was like 7 clutches to be able to win this in overtime, 16-14. Yeah, gave us one of the greatest shots that we've ever had. That one will go right up there next to,
the mouse kiss,
Mouse. Artist standing up as he won those overtime rounds. It's going to go right up there. We'll be remembering that one for a very long time. But yeah, then we got into that second map, and Takolia back over onto the Jet. You could tell that the comfort was there compared to the Raze play, which was fairly disjointed from him, and he was just able to dominate the lobby.
And the crowd was crazy too yesterday.
Yeah, they really love this Leviathan squad. Yeah. Also, that sets us up for Na'Vi versus Leviathan in the next matchup for a semifinal, which is just going to be such an incredible banger of a match.
Yeah, and with that in mind, let's take a look at our bracket, because today I have a feeling it's going to be just as wild as yesterday. We've got 100 Thieves versus Fuck coming up first, and then Fnatic versus Fury. I mean, the crowd were cheering for Leviathan, but Mimi, you got to think that the Furia fans, I think it's going to be even louder than they were yesterday.
Oh, I'm absolutely sure that it will be. Obviously, that matchup has some history in it, which is going to be super exciting to see Fury and Fnatic in their new forms facing off each other again. The second match of today, I think, will also be great. It's kind of the last hope of NA, the last hope of Turkey as well facing off. Have that in the wrong order, but both the matches are going to be great.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. We've had a lot of really great days yesterday. Excellent. Now I'm hoping that today goes above and beyond.
I mean, speaking of those great days, we've seen all 32 teams play already, taking the stage here in Brazil. It is a single elimination format, so I feel like every time I've been on the desk, I've had to say goodbye to a lot of players. But you guys at home might be wondering, what have they been up to? What have they been up to since leaving Lock-In? And luckily, I know, Mimi, you had a day off yesterday. You know, we sent you to the field to do some investigation and see what these players have been doing. Now, one of the players I want to talk about is Zekans, because I feel like we didn't see enough of him.
No, we really didn't see enough of him. One game out of Sentinels, he looked pretty solid, but I was hoping to see a little bit more. The thing is now, he has to fly back to America, and there's like a whole month before the league kicks off for Americas, so he's actually had to go back to school, and unfortunately, with all the time he was focusing on prepping, he's really fallen behind on the pre-calculus homework. Luckily, though, the entire team of Sentinels, their coaching staff, very statistically minded and have managed to help him out to stay on top of his schoolwork.
That's a lot of books he's got to read.
Yeah, having Kaplan there, that will help a lot.
Thank you very much, Mimi, for that great work that you've been doing. Seth, I know you were also kind of keeping up with Talon as well. One of my favorite teams in this tournament. For me, again, I wanted that Cinderella run. I wanted it so badly for them, but sadly, we didn't get it.
Yeah, I wanted to see that too. They were our second best Pacific team that we've had, having to go up against DRX in that other side of the bracket. A really rough one for them, but even though they came up short, they still gave us really fantastic performances. They pushed DRX to the limits. They were able to eliminate, fan favorites such as EDG. They're, fans 10 and 11 out there in the audience that were watching.
I'm number 13.
Mimi's number 13, of course. It was a great run for the squad, especially with the rookies that they've had. But ever since they had that star-studded performance, they've decided to add boys to the end of every single one of their players' names just to have some extra synergy. So now we've got Foxy boys, we've got Sushi boys, Jit boys, Cruise boys, and Gardens boys.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. I feel like...
It really just brings the team together that
way.
But wouldn't that be Sushi boys?
No, he's already one of the boys. He was already ahead of the curve.
If anything, we'd do Sushi boys squared.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Great work, guys.
See, I can help second with this pre-calculus.
Thank you for filling me in on what's been happening. But one of the people that I really want to know, again, I just feel like we didn't see enough of him, is Scream. What's Scream been up to, you know? And also, of course, in this tournament, I feel like this is not the Scream we expected.
Yeah, I had a super busy day off. Actually took a short trip over to Belgium to check in on Scream and see what he's been up to, because I was curious, you know? A lot of people had questions after coming in IGL of Carmen Core, having some great moments, but maybe not really able to sell people on this no duelist thing. But that's been exactly what he's focused on. This guy is out in the streets preaching, standing up for what he believes in, and shutting down duelists everywhere. And I just think that's beautiful.
I love this image. It looks like a thumbnail from an Onion article.
Frankly, look at it. I thought Belgian people were normally pretty nice. I don't know why they're shutting their ears. Like, they should hear him out.
They're rejecting his message. He's speaking the truth, and they don't want to hear it.
I think we should get a megaphone and just follow Mimi around screaming about no duelists and see how she feels.
I didn't say I believed in it. I didn't. I listened to it. I didn't believe
I think we would cause a breakdown in record time. It would not be very good.
I do want to say, though, I think out of everyone that's being eliminated, one of the players that I don't think anybody expected to be eliminated so early was Ye. Do we even need to explain who Ye is? I feel like at this point everybody knows El Diablo.
Yeah, of course. He's El Diablo. He was the best player in the world last year, putting on incredible performances, shattering fandoms, and breaking hearts that whole year throughout. But we did see him make a very early departure here in this event, which was not what we were expecting whatsoever. But obviously, there's been some stuff going on in the background.
Whoa, nope. You cannot say what you said. I actually have listened into these people for several days now. I've been told from credible sources that C9 is making changes, but this is just too important. The sensitivity around this subject is too much. We're gonna have to refrain from saying absolutely anything about this. I'm really just not comfortable putting that out there. So, guys, we have no idea what's going on with Ye.
I want to know, Mimi. I want to know.
No. There's no information.
Okay.
He's just slashing my whole segment there.
Great.
No, I mean, we as a desk and as a product can neither confirm nor deny Ye's existence on Cloud9.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mimi. But great work. Really proud of the information you two managed to
I think I have a career in journalism.
I think Mimi.
I think you do use
Private eye.
Yeah.
Mimi Geddes. Get it on?
I think I'll keep my own last name.
Now, we've told you guys about the players that we've been missing, but I want to know who you guys have missed the most in today's poll. These are the options: Zekken, the Talon, Boys, Scream, or is it Ye? Scan the QR code and cast your vote right now. And let us know, you know, maybe there's some other players you've been missing. So make sure you can tweet at us as well using the hashtag VCT Lockin and VCT so we can highlight your tweets and your opinions on the broadcast. But for now, let's take a look at two teams that we have missed a lot, I believe. It is NRG and Giants in today's in-zone open mic.
Are you guys ready? Careful, don't group on the orb, please. No, breach stun day. Okay. Ready?
Wait. Hold on. You're with ult. Oh, no. Let me cross lanes.
Can we group up towards fight A? I don't know. I feel like they will take A control. Get close.
You want me to ult and then pop or what?
Okay, go.
Just ult. Yeah, it's okay.
Go. I am not smoking heaven, okay? Clear, and then I will smoke.
Hey, all side already. All side. Can't be heaven, guys.
Yeah, smoked heaven.
I'm ulting.
Smoking back. Ult.
Ulting.
Battle! He's stunned. Flashing water! Coming in! In the ult! 1v2. Default. Chill. 1v2. Yeah, drone. That's running from water. The spike is left. He's looking for frags.
Maybe it's City. Yeah, maybe it's City. What's up, City? What's up, City? Side.
Spike is here.
Yes, inside.
They're gonna walk in when you tap, I think.
No, I don't want to cancel. I will cancel.
Cancel. Let go. Down.
Drop.
Go right side. Scale right side, please.
Okay.
Nice! Yo! Come on,
John.
What is that? You're insane, bro!
I'm kind of sad you didn't find out what FNS has been up to. I miss him.
Yeah, I would have liked to know.
Yeah.
I mean, probably not much. He was very cold in that clutch. Just, yeah, I won it.
I know what
Just
he's been up to. He's ever since they got eliminated, he's been sitting in a sensory deprivation tank, just focusing and going into his mind palace and figuring out how he can become a better IGL.
Even more? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's going to ascend.
He's going to win every event if that really, really happens. Yeah, well, thank you very much, guys. Once again, for your great investigation work. We're going to throw this to a break. But when we come back, we're going to be catching up on the first matchup of the day. It is 100 Thieves and FUT. We'll see you in a minute.
Necesito para llegar a otro nivel. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cojete. Vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer. Entonces prende tu cojete, la estrella quiero ver. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cojete. Vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer. Entonces prende tu cojete, better rock it like I said.
Welcome back to a lock-in. It's time to jump into our first matchup. It is NA versus EU. I feel like it's been a while since we had that head-to-head. And even though this tournament is a single elimination, was that yesterday?
Fnatic Sentinels.
Oh, yeah, does it really? Okay, I won't flame. But what was I going to say? Even though it is a single elimination tournament, these two teams, they have faced each other pretty recently with the same roster.
Yeah, that they have. Back at Red Bull Homeground, both these squads played against each other in the offseason, but now they've made some changes since then. Kiwi wasn't able to play with the squad back then. Now FUT is working with their full roster. Of course, 100 Thieves still that same squad. What I think is the most interesting about this matchup is that 100 Thieves is going to be the very last stand for North America. The only team NA fans have left to root for, except for the other America squads. And Footballists as well is absolutely the pride of Turkey.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, you mentioned not being able to have Kiwi. He was absolutely instrumental in them getting dominance against the side of RRQ. But 100 Thieves should have a tough task ahead of them. Like you said, there's now that added pressure for them being the final NA representative. And they want to make sure that they stay in this tournament, but everything to play for both of these squads who just do not want to go home.
Yeah. We've seen both of them play already. Of course, this is the second time they're going to be taken onto stage, but I do want to start with our 100 Thieves versus EDG game because 100 Thieves were very nearly not in this tournament. There was a world where we didn't see them here today.
I mean, this matchup was quite wild. I think kind of the definition of this game was that both teams were defined by the clutches and the plays that happened in the very late round. On this Pearl map in particular, the one that the series ended on, it was 100 Thieves heading in, or excuse me, it's where it started, but it was 100 Thieves heading in, trying to find these sites, playing that slow mid-round, and EDG playing back, and then coming into these really crazy brawls where it ended with clutch after clutch, mostly between Chichu and Stellar.
Yeah, I mean, Chichu was playing out of his mind, Kong right there as well, but Stellar was just incredible, and he was one of the ones that really just kind of put that final nail in the coffin, sprang through that Viper's Pit, being able to come up with 2 kills and also breaking my heart simultaneously. But it was a fantastic game. I think one of the best series that we've had in the tournament so far. We can only hope that today's match also delivers in the same fronts.
How much do we read into that? How much does that change your expectations of 100 Thieves? Because it felt like they should have had this side of the bracket as a no-brainer. They should be breezing through it.
I think for me, I didn't underestimate EDG, but I also think EDG played a lot better than I would have anticipated. And at the same time, 100 Thieves, I think, played slightly below where I expected them to be. It did give this kind of like cross beam, the beams crossing ended up having this like crazy match that was so very close down to the very end. But I think 100 Thieves definitely need to step it up if they're gonna look to take the series versus Footballs today.
Yeah, I think my read on it was more that I think there is a positive spin to this, because I agree with you. I think 100 Thieves struggled. I think their late rounds were getting consistently punished, and they were losing out to a lot of clutch plays that should not have been allowed to happen. But at the same time, when that game got tight, when things got bad, when they were letting rounds slip away, their mental didn't crack. They still managed to come back out, win in that overtime, stay focused, and continue to make excellent calls from Stellar to be able to win that one. A lot of teams thus far this tournament have started slow, and while this was below my expectation for 100 Thieves, it was just their first match.
Well, Cryo did comment on some of the things that you guys are mentioning afterwards, after the game in the interview with Doug. He said, I say that EDG exposed our weaknesses on splitting up towards late mid-rounds. They kind of just picked us off one by one, and we have to work on that. I mean, they haven't had a lot of time to work on that, but Mimi, they're at least self-aware enough to know what they need to work on.
And that's always going to be the case with this team. I think we've always kind of sold them as a squad that is fantastic at preparation. Between the minds of Mike's and Stellar, they'll look back at those matches, they'll come back in with new ideas, new expectations of how to change things. So I'm glad to see that improvement mindset, but I also do kind of agree with what he's saying, that some of the things that we did see in that matchup were a little bit worrying for 100 Thieves.
I mean, they have to step up, right? Because it is still single elimination. They nearly lost to EDG. They don't want that to happen against today. But for more on 100 Thieves, let's hear from two of their players, Cryo and Arsena, in this Meet the Team video.
Hello, my name is Matthew Cryo Panganiban, and I play Valorant for 100 Thieves. Joining 100 Thieves, obviously it's a really big org, so I'm happy to be a part of that. And all of the previous teammates that I'm joining, I'm already been good friends with them, so all of it kind of clicked together pretty quickly. So Stellar, obviously our IGL, he kind of keeps us in check during the rounds and has a lot of input on what we should do in mid-rounds, and is kind of that like leading voice that we need. And Bang is just our all-around like smokes player that can like really like pop off in any moment. Like he's a really good fragger. Derek, obviously our most clutch player, so it's always important to have him alive in those types of situations. Arsena, who's our flex player, he plays all agents like the same ways.
Hey guys, it's Peter Arsena Mazurek. I'm playing for 100 Thieves, and I play the role of flex. Winning Red Bull home ground gives us a small advantage, but I don't think it's anything to write home about. Overall, it's just a good event to get experience and develop us as players on LAN environments and get us really prepped for the coming years. We have a lot of personalities on the team, but also we're all kind of like the same. We all gel pretty well with each other. We all work well together and know when it's time to be serious and not. And Derek helps light up the mood, brighten up, and he always has a positive outlook. I think overall my expectation for the year is obviously just plays deep in a lot of tournaments and hopefully win one. Sorry it's been such an up and down road, but hopefully it's only up from here.
It wasn't all negatives. I know they nearly got knocked out, but Cryo, he's still one of the best players in the world. I think he just needs a little bit of time to maybe step up to the form that he had before. And if he does step up, I feel like 100 Thieves have to be the favorites today.
Yeah, I think they absolutely are the favorites in this matchup. And I think we saw that step up again. Stellar's calling his individual performance great on that last map. So is Cryo's.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're talking about the self-awareness, knowing the things that they need to correct from that first series. You heard it right there at the very end of the interview. They know that there's been some ups and downs here. It's been a little bit of a bumpy road. It's all about course correcting, getting back on the straight and narrow.
Well, for more on what 100 Thieves have been doing in game, Brian is standing by at the telestrator to break it all down.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I'm ready to break down this one. This is their Icebox retakes and what they were doing really well, honestly, playing the post plants and really forcing Edward Gaming into some uncomfortable positions. And there's a couple of layers to this as well that I want to break down, but I've pulled two particular clips, and it's Edward Gaming trying to plant on both A and B. We'll start with the B site here, and showcasing just how good this Omen is as well at stopping it. First thing I want to point your attention to, though, is the fact that they have all this preset utility to try and stop this plan. You can see there's a snake bite, nanoswarm already set down ahead of time, and that just, again, buys time when as soon as they hear this cove coming up, they know that the plant's going to be coming out at any moment then. There's another layer of utility that comes out here when you see another snake bite, but Smoggy ends up sticking the plant, so quite weakened. Here's the second layer, though, to this then retake situation that's being set up here for 100 Thieves. And part of where you start to see the Omen really playing to his strengths as well, because the Paranoia, really great tool for these retakes. It rips across the one side of the yellow box, and at the same time, they end up using this dart to the back of the site, and it's a double face, a double swing. This is one of the major strengths of 100 Thieves that I go on about all the time, is the fact that they are trading effectively. They have really good concrete game plans in situations like this with the retake. And this entire round plays out beautifully. One after another, they take the fights pretty effectively. It's methodical, and everyone is there ready to respond in kind. You notice that Edward Gaming are winning these fights initially, but Derek's there perfectly every single time with the trades. And this is just a recurring theme with 100 Thieves, something that they really do hammer home every single time. Here's another example on the other side now. Looking onto the A side, again, the exact same example that I pointed out before. This time, a Nano Swarm setup across the site like this. And this really does apply pressure on Edward Gaming. So they really want to try and get the plant down. As soon as the alarm bot gets triggered, as soon as they hear the plant being tapped, instantly, first wave of util comes down, second wave of util comes down. There's a slow orb and a shock dart at the same time, and Edward Gaming are forced to plant off to the side here. But there's another element here that I want to talk about as well, and that's that Omen once more coming into play. A deep smoke by Cryo, this is what the Omen allows you to do, is to place these global smokes, and this helps out Bang, who's now currently flanking. And I'll show you what this really effectively does. You can see Chichu's really finding it difficult to take a good, effective fight against Bang, and it's because of this global smoke. Normally, Bang, if you're flanking like this alone, it's really risky, because you can just get swung at this little avenue here, or this little avenue here, but this isolates the fight just down to one solid angle that Bang has to worry about. And so Bang this entire time is just buying time. He's distracting, he's taking fights, and also just taking names as well, winning these fights out. And Edward Gaming are throwing everything to try and stop this post plant from really getting off this retake as well with the defuse. But again, Paranoia rips through, and it's that scaling, that effective, methodical scaling from 100 Thieves with the threat of Bang also flanking from behind as well, that really allows them to get a lot of damage done when they're going for these retakes. And it's really well thought out. The composition actually does have legs when they're playing it as well, and I think that they're really using it to its fullest potential. So one of the many, many positives that you can really pull for 100 Thieves as well, at least from their previous series, even though it got a little bit scrappy at the end. And so, yeah, with that being said, send it back to the desk as well for you guys to break down the rest of the series.
Thank you very much, Bren. I think Bren summed it up perfectly, Mimi. There are a lot of positives.
There are, and I think probably the biggest one is the way that they coordinate utility on the fly. He was talking a lot about it in the Telestrator, and 100 Thieves is putting out some of their comms and some of the videos that they make there. And it's not just Stellar who's calling for stuff. Bang as well. There's a lot of voices in this team that are really good at identifying what they need to do and making that call super quickly.
Well, let's talk about their opponents for today. It is the EMEA underdogs, the pride of Turkey, FUD. They also won their first game as well, but it was a bit of a different story, Achilles. It wasn't as crazy as 100 Thieves' first game.
Yeah, not nearly. It was a 2-0 for them, winning that first map, especially quite handedly. I mean, you take a look back at that Lotus game that came through. I think it was like 13-3, 13-4 was the scoreline, and FUT just looked really well prepared for RRQ. Things got a little wishy-washy as we moved on into the second map, but they still were able to walk away with the win. And you know, RRQ, I think they got a little ahead of themselves in some moments, but overall, football's looking very, very strong, and Kiwi, one of those players that is right there to help lead the charge to victory.
Yeah, and I think football has had a really good job of kind of adapting on the fly to what RRQ was doing. They came out with this weird composition on Pro where they're playing heavily into these retakes, and FUT did a great job of always shutting down those plants, not allowing this team to get into their post plants. Once RRQ started playing more and more into that mid round, they adapted to that as well. Also, early in the series, playing on the Lotus, they bring out this Neon and this Sage composition that looked really well thought through, with Sage walls and Neon diving in to help with these executes, and also some cool gambits on the defensive side. I think most people had pretty low expectations for FUT, saying that, you know, they're just a VRL team, this is their first big event, but the ideas that they brought into this match really impressed me.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for me that I want to see if they can course correct it is not being super baited by audio cues, because we saw that a lot on that Pearl map. You saw RRQ actually being really creative with the way that they were using their prowlers and whatnot to just kind of really start grabbing the football players and drifting them towards one side of the map, and then they would instantly strike on the opposite side. If they can think that through, make sure they don't get baited, I think they're going to stand a really good chance here against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think that they absolutely will.
But also the context of this win is really, really great. If you think about this, the last four Turkish lineup, traditionally 4 Turkish teams don't even really make it to international tournaments. And Mimi, the Turkish fans, they are loving this. They want them to go all the way.
Yeah, this means a ton for Turkey, especially during a very difficult time for this country. To be able to see their team coming out and performing at such a level, like you said, Sue, last time that we saw a Turkish team winning series, doing super well internationally, was all the way back in 2021. So seeing this now here is a big, big moment for Turkey. And I think at this point, they've already broken most people's expectations. They're kind of playing on house money. You beat 100 Thieves, you keep this miracle run going, who knows?
I can't imagine how they're going to react if they do beat 100 Thieves. But I want to talk about the 2 IGLs. All of the IGLs in this tournament have had incredible performances, but Achilles Stella is right up there, and Mr. Farland has been doing well as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a battle of the brains when it really comes down to it. Mr. Fallen, you know, putting up some solid numbers here as well as Stellar. I mean, we're just singing him praises and praises just moments ago. But it really is going to come down to that shot calling, making sure that you're not getting baited by those audio cues, making sure that you have your players in position for those retakes. Stellar and Mr. Fallen have both proven that in their opening series, and now we get to see them clash.
They've proven it in the opening series, but this is very much a head-to-head where I don't think Mr. Fallen is favored. Stellar's been here before, performed at international events, called a lot in very high-level competition in EMEA. Whereas for Mr. Fallen, this is kind of his first big debut. That series that we were just talking about was his first series that he was calling on an international stage. So now, facing off against a really strong IGL, if he can win that mind head-to-head that you're talking about, if he can out-call Stellar, I think that is a huge step towards proving himself as not just a good Turkish IGL, but a great IGL generally.
Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup for sure. Earlier in the show, we took a poll and asked which players you guys at home would miss the most at Lock-In. The results are in, and I can reveal that you guys chose Yay! I'm not surprised.
Yeah, not shocking at all. Glad to see the Talon boys got themselves in that second place position, though. I think they went over a lot of hearts with their performances.
Yeah, I think they definitely did. But seeing Yay up there definitely makes a lot of sense. It's been sad to see so many players go home, but 2 more teams heading home today. It is crazy that we're almost going to have our top 4 for this side of the bracket.
I'm going to give you guys a very quick 10 seconds to just show me your prediction, who you're going for today.
All right, I'm going with 100 Thieves. I think they are more experienced. I think they're the favorite in this matchup, and I think their player quality looked fantastic against CBG.
I'm also going with 100 Thieves, and I like their coach. I love you, Mikes.
Well, I think Kiwi is going to squash the hoodie org today, so there it is. Now, it's time to get this day started and find out if the Omega bracket is going to be the EMEA bracket. Which 2 teams will move forward? We're about to find out. Lock-In Day 11 starts right now. the age-old NA versus EU matchup. 100 Thieves, they're one of the favorites in the tournament, going up against Turkey's last and only hope. And guys, it's single elimination, and at this point, both teams, they don't want to go home, but I can't help but feel like the pressure is all over on the side of 100 Thieves.
I think it absolutely is. This is their game to lose. You are favored in this matchup. I think a lot of people were already disappointed by their performance versus EDG. And Foot, they came out, had a fantastic debut, impressed a lot of people. I don't think they had any expectations heading into this tournament. So I think they're chilling right now. Anything they can do, any fight they can put up, even winning an upset here would be fantastic for them and for Turkey as a whole.
Exactly, and that's something I was going to chime in on when we were having that IGL discussion, is that, as you said, Mimi, Mr. Fallen, the rest of Foot right now playing on that house money. They don't really have too much to lose from here on out. They've already broken through. They've gotten to that second round. Now they're trying to win out. This could be a moment for Mr. Fallen to start throwing in some wild strats to try to catch 100 Thieves off guard and put them on the back foot. We'll have to just wait and see what happens.
Well, the map vetoes are here. Both teams have played already, so I'm interested to see, Mimi, if they do go back to some of the maps we've seen.
Yeah, the bans stay as we pretty much expected. 100 Thieves have been permitting ascent. Foot is very much often getting rid of that fracture, which is a strong map for 100 Thieves. But Footballers will select into the Lotus. We saw this from them the other day. I really liked what we saw on that map. 100 Thieves, though, I'm interested what they've been cooking up there.
Curious to see what the response is going to be from them. Icebox is still in the pool, but no, it's going to be Haven actually selected by 100 Thieves versus EDG. We saw Icebox, Lotus, and Pearl. The Lotus was a little bit weaker from them. They really suffered on that defending side, whereas Football's looked incredible versus RQ, so I'm unsurprised to see the Lotus. And Foot decided to take away the Pearl, where we saw 100 Thieves be able to best EDG in that OT.
Yeah, this Haven match will be a rematch from the last bout between these two teams at Red Bull. Last time 100 Thieves took it 13-10. Love to see if history repeats itself as we land on Icebox as the final map. We saw that one from 100 Thieves yesterday. Bren was talking about that Omen composition. I loved what we saw from 100 Thieves there.
I think the map was really, really exciting. Obviously, as you said, we understand why Foot want to go there. They look so good. 100 Thieves, they definitely had weaknesses, but I want to talk about the different philosophies we've seen on Lotus, because both teams had such different ideas. The comps were completely different.
Yeah, I think for the side of 100 Thieves, they had something very different than anyone else has brought out. They were playing into that fade raise, they had a Cypher in the mix. No one else has really followed that same path, and Football's as well, unique with that Neon Sage composition.
Yeah, it was so fast and in your face RQ, they just kept getting overwhelmed by it. For me though, looking at the way that this map draft played out, so here in the Prime Gaming Agent Select, I really am concerned for Footballs if they can't win on Lotus. I feel like they need to be able to lock down this first map to keep themselves in the series.
Yeah, things I'm interested here. What I'm looking for is Kiwi. On the defensive side, he was opping, he was a part of Gambits, he was doing it all. 100 Thieves need to shut him down, and when we switch sides, it's the same thing, because he can get faster than those fade raid combinations and be able to get tons of space for Footballists.
Well, all that left to do is to throw this over to your casters. It is Sideshow standing by with a human chessboard, Bren.
Thank you, yeah. Hopefully the only game is being played, though, is going to be Valorant today in this particular series as well. Foot versus 100 Thieves, and this is a real David versus Goliath situation. You've got Foot as well showing some great form, I think, coming into this series. Not really tested as much, but 100 Thieves certainly have been. These guys have just come out of a really scrappy affair versus Edward Gaming and only just barely squeaking through.
I know, insane. Managing to fend off a couple of match points there that Edward Gaming had. Yep. And I saw the players tweeting afterwards saying, this was one of the hardest games I've ever played. The opener against EDG. I think a lot of people were looking at 100 Thieves bracket and expecting them to be heavy favorites in these first two games. And I think they're still a heavy favorite in this one, but it's a great map to start things out from Footballist. I completely agree with this pick.
The desk was talking about it. Real must-win situation here for Foot. Heading into Lotus. 100 Thieves. It's going to be exploring a bit of B there.
Okay, but already, I was doing some VOD review of Footballist on this map, and even though they won 13-3, on A, if they throw that KO knife, they are always playing passive on the A side. And look how much 100 Thieves are abusing that.
Oh, they've just read it immediately, haven't they?
Cracks throws the A knife, and 100 Thieves know there's going to be no resistance here. I think they've got exactly the read on what this defense looks like.
But the rotating door is going to signal this one all down to Moj, see what he can do. Not too much pressure just yet, just abiding, waiting his time out, but okay, now it's down to Captain. Not too much as well. 100 Thieves really just swarming every single avenue available to them onto this site. Smoke's going to be fading away there. Asuna quite low. Let's see if he can follow up with anything else, but right now 100 Thieves not struggling too hard on the pistol round. Flash just to try and evacuate and get back out of there, play with the rest of his team. Quick dash through now, all down to Kiwi. With the most to do, only down to 10 health, so really difficult task, and that's going to be the pistol round secured.
And Footballists, they did win that opening game against RRQ on Lotus, 13-3, and they didn't have to show their attack side. So that's one of the reasons why I think this is going to be a great pick, because they should have a bit of an advantage once we head into the next half. But their defense side was won by being better on an individual level. I don't believe that it was won by having extremely good Lotus defense strategies. So we get to see here the battle between the IGLs and the battle of the preparation. Have 100 Thieves got what it takes to crack this open and set off to a nice half?
That's going to be a big test, that player quality difference.
So there's the knife again, this KO knife that's landing towards A. And what that means is that they're not going for a heavy, aggressive A setup. They're just doing it to grab a bit of information. Now, sometimes, later into the half, Kiwi is going to be upping behind that knife. But most of the time, Stella's going to read that as just a free entrance into A.
It's a tepid approach from 100 Thieves, just making sure they don't give away too many advantages, obviously, against the Eco. Shorty in the hands of Kiwi up close.
Just exploring the whole of the map.
Yeah.
You can see how Stella's taken a bit of information over towards A. He was using his cam really well on their attack side in the game against EDG just to take space. And 100 Thieves are really happy to explore the map here. This to me looks like they're trying to draw attention, but
my word.
Also getting a pick out of nowhere.
Yeah, quite fortunate for Bang, really. Paranoia was ripped across, and it did push them back for but a moment, but look at all this space that's just being gained. Stella quite aware of this now as well. He's managed to lurk his way into that forward position.
His lurks are so good on this map. That's part of why they're playing the Cypher. He just has that informational tool to work around and can use the rest of his team to give him excellent timings. And Stella's just been so good in the last few months. These two teams played an off-season game, and you know, that's the kind of time where Stella was really coming alive, and this tournament too, he's just been spectacular.
Yeah, putting up some insane numbers, considering the role, considering what he's been having to do, all while calling, but Foot, you can see there's not much of an approach from them, looking to just really just play, I think, going down to the spikes, making sure that they deny any ult orbs potentially to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and round 3 is going to be the important one here for Footballist, but they're not even taking a single weapon out of the hands of 100 Thieves, so this is going to be an extremely good bonus round for the Americas squad. And I'm wondering here, because Footballists have demonstrated 2 defensive looks, generally speaking, towards A. I guess 3 if you include the operator, but one of them is going to be Moj, the Killjoy, holding A, and they throw that deep knife. And the other one is where they try and play really aggressive for A rubble control, and that's Kiwi's job. And I think that's what they're going to throw out here, and that, again, is going to ask another question of 100 Thieves. Have you got what it takes to deal with this? Because we actually saw this fail quite a lot when Footballists played against RRQ. So Kiwi's going to wall, he's going to stun back rubble, and they're going to try and take control of it. But RRQ just threw out a single stun, and it all fell to pieces. The 2 or 3 rounds where they tried this, Footballists did not get very much success. So let's see this big clash over at A rubble.
Yeah, well, the player's going to be meeting them, but actually very passive and patient play by 100 Thieves, not willing to just work their way past that choke point. And when they see all this util coming their way as well, they know exactly what's happening here. It's a hard committal by many of the players like you were talking about, Josh. 100 Thieves are the kind of team where they are going to be doing their homework.
Yeah, but I'm not a huge fan of what they're doing now, because Footballists are going to get the read that this is going to see.
And there's a fight being taken. Mr. Fowl in a wider swing. It only comes out with 1 before being traded. The players are swarming the site. You can see Foot just surrounding for the time being, and Spike still not getting down into a position here. 100 Thieves making sure that they can clear most of the site before they get into a position. They can try and plan, and there you go. Great discipline from Bang. Making sure that they hold a lot of these avenues, but still, the one approach isn't really being smoked off just yet, and now you can see it. Moj just comes through. Whoa! 3 kills, and it's down to Derek. 1v1 situation. It just can't quite land the shots. Massive performance by Moj.
What a hero, exactly when his team needed it. The first kill is perfect too. When you're facing against a team that's excellent at trading, you have to expose the tiniest part of your body. And look, you can just see him there, just barely taking the smallest peaks, not going for the classic Turkish wide swing, because that would open himself up to a trade. Played that one beautifully and won every 1v1. Now, in terms of the macro game too, though, 100 Thieves look like they're just giving a rubble to Footballist. And I don't like that. That means that 100 Thieves and Stellar are going to have way less of the map to work with. You've got to challenge this at some point. Of course, it was still a decent bonus, so Footballists have the economic disadvantage. But look again, I think they're just going to get the whole of rubble for free here.
100 Thieves setting their sights on a different section, though. You can see that. Again, a Horn's a bit of a flash as well, sets them up on these angles quite nicely, farming up the orbs as well. So Asuna has that null command now in his back pocket.
This wall from Ada Captain is fantastic too, because it just blocks off re-entry. How is Stella supposed to lurk past that? And it also gives them a timing. They know that 100 Thieves can't be going back into A without that wall going down. I do like this from 100 Thieves though. You've got to break it because that creates a little bit of pressure. It means the Footballists have to at least jiggle peek it instead of just leaving the wall there and rotating away.
Yeah, there was a knife used as well just towards the backside of it, so they know that nobody's lurking on the other side of rubble.
And this is interesting, right? They're creating presence there, but not actually backing it up with any people. They're hoping that Footballists rotate a couple over to A to plug the gap, and now they'll get an easier hit. This is all going to come down to Mr. Fallen.
Again, has to be the difference maker as the anchoring player, but how can he survive this? All that util being dumped into the back of the site to seize, locking him into place, locking him into position of decay. Still kicking him, but he's still waiting. Tries to take the swing, but the weapon just not good enough. 100 Thieves, for all their trouble, is going to be claiming 2, making sure that the angles are watched for. Kiwi, that's quite nice. 2 instant responses. The stun's still being found, and it's a little bit awkward there, a little bit strained still with the ult ripped out into his hands. The time running so low, had no idea that Krax was lurking on his position, and again, immaculate placement with the crosshair. The Red 4 clutch is going to be claimed, and Foot making it a really difficult task indeed.
This match is set up to be awesome because there's no denying it. Footballists are massive underdogs in this game. They played in the off-season too and went down 0-2 against this 100 Thieves team. But what they demonstrated in the off-season and what they're demonstrating here as well is that the Footballist players, when they find a gap, can just rip everything open. Yeah. The quality is there. From Marge, from Kiwi, and a bit of a mistake in that round as well from Bang swinging into the stun that was thrown by a Neon. Knocks 100 Thieves down into an eco.
So we'll see if Foot can stabilize. Obviously, still using a couple of Spectres just from that prior round, but looking to hopefully build up the bank with this one round. But massive investment there with Cry actually utilizing that showstopper just to try and get into the site. Space was given to him. There's no challenge there from Foot. A bit of a tap at a spike as well, just seeing if they can get anything else, and they do.
This is going to A.
Yeah, the lockdown gets used as a response to this one, but the door's broken, and Stella was lurking this entire time up towards A, so getting a bit of that space, but there we go.
I think that's the second kill that Kiwi's got through smokes in this round.
Yeah, pretty precise spray down. Inflicted in 1 kill for them. They have had to give up the A site, but the spike is really delayed. They're only just trying to get this onto the site now, and it looks like Foot are not wasting any time. Already taking the back of the site in the pit.
Stingers are so dangerous here, though.
Waiting for this util, maybe to just try and pave the way for them forwards, and there you have it. Collapsing, converging, however you want to call it. Easy cleanup for Foot.
Very well done there. Nice position from Ada Captain as well. That creates a crossfire on anybody that might be trying to get aggressive in the post plan. And also just good awareness from Kiwi of the timings of when to span through these smokes. Well, I guess that one's not even quite through a smoke. He's actually spotted the player right as it blooms, but I think one of the big advantages of playing Neon on this map is that Kiwi should just be able to be ahead of the attackers no matter what. Yeah. He's so fast rotating around the map. And it looks like, again, Footballists are going to try and control a rubble. So they're throwing the wall, they're throwing the stun. That means if anybody tries to get across the rubble, they're going to be stunned up and they're going to have a Neon pressuring them immediately. And 100 Thieves don't really have the best comp to try and deal with this. You know, they can't counter-stun Kiwi. They don't have an Omen to teleport over and contest. They've just got to return back to A later on in the round.
And all that space that's been given up, you can see it's immediately vacuumed by the 2 players at Foot, this time holding quite close.
And
again,
I like
same
this,
Sage Wall.
But it's delayed as well. He waits until 120 to put it through. Oh my word, that little angle.
Stella attempts to punish that by just breaking a portion of it, but he almost had his head ripped off in response. While all that was happening as well, Asuna did fall. Not sure if that was a kill through the smoke or what, but body left behind now. It's 100 Thieves left in a 4v5.
And if Footballists can win on this side, on this half, this might just be a dominant map.
That sets them up quite nicely. Cosmic Divide is going to be splitting up the site, though. Whole cacophony of utility just being used to try and at least get their way into it. And Foot aren't shy, still not shying away from the fight. You can see holding through, waiting for the right time, possibly for the wall to go down now as well. Great C's just making sure to delay them so they can't quite push through that one. But now the stuns are coming through. Let's see how this fight gets taken at the back of the site. This fight's going to be critical. Already so many shots just going away, and Kiwi again comes up with the goods. 2 kills for him. It's a dangerous game that 100 Thieves are playing right now, just trying to wait it out, spray down the transfer. The kills are going their way, and no one's really been sticking this defuse. Down to that 1v1. Stella just jiggles, knows that nobody's on this spike, but the smoke is going to be obfuscating it, but a tap, tap, tap at a rifle. And it's a strained round, really pushing 100 Thieves to his limits, but a round nevertheless, making it an even scoreline.
You see the advantage there of 100 Thieves being able to get the post plant that's just out in the open. That plant position is amazing. And if you're forced to plant safe, there's no way 100 Thieves are winning that round. Despite the heroics coming out from Kiwi, who's 10-4 right now, 100 Thieves steal one back. And that provides a buffer for their economy. All right, where's the op playing? So sometimes they'll be throwing this knife, and Kiwi will be opping behind it. This time, though, knife is going to go down towards A main, and Kiwi is on C. Does Bang read it? No, he doesn't. Jiggle peeks in, and once more, Kiwi hitting every shot.
Yeah. When we talk about teams like Foot, Turkish region as well, just talent in spades on an individual basis. They've got that confidence.
Yeah, I don't think they have anything to lose. In a game like this, when you know you're the underdogs, you just have to bring it all. There's no pressure.
Yeah. That can help them out. Just talking some behind the scenes as well, just getting the opinions of various, players and coaches as well. And they did say, don't underestimate Foot coming into this match. Because if they play like they do in scrims,
yeah,
you never know when suddenly, the fundamentals just make it an easy victory for them on some cases.
Yeah, that's the thing. When these Turkish teams play with confidence and when they're hitting shots, it can be so difficult to deal with them.
Horn to try and cross there. Shot just going wide. A wall right in the face of Stella. And he is leading the Chargers team. There's a nade as well, just past that cage, making sure that there's space there. Refight being
Stella
taken.
again.
It is Stella. This guy's coming up with kill after kill, but it's a pivot play. They break the door, now going to be making their way now over towards B. Neural Theft revealing a couple of the positions there as well of that one kill that they did manage to claim, and it's a very fast plan.
It's going to allow a res, though, onto this player, too, so it should be a 5v4 retake. The question is, can Derek and Cryo make the play?
Yeah, trying to go for the double swing here. There was a res while all this was happening, but the extra layer in this play is Stella just holding that one flank still. It's a hard retake. Everybody from heaven, all 4 players of Foot gliding through. Kiwi just trying to take the fight to Asuna, but steady aim with the rifle. 2 kills get claimed. Already 2. Have on the defuse, getting a bit dangerous, but okay. Safe hands for Cryo. Eventually wraps around, does find the shot.
Stella wins them that round, though, too. The kill onto Mr. Fallen. IGL versus IGL. But the fragging coming out from Stella has just been amazing in this tournament. And to find them that pick that allows them to then pivot through B is massive. Asuna, too, getting 2 while pressured here is likewise amazing, especially considering the pinch that was coming around. Yeah, huge plays from 100 Thieves. Those are the kind of moments that they need. You can't allow all of the big clutch momentum to go in the favor of Footballist. That's one of the things that lost this map for 100 Thieves against EDG. They just couldn't stop moments of magic from Jishu and Haodong.
Knocked down to the half by for Foot. Stella. Oh, that angle and the peak!
The triple face!
And yet, moments of brilliance from Foot. It's what makes them a dangerous team. Just trying to claim the gun, backs away. Kiwi does get out with his life, and nice monetary upgrade in the form of that rifle. And already swarming this site, though. It's a fast reaction from 100 Thieves. And this time, it looks like they are trying to fight as well towards the back of the site. Smoke, it was a recall as well, pulled back all the way, and the Sheriff's just not quite good enough. As I say that, though, matching them pound for pound, and Nade is really, really fantastic. Taking a lot of damage. Paranoia, though, that's going to be setting them up. The satchels! Oh, my goodness, and this is getting so damn messy!
They're giving me flashbacks to Vitality of yesterday, Brent. where the player quality is so dangerous, and the eco rounds feel like Futbolista maybe even favored.
Yeah.
100 Thieves playing with the fear of God in them as they swing these corners.
And his shots were just magnificent. Look at that.
But also, I mean, even Derek's final kill there, I feel like if he's against a rifle, he takes his time, he's a little cleaner, but just relying on the spray and spraying and crouching. It's a really messy round that lends itself perfectly into the strengths of Futbolist.
It was quite forced in that moment.
But I mean, he's watched everybody else die around it.
Yeah.
And 4-4 the score. 100 Thieves' economy has been getting squeezed in this game. Losing a Thrifty doesn't help. Asuna fans?
Yeah, apparently. Does
Playing
he count for 100 weaves?
What, sorry?
Asuna. Is he equal to 100 weaves?
Well, I'm not sure. He's just one, isn't he?
Just one man? Yeah.
He's only one man. What can one man do? So a timeout here called. 100 Thieves with an opportunity to consult with the coach Mikes about what they should do in this round, because I think it's not clear whether you should go for a force buy or not. They have big ults to work with. They could make it work, but if they don't, it's probably the half. You know, you're looking down the wrong end of 7-5 or 8-4 if you lose this.
Yeah, not the best of halves. So it is that full investment from 100 Thieves and a bit of a gamble for them. But with their setup.
So here comes this long-range knife. You see all the way back from cracks.
It does feel like 100 Thieves have been doing their homework. They recognized, at least in the past, it means that there's a bit more of a passive hold, as it is just Moj holding down onto the back of A, anchoring.
And I think you get the read from the Sage wall anyway, right? Yeah. You see that Ada Captain's walled off B, so I think breaking the B wall and then pivoting back to A is going to be a pretty decent game plan. Futbolist not really reading the gap in their defense, as they have 3 players stacked on C, while Bang goes and pokes and prods, seeing whether this, maybe one time they fake it.
What option do they want to take here? Stella is still containing as well through that C choke point, making sure that none of the defenders end up trying to press the advantage that they have. It's a risky moment here, down to about 50 seconds in the round, and whatever call gets made, it looks like the spike is leaning towards that A site.
I'm really surprised that Futbolist aren't trying to move somebody over to A. They're just planning to play a full retake setup here.
Yeah. Knifeful to try and fake some presence towards B, I believe, latching onto one of the targets, which was Ada Captain. He's not going to be able to hear those sound cues, and that's going to set them up. Oh my goodness, showstopper into the turret. What did it do to deserve that? But a full retake setup being played by Foot, just backing away, making sure they don't give away too many easy kills. They know that they have that weapon advantage, the rifle advantage, and it's going to be down to Stellar, honestly. He's taking an incredibly late flank this entire time, the backup plan for them, but timing is going to be so important, especially if Foot decide to take this with some speed and pace. Finally starting to get injected. Fight's being taken, bit of rifle spam. Sounded quite messy off to the side, but it was a kill claimed. Now that flash to re-clear, Cryo dodging, weaving, ducking in a double face up. Fully blinded up still, Derek. How does he claim that one? And they do eventually shut down the retake.
Watching this game so far, it feels like aim versus brain. It feels like Futbolists are just able to win no matter what their decision making in some of these rounds, because the player talent is absurd. And for 100 Thieves to be able to win these situations, they need to be working the map, pulling the rotates, identifying gaps in the defense, getting into good post-plant setups, supporting each other well. Like, all of the fundamental stuff is still being done really well for 100 Thieves. And they're only 5-4 up despite getting pistol and follow-up, because Foot are that dangerous. Here they have Sheriffs in their hand again, Mr. Fallen with a Guardian. I'm not counting them out whatsoever.
You got to respect it, that prowess that they've been showcasing. Really precise aim, and this is a contact push from Foot. 3 of the players deep down C, and it's here that presence towards B. Looks like they want to try and take the fight, but contained in good time. The door was rotating around, and at those kind of angles, you're going to need a miracle to try and find a kill or two. Moj looks like he wants to try and take some risks.
Yeah, really safe stuff. Very nicely done by 100 Thieves on the contain. Even if those 3 players had decided not to open the door, but had instead pushed into spawn, Stellar and Bang were ready and waiting.
The side's going to be given up. Should be a free plant. Not too much risk of this going wrong. So we've seen some miraculous stuff. Okay, well, Mr. Fallen almost getting away with one there. But the two players, the remaining players, have put their Fallings up. Prime Gaming flawless, keeping the money going. Strong now for 100 Thieves. Starting to build themselves up to a nice sizable lead. I mean, Stella as well will be able to get a bit of a weapon upgrade as well, finally getting rid of that Stinger.
Kiwi goes back to the op. But just taking a look at kind of the round in a replay, that 100 Thieves, that is how you deal with an eco round. Super ready for a push coming through. All of the players supporting each other and really precise. That's what you expect them to look like. Kiwi opping. Over on C again. Hasn't decided to op on A this entire time.
In fact, leaving B completely open.
But this time, they are actually following that KO knife over at A.
This is a dangerous moment, Stella. Waiting right into the sightlines of Kiwi.
Will they expect Mr. Fallen to be here? Every other time, this KO knife has meant there's nobody on A, we're holding passive.
They've been clearing this sometimes with a KO knife to the back of the ruins. But Mr. Fallen could be just that extra thorn in their sides. He tries to take a fight. Maybe around the time of the haunt, he knew he was going to be revealed. Even the Nightfall, making sure nobody's just hiding behind these boxes. Okay, spam down the wall, why not? Even isolating that fight as well. The captain just feels like he maybe has to take a risk there. Fighting that one, and what a flick from Cryo. The readjustment. Crosshair placement wasn't the cleanest in the world. You got to be kidding me. Double satchel plays. Nasi's latching on. Here we're in a bit of trouble. Obviously cutting off all the sound cues, but there's that 2v3. Retaking with the operator. Never advisable. Foot might just opt into saving this round, playing it really safe. Or not. Still looking like they actually want to fight this one. A flash ready in the hands of Asuna, though. Bit of a pre-fire. They see the stars down. Now the wall blocks off that sightline. Pop flash play pushing through. Fully blinded up, but the spam. Blessed by God, in that moment, it feels like still the stun finds one. With the rifle upgrade still, a slide-off angle. Asuna is favored.
I don't think that was even spam. Bang was holding anti-flash, ready for the play to be made.
I see.
And I think you just get another glimpse into the thought processes of 100 Thieves and how good those fundamentals are.
Just discipline.
Yeah, and also the diligence there to clear this out. They've been getting the A side of the map for free a lot of the time, and they're still super diligent about clearing out Mr. Fallen in that position. Round 9 really was the pivotal turning point. If 100 Thieves have lost that, we would be seeing a very different half. But after they managed to cement their victory there, they're running away with this.
So this next one's going to be an important one for Foot. That same pressure being applied towards A main. You can see the knife as well, a forward position by Kiwi. But nothing out of the usual for 100 Thieves. They've been playing most of these attack rounds very slowly.
Yep. The only unusual thing is that Bang was using an attacking operator, but you know, having not seen anything, he now just swaps back over to the Phantom and chucks it over the edge, I believe.
Just taking up this space towards C. Two players holding it down. They're going to have to be the difference maker.
Cryo double blast pack play, perhaps?
Yeah, orb being picked up. There's a Haunt online, just contacting.
Wow.
Right into the sightlines, right into the sightlines. A Morgan, the swing is good, but just can't quite find the kill. Fragment nade also a little bit delayed. Unable to really push past that onslaught of the 100 Thieves players, making sure that they take the entirety of the site. Even that plan going down. Asuna is low. There's a Paranoia. Wasn't really linked up with anything else. Making sure that they clear all of this. The knife, though. Moving the ult away from Kiwi. This is going to be difficult. There is a res online. And the captain could try and bring somebody back right behind the wall there. What do they want to opt for? Pushing forwards.
But it's still that incredibly good post-plant position.
Yeah, and how do you disrupt this? There's no one on the flank. Lockdown's going to be used. This is going to be gaining a bit of space for them, but time is starting to run low. What a shot, Kiwi.
The lockdown might do it.
Massive still. Overplays his hands now to showstopper. It's giving him that kill. Fires the rocket, but it goes just directly wide. And now the captain pushing forwards. Tap into the spike, but the lockdown, okay, defusing half of it. It's down to Bang. Stunned up, spray down. Has to buy this time. Mr. Fallen's done it. Absolutely majestic gameplay. Despite the heroics of Bang, just unable to pull it through for them. And so Foot, they gain themselves a respectable half.
It certainly is respectable. 5'7" footballists. They showcased their ability to hit some absurd shots. And also, what a great lockdown towards the end there to push everybody back and disrupt that post plan. Futbolist also have not showcased their attacking side very much because they destroyed RRQ on this map. So 100 Thieves are now going blind into the second half.
Yep, so an interesting Lotus awaiting us as well into that second half. But before all that, the desk is going to be breaking down what we've seen so far.
Thank you very much, guys. A 7-5 half, but my God, Mimi, that was scrappy.
Yeah, it really was. And I think that was kind of the defining moment at the half. Josh was talking about the fact that there was a lot of really readable plays for Futbolists, and they leaned into that again. They played very, very similarly, and 100 Thieves had an excellent read on it. The thing is, those rounds started to get very scrappy at the end, and I wanted to look back at one of them where Foot was actually able to get away with winning one of these eco rounds. It starts off with 100 Thieves having a good call. They realize that with that KO knife, without seeing that Sage Roll, they're expecting a walk-up. Stellar holds for it, and he gets kind of owned initially, but the reaction is good. Give it back to C for 100 Thieves, and they want to push space in the post flank because they're worried about a multi-flank from seeing all those players on the A site. That's the right call. The thing is that Foot just has such insane individual level that they're still able to win out those rounds against a team that's normally so good at trading.
Yeah, I mean, Josh has been talking about it. The individual skill level on all of these players cannot be underestimated, and pushing them like that, even though you have that weapon advantage, you feel confident you can get shut down, and they did. One of the things to look forward to, though, Josh is also kind of teeing this up right at the end. We have not seen very much of Futbolist on attack. Kiwi, he's getting ready to be unleashed on this Neon, and I cannot wait to see what he's going to be able to do, because versus RRQ, we only got to see 4 attacking rounds from them.
And the thing is that 100 Thieves also really struggled in their game versus EDG on this map, on their defensive side. And playing against this Neon, I think it might be able to counter out some of what 100 Thieves' game plan is with this C's nade. They did have good preparation in the first half, though, so I would expect the same from 100 Thieves here, but you can never count Foot out.
Yeah, it was a 7-5 half there for 100 Thieves leading in that series. They only were able to pick up 2 rounds versus EDG, so we need to see a stronger defense from them.
We do indeed. Far as they're definitely not out. This is a great score for them to head into the second half. Back to you guys, Saito and Bren.
So just before we get into the action, we, listen, beautiful day for attack pause, isn't it, Josh?
I love it.
Yeah,
I love them.
Lovely weather outside.
It does give us an opportunity, though, to talk about how important this upcoming half is. Because Futbolists have got to win this map, man. If they want a chance at getting the upset, it's not happening on Haven and Icebox. Yeah. I just don't see a world where that's the route to victory here. It's got to be on Lotus, the map where they won, the map where 100 Thieves lost, the map where 100 Thieves don't know what's coming at them in the second half. I think if Futbolists are going to deliver an upset result, it's got to happen right here.
Starts here.
And that means the pistol is crazy important. And then following on from that, the Des talked about it a little bit, but getting crazy value out of the Neon, maybe some Sage Wall boosts, stuff that we've seen from, you know, HyperX and other teams like that in the tournament so far.
Yeah.
I want to see something interesting, something creative, and some moments of magic.
It is that narrow lead for 100 Thieves, but as the desk has mentioned, as we've mentioned, it's uncharted territory for them. If they're looking to try and counter strat, obviously the map pick being Foots, 100 Thieves got to choose their, you know, favored side at the beginning. Initially, it's the way it works, and
yeah,
maybe they had an idea in mind as well of what they wanted to do to disrupt, but who knows how happy they are with those 7 rounds.
Yeah, and just to kind of talk a bit about when these two teams clashed in the off-season, Futbolist post plants were really good. You saw the stat there, 89%, but that's only against RRQ. There's a massive difference in our expectations, in what the players have done in the past, in what the orgs and the team have done in the past between 100 Thieves and RRQ. So I think Futbolists are going to be pressed in the post plants, and it's important, though, that 100 Thieves actually apply a ton of pressure. When you look at what they've got to try and close up these choke points and play aggressive against them, they have nade from Asna and from Cryo. They got pulls, they got seizes, they got all sorts of denial on the plant and denial on getting through the choke points. I think Futbolists should not be allowed to get into those comfortable post-plant systems. But here we go, into the pistol round, and this one might mean everything for Futbolists.
Might mean everything, and Josh, you said they shouldn't be allowed to get into those comfortable post-plant situations, but sometimes Foot will just barrel forwards. They'll take names and take a scalp as well. Cryo immediately going to be the first casualty.
He had no idea that Kiwi was going to be running at him with that kind of pace. I think he got killed with Boombot in his hand.
So an unfortunate error there. But Foot, of course, fast to play this one, and look at where Kiwi is. I mean, he has just looked all the way through the connector.
I don't think Asuna knows he's there.
Space over the top, though, trying to find the shots, bang. Rare whip from him, a bit of beef being served up, rotating around Asuna, hoping to at least even the scoreline, even the fight that's being taken, but now left down to just Derek in that 1v4. Finds the first one. He is going to try and make it happen, but would have been good at not allowing any of those isolated one-on-one fights. Anticipating that, a little bit of a peek as well, trying to take this fight. He doesn't know where they are. There's a crossfire, an almost impossible task, and indeed it is. Finalized the pistol round for Foot. Fantastic beginning.
And we said it's a must-win pistol round, and they must be able to get value out of the Neon. Kiwi got so much value. Catching Cryo with his pants down, and then running through, backstabbing Asuna, and gives all of the info to the rest of his team on where Asuna's playing. 100 Thieves had no idea that Kiwi had gotten that deep. This Neon has got to be a win condition for Foot, and 100 Thieves have got to keep better track of it.
Kiwi currently sitting at 17 kills. He's been the difference maker.
He certainly has.
Starting off on the right foot as well. But now 100 Thieves knocked down to that eco round.
It should be an easy one here for Futbolist. I mean, you look at the map, the way that 100 Thieves are grouped up doesn't seem to be pressuring anybody. Futbolist, though, off the back of the turret being killed, and they could hear a lot of pistols, but they chose not to aggressively push into C. So they've actually offered an opportunity for 100 Thieves clumped up Death Ball to challenge them.
Yeah, and they're going to be matching them with the pistol. Still, stun rattles through. The rifle in the hands of Kiwi. Absolute weapon of death.
Give him a Spectre and let him run at people. All right, fair enough. The Vandal still was saved. Same kind of thing.
Derek's doing some serious damage here with that pistol. Frenzy, making the most of it. Two players knocked down to very low health, and, well, Asuna, last man standing. Spots the one, not going to be given an easy angle to fight over.
But this is going to be massive for the bonus round.
Yeah, beautiful.
Only losing 2 players and keeping 2 rifles and a Bulldog into the round. Kiwi has his ultimate to work with. This is going to already put a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves so early.
And one of the strengths as well that we were talking about with 100 Thieves setting it up. Even I was talking about it in a pre-show as well with the Telestrator, but the pure fundamentals from 100 Thieves, being able to take those fights, the player quality, being a bit of a difference maker, but also having each other's backs. A team like Foot, they really do test that.
Yeah.
They push you to your limits. They make sure that, listen, they're going to be winning the first fight, then the next one, then the next one. That's what you can come to expect of a team like this, and it's been demonstrated over and over again in these rounds.
I mean, at the moment, 100 Thieves just need to shut down Kiwi.
Yeah, he's running away with it.
He's got 20 kills in 14 rounds. It's absurd. I mean, some of them were farmed there on the eco players, but even before that, he was dominating.
And just a little bit of presence being shown. There was a haunt to re-clear through sand on the seaside of the map there for 100 Thieves. So they've got to be aware that somebody could have been late lurking, I suppose, but right now it's all Foot taking all that space towards ruins on A.
There's a couple of trips here. The first one for information, and the second one looks like a kill trip. So we'll see whether Kiwi runs into that.
All popped off, waits it out. Those are the one trip waiting, but okay. Asuna didn't have any visual cues or indicators other than the trip being broken, and now Stella down to him to hold down that line of sight angle. A bit of ADS fire, one after the other, but Foot do claim their space, and they're going to be able to get that spike down, this wall, causing problems. Asuna has to be careful just in case somebody was holding out on top of it. Now those fundamentals, that scaling, being able to trade each other out. That's what's really going to be pushed once more for 100 Thieves. How do they get into this one? Smoke pushes it back. Mr. Fallen already claims one, though. Behind the box, a wider swing. And oh my goodness. One after the other. And they all crumble and all fall beneath Foot.
Foot with another post plant that they're allowed to get into and get comfortable at. And the positioning is nice. I think the real key for 100 Thieves is to play more flood retakes. And what I mean by that is, as Futbolists are going for the plant, before they get into position, that's when you've got to instigate the retake. Because when you allow Futbolists to set up where they can play off each other, then they look scary good. I think one of the weaknesses of Futbolists is they're not able to construct that on the fly very quickly. But if you give them 5-10 seconds to set up, then they look nasty. Futbolists have had a great opening to this half, and another one there as well. Being able to win the pistol, the bonus round, despite Kiwi going down, showing that he's not just carrying the team. I said this was a map that they had to win, and so far, so good for Foot.
Yeah, looking like a very solid beginning. Moments away from potentially that 9th round being claimed as well. It's a free site for them. Again, going to go through the layers of it, making sure that they use the util, clear the side out. Don't want to be caught unaware by any players lurking towards it. 100 Thieves are grouping up now towards the A site. Hard one though with the weapons that they've got in their hands. Unless they give something away, Kiwi still looking to take the fights. That kind of confidence, man, I mean, he's just got it over and over again. Willing to take the fights even at the risk of potentially falling, but no, easy as it's done.
Prime game in Flawless, isn't it? This next one is another pivotal round. I talked previously about round 9 and how important that was for the ult economy and the swing for the rest of the half. I think you're seeing another one right here.
Yeah, the same applies. Yeah, absolutely.
Round 17, going into it, 100 Thieves have got to win this one. They're a few away from some massive ultimates, but I think one of the big problems, 100 Thieves have not been able to control a rubble at all. Now they're putting a bit more of an emphasis there. Got a seize, I believe, in the hands of Derek, along with the 0 point.
It looks like a haunt, actually, just a knife into the back as well with it, but immediately, I mean, Foot do not care. You can throw your util, it's going to be cleared out, and there wasn't really any added threat placed behind that one.
Yeah, I mean, nade used for cryo too, but against Futbolist comp, especially Kiwi on the Neon, it's really hard to predict the timing of where he could be going.
And talk about that pressure, bang. The back of the site now, all the util being flooded his way. It's a paranoia as well, so he's blinded up. Wall, pretty similar position there, taking a fight. I mean, the wall just rotating around.
So good though. That shut it down. It's got to be a save from 100 Thieves.
Has to be.
They've got no chance.
Unless you start taking risks. Bangs out in the open though. He knows that someone's planted close to that corner. Astral form, popping it off there, and that's going to be a TP out to disengage. Not cleared, not watched for. Angles tries to flick towards the cranium of Kiwi, but they're just investing everything into this, and it's desperation. Derek trying to make a moment of it, trying to get a clip, but will not happen. Shut down, and Foot leading. 3 rounds now between them.
If they had saved 3 rifles there, they might have still been able to delay that pivotal moment one step further and put together something for round 18. But by committing to the retake, I think that's a massive blunder because they've just set Futbolist for a perfect sweep of momentum heading deeper into this map.
Yeah.
100 Thieves are now in very desperate territory. And I think that you're seeing the weaknesses of this composition. While it's very good for controlling the map on some other, or rather, it's very good at controlling territory on some other maps. Here on Lotus, it's too big. The choke points are not small enough to get value out of the Seize nade, and they don't have information. As soon as Futbolists take away rubble from them, 100 Thieves don't have info on the rest of the map. There was only Bang on C. He was forced to play retake, and 100 Thieves don't even have a great retake comp here. They haven't demonstrated an ability to retake at any point in this map. Futbolists are running away with this, and they look like they've got a much better idea of how to play Lotus.
Understandable. It's their map pick. They looked pretty fantastic. Admittedly, not really tested too hard when they played against RRQ, but we referenced earlier, I think 100 Thieves coming into this match and entering that second half, that was the unknown territory, and really feel it, I think, as well, just how important it is that 100 Thieves have a good read on their opponents and what they're going to be doing. Right now, weaknesses just being pried apart.
So once more, we're going to see the clash over towards A. Just a small one, though. Kiwi's not committing to this, so I think Foot are going to allow 100 Thieves to control this area just a little bit.
So
question is,
a Prowler knife.
Who really pushes up? Does anyone try and take this space?
Looks like the whole team is. They're on the Stinger and Sheriff buy right now for 100 Thieves, so willing to take these risks. And I mean, Foot are so damn aware that they could be pushed here. You can see the ping. Mr. Fallen's not opening himself up to a wider angle. He's letting them push into them. Paranoia though, this is the time to fight up close and personal. Usually the Stinger favored, but this time, Mr. Fallen
That is so
Getting
dangerous.
away with it.
So dangerous from Mr. Farlin. His teammates had just left, thinking he wasn't going to go for that play, and he's just, YOLO. But whatever, he has a better gun, so he ends up on the positive side of it and gets a heal from Ada Captain. So he's dealt with it.
Yeah, and a bit of a disconnect now as we enter that mid-round.
And 100 Thieves don't tend to be that dangerous on these rounds. Their player quality is really high, just as high as the Footballist guys. But they tend to play in such a structured way that they don't actually have that many crazy opportunities in the middle of a round.
Yeah,
they don't create chaos.
Foot are now wading into the site. There's 2 players holding this one, including Stellar up close.
And they've heard the footsteps,
yeah,
so they're calling for rotates.
They don't have a paranoia or the flashes all the way through. It's down to Stellar, but he cannot claim the kill. It's Kiwi once more. Massive performance. And so many shots going to be fired now. A bit of a reset of the aim. The angle being found, and time is running low. Foot going to make the most of it. Asuna! Absolute freak of nature.
Well, let me just eat my words. 100 Thieves spoon-feeding my comments back to me. That is ridiculous from Asuna.
And just the spacing from Foot there, just not wide enough to give them any berth away from that. You can see those shots, I mean, lined it up perfectly for him. All he's got to do is rattle them away one after the other.
And I think, Brent, you were right on the money there. Too many footsteps, ironically, from Foot. And 100 Thieves read it, stacked 4 players there, and just like that, they're back in the map.
It was a massive round for them to be able to take away here. Again, that same, really similar presence by 100 Thieves here. They throw the horn, but there's not too much else being used behind this. And this does apply that kind of pressure to Derek, because he's had to just play all the way back. He pretty unaware currently as well. With all these smokes blocking these line-of-sight angles, with how far back he is, he's had to call for rotates. It weakens the rest of the defensive hold for 100 Thieves, as they have pulled over 3 of the players.
It weakens some of the hold, but Bang's getting good info towards C, so he knows this isn't a fake. They can full commit. And now we get to see, how good does 100 Thieves retake look? They're not, oh, they are going for a flood.
Showstopper, yep, flooding right back in with the ultimate. We have to see value in the middle. Guesses incorrectly, right to the side. Crack's still making the most of this one, and Ada Captain holding the line, making sure that nobody can wade past that one sight line. It's up to them to try and find some heroics here. Stella tries to reset the aim here. He is going to be on 70 health, drops down low in that 1v2. Players low, but the angle not afforded to him. Ada Captain, what a finish to that one. 11th round gained here for Foot, and climbing ever so closer to that critical map 1 win.
Just when 100 Thieves pull out magic to get back into the map, Footballists slam the door in their face once more. And that post plant was lovely. And also, I got a question. Every time we've seen Cryo try and get back into somewhere with his ultimate, he doesn't have a great read on where to fire it. He looks awkward. He's not taking as much space as possible. I think maybe, and it's still a bit too early to say, but maybe you're starting to see some of that lack of comfort that you wouldn't get with Cryo on Jet.
He's sitting at 10 and 15, so it's always a possibility.
This time, a lot of people from 100 Thieves behind that utility on A Rubble. And it's again going to put pressure on Bang. We saw him just have to retreat last time. Now it looks like he's standing his ground.
Everything on Bang. Shoulders still delivers a kill, finally shutting down Kiwi. Absolute menace that he's been opening up these sites, but the Thieves are going to be afforded now a 5v4 situation for their retake. Derek opens up the door. This is dangerous, but Crow's watching the other side of it, the other avenue still. Not really trying to play with a bit of pace here. There is a punish there on the res. Kiwi once more being brought down and up close to the wall, Mr. Fallon. No opportunities afforded to him. He tried to push past that stage wall as it was broken, but that structure, that discipline, it does rear its head once more for 100 Thieves, so they do get that round, and so back and forth.
Yeah. This map has been insane so far. 100 Thieves are refusing to give up. Every time it looks like they're out of the map. Round 18, round 20. They're winning the necessary thrifties. I suppose not really a thrifty there, though, from 100 Thieves, because they committed to it, but it was a broken buy.
Yeah, it was weak.
They weren't favored. Only Bang receiving 5 players, and he got massive results out of it.
The fact that he even gets 1 kill there, fully blinded up, I think, from the paranoia.
Yeah.
And still gets out of his life.
And just buying time and stopping from Footballists feeling comfortable for the rest of 100 Thieves to get their value.
Heavy presence, though. This fight being taken. And this is a close angle that's being held by Derek. The rest of his team here, even that util being dumped in. And this can get dangerous if you don't have the proper tools to try and contain, especially as Kiwi. Opens himself up, slight angle there. The door being open means that Derek does have an avenue to escape. And that slow pressure being put down onto them. 100 Thieves looking like they really want to fight hard for Ruins here. They're aware of players still watching, still holding these positions.
They were hoping to catch Footballist in transition there. They just waited, delayed for a little while, and then opened the door and kind of were hoping to collapse on a few players out in the open. But Footballist was still diligent and disciplined. Now that 0 point finds really good info from Asuna. I think they should have the read that this is heading towards B or C.
Starting to rotate now. Players flooding. Asuna's going to be left onto A just to hold that side down, but that's going to be the incorrect call from him still. Has to show at least that he's thinking about it. But that lockdown being used is going to push 100 Thieves back, so not going to be able to get onto the angles to try and deny space into the site. Foot are going to be able to walk their way in now with 25 seconds left. Very aggressive war. Cryo, heads up play from him, actually pre-firing the top section of it. Now this rotating door, but there's a crossfire. It's deep in sand. Many fights being taken of great importance right now. The 100 Thieves are struggling to get anywhere. These slow orbs are really bogging them down. They just can't quite find the footing to get into this. The satchel possibly to push them forwards. Fight being taken. Cryo wins it. Up close again. The second is there. Now the nade. Rebounds forwards. It's all down to Kiwi with 2. But eventually he goes down. Still planted. Time running low. Down to Moch. Gets the first. Will he get the second? The top of the spike. He will. And now bang. Half HP and tap, tap, tap again. 12-9. The Red Bull clutch. What a difference maker.
Incredibly good idea in the round from Footballist as well. It's Moj who opens the round up with the lockdown. And off the back of that ult being used, Footballist push forward and take as much space as they possibly can. The retake was happening on 3 angles, and Moj stayed solid against that rotating door from B, and is there to win by just, as you said, Brent, tap, 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 exactly where they need it on that amazing plant position. It's all off the lockdown.
Oh my goodness!
What an opener.
What a punish.
This might be it for the map.
And at 4v5, it's pushing 100 Thieves to desperation. Showstopper, it's close, it misses! Again! Has he not claimed a kill? And amongst the salvage, amongst the rubble, it's Foot that are reigning supreme, and Kiwi, he's not messing around. The space being gained, the shutdown in place, 4 kills to take the map.
It is such an awesome start from Foot. An incredible map veto, exactly pushing 100 Thieves to the area where they've looked the weakest in this tournament, and they come out with results. I was a bit worried about the first half, but with 5 on the board, they demonstrated they didn't even really need that.
And the pressure and expectations on 100 Thieves' shoulders. Well, listen, their opponent's Foot, like we said at the beginning, everything to play for, but all that pressure, they know they're the underdogs coming into this, the real David versus Goliath. That's going to be map number 1 wrapped up here, but still much more of the series left to go. We'll see you just after this.
Bull gives you wings.
What a start from EMEA's representative, but they take their map pick Lotus against 100 Thieves. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here with Achilles and Mimi. Now, before the match, we were asked to do predictions, and I drew this really cursed, horrendous depiction of what I thought was going to happen this game, and I'm very happy to see it is a Kiwi on top of a 100 Thieves hoodie for those.
See, I know it's a good drawing because you have to explain to the audience what you drew.
Hey, when I showed it to Sideshow, he got it. He got it on the nose, but I just wanted to bring it back up because it did feel like Mimi, it kind of summed up the game.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves came in that first half and had a good idea of what they wanted for their game plan, played a very solid attacking side, but when we switched things over, the same issues of 100 Thieves defense proved true that we saw versus EDG, and Foot, on the other hand, was playing excellently in that half.
It pretty much went the exact same way. It was 2 rounds that they were able to pick up on that defending side, much like when they played against EDG, so clearly 100 Thieves still a lot to workshop when it comes down to how to pilot that side of the map and temper this aggression that was continuously coming out from the side of Footballs, because Kiwi, we didn't get to see too much of him on the attack in that first set. Now he comes out here and he has an explosive game.
Yeah, that he did. And also for Foot, their post spines that they had on this map, I thought were really good. I think that for 100 Thieves, their read on the game was that with this Fade Raise comp, they wanted to get in early information, then play back and lean into these retakes in the post. But Foot never let that happen. They were really good at getting sites executed with this Neon, with this Sage Wall. But once they got into the post spines, they were winning almost every time. 91%, 10 out of 11. That is an insane stat that they managed to pull off. And I think the thing is that they were also also just always fighting so deep that 100 Thieves was kind of funneling in one at a time, losing out to those players. Also, those Sage walls into the post plant were oftentimes causing issues with 100 Thieves not breaking them in time and then just feeling very staggered in their approach to those retakes.
Yeah, the entire tempo on those retakes just felt completely off from the side of 100 Thieves. So I think that this is a map that they're really going to have to revisit, break down, maybe even reassess the composition that they're trying to run, or just pivot the style that they're playing it under if they want to have success on this. Otherwise, floating Lotus could prove to be very dangerous for them if they do still win this series.
Well, I've gassed up Kiwi already. Let's take a look at him in the Verizon high-speed moment, because it was absolutely a highlight reel of everything this guy could do. And this isn't even his best agent, maybe. His best agent is Jet.
I don't know, Yinsu. I feel like Neon might be his best because he looks incredible on this both times that we've gotten to see him play. On the defensive side, great ideas. On the attack as well, being the first win in on these executes, it felt like he couldn't miss.
Yeah, it was just way too much to deal with. I mean, just constantly just being able to mow down person after person in the enemy squad as well. So his spray control, his movement on this Neon, everything is so well played out. And a 4K to end it all with the ult pop at the end was just great. And this guy was popping off the entire game, and he had every reason to.
Yeah, he absolutely did as well. I mean, absolutely shutting down on 100 Thieves there, and I think building a ton of confidence for himself and for his team. You saw him popping off, going crazy every time he hit one of those clips.
Well, before the match, we set up, you know, that head-to-head between Mr. Farlan and Stella. Here is Mr. Farlan in the aim lab shoot-around before we get into the next map as he is warming up. Did it feel like Stella struggled a little bit? We haven't seen him struggle like that this tournament at all.
So it's interesting. I actually felt like in the first half, like the casters were talking about, he had a very good read on the game, had some good ideas on how to play 100 Thieves mid-round, but the defensive calling, I think, was struggling. I think they came up with the wrong solution against these strong post plants 4 foot and really struggled to find anything. They were just facing up against a brick wall.
Yeah, we were talking about, you know, how is he going to IGL this team to success. Turns out saying Kiwi go kill is a pretty good strategy. So just keep unleashing that one, especially as we get ready to go into the next map of Haven.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And for Mr. Fallen, too, I think that the attack side decision-making from him was good. They were so often just throwing execute after execute with Kiwi running in, but he was varying it up enough that it felt like 100 Thieves was always forced to kind of play back, give that space. They were never really able to get that perfect stack to shut down the executes.
Well, we're moving on to 100 Thieves map pick here. It's definitely not, they're not out just yet. Achilles, what are you expecting here?
I mean, I think that 100 Thieves are going to be a team that's able to rebound after a loss like this. I think that they're still going to be able to have very level heads on their shoulders. They showed that with Pearl, with how, well they were able to fight back against EDG after suffering very similar loss on Lotus. So I think that they're still going to come back into this one with maximum comfort. And, before we even got into that first map, I did say it felt like Lotus was a must-win for Footballs to be able to take this series. Now they have that in their back pocket. I'm curious to see how this Haven is going to look for them, because in their first series, we saw them ban it.
Yeah, and as well, this is going to be another one of those maps where it is a direct rematch. These two teams played this map at Red Bull home ground. 100 Thieves won last time 13-10.
Of course, Kiwi wasn't there that game, so he could be the difference maker here. They had to play with their sub. Mooj at the time, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here, and so far it's looking like that comp they played already.
Yeah, it's looking pretty standard on both sides, but what I'm hoping for is Kiwi, Cryo on the Jet, and that's exactly what we get. This head-to-head is going to be pivotal, because while Cryo is good on race, he's solid, he did fine, his starring agent is this Jet, and like you were talking about, Sue, it's the same thing for Kiwi.
They did a little swapsy. Now, Arson has gone to the KO, and Krax is playing the Fade, so there's a slight change here, but I don't know how that's going to impact the game. But 100 Thieves, they have to win this if they want to stay in the tournament. Saisho and Brent, let's see if they can.
That's right, the heat is building and the pressure is mounting on the side of 100 Thieves, because it is do or die, right, in this single elimination. And right now you're staring down the barrel of defeat because, listen, Foot are looking primed and ready. It's quite poetic that we're heading to Haven as well, as the desk has already mentioned. It is. This is the last time that both of these teams played Haven was against each other, admittedly with Foot being a slightly weaker roster with Kiwi not playing.
And I think that that's a real key, because in that series, Cryo went crazy. He's just playing Jet on Haven. He goes 300 ACS, 7-1 in first kill. People couldn't shut him down. And that was specifically 100 Thieves on their attack side, where he was dominating. But what we've just seen from Kiwi, going 31-19 with over 220 ADR, like, this is going to be an even matchup, I think.
Let's get this started. Speaking of confidence, that's a Sheriff in the hands of Kiwi. But Cryo's the one that's going to be leading it in now for 100 Thieves on this pistol round. Dash forwards. Not in close, but a good paranoia. Looks like Foot want to be fighting this one. Putting their own util into this, making sure that it's not an easy task, and despite the flash into the back, still the kills, one after another. Asner with that ghost, real precision, even the paranoia into the back, and a captain does well to get just the one, but at least the angle's being watched for, so pistol round gets off on the right start here for 100 Thieves.
Such fantastic play from Bang and Asana to support Cryo as he goes into backside. I think you need to start with the composition from 100 Thieves. Asana moving away from the fade and not playing breach, which is very common on this map too, means that they're going to have quite a bit less utility for Cryo. Right? Asana's got more for himself, but for Cryo on their retakes or when they try to get, like in that situation where they're trying to push towards the back of the site, having already taken the front, they don't have that extra breach utility. So instead, 100 Thieves have got to rely on extremely good trading. And that's what you get from Bang, from Derek and Asana, Stella too, actually. These guys are so clean with it, usually.
They've certainly been pushed in that area.
Yeah, and I think Kiwi will continue to push them, Brett. I think it's one thing to be able to trade out a Neon. I think in theory, it's even more difficult to trade out the Jet. If Kiwi starts getting the feel of the game and getting his groove going, he's going to be able to force 1v1s just based off the agent he's playing.
Contact push up, smoke a little bit delayed there, so the drone, I believe, spots at least one, maybe two players in short.
If they cancel, Mr. Fallen going for the info peak when 100 Thieves are
that's going to make them re-hit.
still clearly there. That's a pretty big mistake, I think.
Oh, and it's angle, Stella. You're not favored there, son. Spectre. Slight upgrade, and Kiwi makes the most of it. Now this guy is a real thorn in their sides.
Both Jets popping off.
Yep. You just buy his time, make sure that this fight gets taken, and that is not favorable. Bang will trade it, but my goodness. What a threat this guy is.
Massive mistake from Cryo there, being the trader with only a fraction of health. Leaves everything down to Bang. This is a round that 100 Thieves cannot afford to lose.
20 seconds. Spike's not in his hands, has to reclaim it, and realistically, only sight that's going to be afforded to him is that A site.
There is very little time
12
here.
seconds, and yet, look at this.
Monge has a nano swarm if Bang doesn't plant safe.
Ready and waiting. Smoke, push forwards. Kill needs to be found, and my goodness, is it strained. But it is a round win, nevertheless, for 100 Thieves. Foot can be happy with that, though. There was a ton of damage done. Not just to the economy, but I think Kiwi as well, building up that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, mental damage inflicted, I think. But I don't know if we'll see in the replay. Yeah, here. Cryo tries to trade when he's the weak player and Derek has all the health. That is way the wrong way of doing things. And I don't know why that call is made, because it would be so natural for Cryo to be the first player in. But yeah, for whatever reason, that's what they chose, and it led to disaster there. Taking a look at the economy again. Not really that badly affected. Only a Guardian for Derek, and Mr. Fallen has one on the other side. So very even scenes heading into round 3, but it's not a bonus.
Shots are fired off just down that long corridor. It's a contact play, bit of a reload. Oh, cracks. Of course he wants to take the fight. He wants a little bit more. And he's going to get supported. Stray shots being rattled, and my goodness, that Guardian. Mr. Fallen making the most of it. 3 in the round. Will he make it 4? Not quite, but he'll be happy with that. That's a Prime Gaming flawless. Upgrades all around. And so that bonus round, the 100 Thieves fully invested into, not back down to that eco.
Yeah, there's the big issue. And Footballists, you're seeing what they're going to do frequently on this defense side, which is to try to challenge 100 Thieves before they get set up for an execute. So they're on aggressive angles. They're trying to get them before or as they use utility. And you see for 100 Thieves, they weren't ready to go for some big C split. They were only just starting to walk up to the choke point where they wanted to burst from. And Footballists want to force those fights, force the engagements where they can take 1v1s and don't have to worry about utility.
Yeah, disrupting those timings, that's been a key win condition for Foot. It's nice to see it carry forwards. Early days yet though on Haven, so is that weaker buy? Okay, drone, I don't believe spotted anything. But maybe just a bit of a feint as they do set their sights now over towards the B sites. Nano swarms though, they're going to be blocking that off, so off the back of that paranoia, and that's not too ideal. It's going to be Cryo that really sets them up. Dashes forwards. Great kill to find with a Blade Storm, but still difficult. No, stray bullets. Almost goes down himself. Plant's going to go down, though. 33 health. He's got to make the most of this. The knife is going to be avoided. Dash forwards. Is the trade there? Yes. Bang. Has the rifle. Derek, what is that? Up close and personal, straight through the scope. Here's the tap. Tries to hit the flick, but eventually shut down. Out of captain.
Safe hands. But that one got scary. With a rifle in the hand of Bang, he almost made miracles happen there. And honestly, Cryo was supposed to be the player that was put in position to clutch the round, and despite being able to get the opener, I feel like he could have maybe done more. That could have gotten even more dangerous for Foot.
Yeah, very, very dangerous. Derek making the most of that Marshall purchase.
It just keeps the economy suppressed a little bit for Foot. It doesn't have any ramifications here, but maybe as we go later down the road. Kiwi, though, now with Operator in hand, looking towards C. 100 Thieves seem like they're putting a premium on breaking this Killjoy utility early on, and then canceling. There you see Garage Control, break the alarm bot. They're looking to try and punish any reaction from Footballist. Maybe if Ada Captain or Cracks get a bit too aggressive over on A.
Ada Captain is pretty wide out in the open down that A long angle. The drone just spotting that. Has to be some level of awareness that there could be a player pushed, but smoke's going to be dropped down now, front side of B. There's a turret at the top, but it's not going to be spotting them if they contact through the smoke. That's the purpose of it. And there we go, flash into the connector, starting to make their moves. 100 Thieves moving forwards once more. That's going to be a cloud burst, and Mr. Fallen, pressure's on him. Dash back though to disengage, that stun's good, and a reset of the aim. Magical stuff so far, really testing every single faculty of play from 100 Thieves, and they're looking to pivot now back into Garage, but guess what? Moj is there. Once more ready. And the sideline is so damn precarious.
They've also just never taken information away from Footballist on A. Foot never have to worry about the A side of the map at all, because Cracks is just watching that.
And what's the answer? Taking their time, contact in, one player spotted. Oh, close to the corner. That is really good discipline. No! Oh my goodness, what a whiff. Could have denied the plant there, could have maybe got a little bit more, but too greedy with it. Now a deep knife to push and take control of the connector. Fast play into the back of the side. It's Kiwi with the most to do, but he will fall. Stella and Derek still alive. Asuna dropped to his knees. They are being surrounded, but this crossfire is quite good, and the camera's going to be giving information in the moment. There it is, spotted round the side. Enough bullets will do it, and magical stuff from Stella. Seals the deal.
Looking awesome on these attack sides. But it was the defense where Stella fell to pieces. We'll have to wait and see for that. What an unfortunate whiff from Ada Captain, though. The discipline and the awareness to know he could win the round right then and there, and yet couldn't win the duel against Asuna, who was planted. He's gonna be kicking himself for that. But competitors have got to have short memories. Wipe that one away, focus on the next round.
It comes down to.
I'm looking at Kiwi here. He looks like he wants to push down mid with a Blade Storm.
He does have him. Ripped him out in his hands right now. Deep Horns as well. Spots onto Stella, but just contacting. But it is being watched for. Yeah, they are ready for it. You have got to be kidding me. What a ballsy play, man. Updraft dash into it, and risk taken all over the damn map. Close to the corner. That's not being cleared by the drone there. Mr. Fallen could get quite a lot of work done. Paranoia, though, cuts across. Even a shock dart. Is it going to be cleared? No, it's a half clear. Eventually, Bang swings it around. It's tidy.
Nicely done. 100 Thieves not getting caught up by the same problems they had early. You know, kind of round 3, round 4 issues for them, where Footballists were able to challenge them much more aggressively. That time, 100 Thieves are ready for it. Stella holding all the way back in his own spawn. And actually, Kiwi forced a 1v1 too. If he'd been able to get the kill instantly, he may have had time to turn on the second player just with the way he dashed. But I think still credit to 100 Thieves, even with the way that they took C, always holding for each other, never allowing just one player to be exposed. That's the level of discipline that 100 Thieves need.
And here comes an important round. Big investment from Foot. Spending almost all their money. They've got good ults as well to try and deny the plan. It looks like That is the goal. Cryo dashes into the wall.
Yeah, fake.
Not sure if that's intentional, but okay, well, Derek wants to make the most of this one. Doesn't save the Hunter's Fury. Instead, he saw an opportunity for it and
Bang's
distracted
ulted into spawn.
Yep. Bang ulting into the back. It ruined the crosshair placement of Mr. Fallen. And he can be just that final backstab for them.
What a sick set play by 100 Thieves. In interviews, they were talking quite a bit about how they've moved away from this style a little, with Mike's taking over for Sean. But I love them whenever they throw them out because they always seem so well prepared.
Yeah.
And it just takes the pressure off the 100 Thieves guys to have to worry too much because they're all just, you know, going through the motions.
I wonder if we'll see this in the replay as well, but I got to think now as well, Cryo dashing into the wall has to be intentional.
Oh,
right,
yeah.
to bait util.
Yeah, that was a bait.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's trying to draw attention towards B because as soon as the B players hear that, they're going to be throwing out utility, they're going to be calling for the rotates, and that pulls people away from spawn, so it gives space to bang, and it also pulls people away from the rest of the map where 100 Thieves are actually intending to go.
Really smart.
Yeah, it's a sick little pump fake strat.
Yeah.
So that gets one on the board, and actually, I think they would have been hoping that Footballist heavy committed to it, and it ruined the economy. And instead of that being an economical pivot round, that gets delayed a little bit because Footballist kept 3 players alive.
You can really feel the importance of it now with that timeout. So
yeah, Foot take a timeout. And Foot have massive ults to work with.
Yeah.
So this one's really important. The question is, can the ult economy make up for the fact that 2 of their players are going to be coming in here with Spectres, probably?
How do you want to fight it? The comp is good that they're running on the side of Foot for playing retakes towards A if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Just pressuring them back with the breach. You know, the Aftershock is a great tool to use in that circumstance. But, I mean, so far, honestly, it feels like 100 Thieves aren't even wading towards A lobby. I mean, there's some early cages. That's pretty much it.
Well, yeah, I was looking towards what Stella was doing on the attack side. So to break it down, he's throwing that cage early, but he's not actually popping both of them. He leaves one for the mid round, he puts his cam, and this is, you know, forcing Foot to break the cam to push him away. He leaves a trip, and then Stella's job is late in the round, somewhere in the mid round, he can pop that cage either for them to genuinely return to A or to fake the return to A. One of the problems, though, is Foot aren't scared. They are just still swinging it to get info because they want to take a fight. They don't care if 100 Thieves are there. They're looking to take the duel anyway.
That's their playbook.
Yeah, you kind of have to bully Foot a little bit so that they stop being so confident. But when you're playing against these Turkish teams, they just have confidence in droves.
And take more than that to push them back.
So there, look, you have double cage being thrown from Stella, the cam as well. Presumably the cam will end up getting broken, and now these cages can be popped later in the round. But the fake just hasn't been that effective because Kiwi just stays there and he's like, well, is anyone actually pushing off the back of this?
Play it close though. Oh, this could be everything. Bang. Cutting noise. Silent. Where did he go? Rotated back there to the choke. Staying alive for now, but in some real danger. Another smoke going to be dropped down, and that's in the connector. They hit his turret. They've pulled so many players off Foot over towards B.
Both cages now pop from Stella, and look, Kiwi just doesn't care. He's still calling the bluff of 100 Thieves. So these 4 players stay towards B and towards C.
And so they're going to be in position now to try and disrupt this one. It looks like pretty slow setup by 100 Thieves as they're trying to at least make it look like it's towards the C split, but time is running low here. But the amount of time that they've spent just trying to get into the site, it's left up to contact plays, and that's what it's going to take. Derek moves forwards, an instant answer. Cracks, beautiful stuff from him, but down to Rolling Thunder. Whittles his way across. Stella just trying to beat that late backstab once more. Fully blinded up though. He's going to be spamming away. Has to whip the classic. And now the util into the back of the site, but the players are surrounding this. And the spike still yet to be planted. Aftershock pushes them back. This is a disaster for 100 Thieves. Stella trying to make the most of it, but time is so damn low, and he's got to stick it. It's the only play afforded to him. Will he get the spike down? Will that respect be shown? Yes, but the angle watched for on top of Logs, and Kiwi's good for it.
Foot shutting it down. 100 Thieves with way too many angles to cover, and the util is not hitting these defenders. The paranoia missed, the nade missed, and like I said, that A fake that Stella's going for, trying to pull people or keep people on A, That's also failing. Foot are holding their ground and calling the bluff of 100 Thieves. They're not showing them any respect, and it's paying off in dividends. 100 Thieves have got to go back to the drawing board here, and I think that it's actually really difficult to tell that your A pressure isn't working. You know, they can't see the full minimap. They don't know that that kind of stuff is happening.
Operator in the hands of Cryo, though. He's taken that deep angle, deep line towards A long.
And it might seem like we're being overly critical here of 100 Thieves, but if they hadn't won the pistol and follow-up, this has been dead even. And the economy is on a knife's edge on both sides, too. 100 Thieves maybe with a slight lead. Good utility here, but having to commit so many more bodies to A just to make sure that Foot respect it. And I could still see Kiwi re-peaking this.
Yeah. This guy loves to take the fights. In the middle of all of this as well, there's been so much time burnt off of this round. There hasn't been any preset destruction of that Killjoy utility.
They can't afford the bodies to go and do it because they're focused so hard on A.
And so this Crossfire setup. It looks like they're just trying to slam into the site now. Hammering into these players, Kiwi though. Rare fight being lost there, but Asuna still comes up with the goods, and okay. Lit up like a Christmas tree. Had a captain, no choice but to try and leap and bound out of there, but doesn't get out with his life. That counter spam at work. There's a lockdown to push them away here, but a spike has been planted. And what have 100 Thieves got for this? Nana Swarm at their feet, I believe, destroyed, and now they have taken these forward positions. Mr. Fallen, he looks away at just the wrong time. A double play pushing up Cryo, what a shot to hit. And he has just been the difference maker.
What was happening there in the Foot camp? Why were they so distracted, looking the wrong way? Great opportunity to win that round, and it falls away from them. 100 Thieves offered another opening. Take a look at this in the replay, the way that Cryo just finds the back.
Because Mr. Fallen is looking behind.
Yeah, really unusual stuff there. Must have been distracted by the A-long players or possibly some kind of weird comp from the rest of his team. Well, that gives 100 Thieves a great opening.
Kiwi's got an off.
Yeah, I mean, don't ask me. He can afford it next round, and it's not like he's worried about dropping it to Cryo.
This is, yeah, I mean, honestly, respect the play.
I think he could be much more active around the map if he had a rifle, perhaps, but his opping is pretty superb.
Knife sailed its way down over the top.
And he's still getting active.
He's over towards C now.
Yeah.
Tons of players here. What a shot! Oh my goodness! Sending Cryo all the way back to the respawn queue with that one. Gonna watch from the sideline. Still, Stella. Another moment missed from him. Cage forwards, and he is going to be taking up that space. Wants to make the most of this one. He knows that the big threat is going to be on Kiwi. Almost taking a bit of damage. Mr. Fallen up close. Shorty. That's dangerous. Rifle now picked up from that one. Good paranoia to clear, but guess what, Kiwi? This guy is everywhere right now. B, C, A, doesn't matter.
Stella's been the most active player for 100 Thieves. He's had to kill almost everybody. Oh, and my word, Kiwi nearly got a shot at the back of Derek's head as he flees to C. Kiwi can't quite find the timing to deny the spike from meeting up.
Very fast with it, though.
Can he win the 1v2? Does he have any idea where Stella is?
2 cloud bursts. One going to be used to try and fake some presence towards Garage, and he's lurking all the way up. Could have got a fantastic read. It's a double clearance by 100 Thieves, though, if they're not ready for this. And they're not. First kill found. How does this get played? By Derek, he swings it. That's how
so
you
bold.
match it, man. That's how you match it. Got to fight fire with fire, confidence with confidence.
That certainly seems to be the idea from 100 Thieves. Stella once more is finding these gorgeous timings too. His attack side read of the game has been beautiful on both of these maps. But it was the second half where it all fell away from 100 Thieves, and I'm worried about the same kind of thing, I'm not going to lie. When we saw these two teams play in the offseason, and yes, it was without Kiwi, 100 Thieves went up 8-4 on this half when they were attacking. And it was only just enough. They went up to 11-4, and then the end result was 13-10. It was a really close game. Cryo responds with the opener, playing just as well as he did in that match. At least when he's on Jet.
Yeah. Definite comfort role. Kiwi, though. This position usually gets cleared. He wants to take the fight. There was a stun. The full line there to set him up. Instant answer, and he does still want to fight it.
He can't get punished.
Solo takes the fight and rips off the header. Cryo! Foot are just demonic.
Kiwi makes the difference. And as Yinsu said, he's stepping on the hoodie hawk. Oh my word. He had 31 kills on Lotus. He's got 13 in the first 11 rounds. And I said the jet pick, in theory, is even more difficult to stop because he just forces the 1v1s. His crosshair, immaculate. His read of the game and where people are going to be is perfect. And he's got an operator with a Blade Storm again to try and finish things out well. Like I said, 8-4 was the kind of line drawn in the sand for 100 Thieves in the offseason. Can it go one better? Flash recon combination, but the flash not quite there in time.
Yeah, still getting broken. Had the placement for it now.
And the cage is just still used. Please, Kiwi, go away from A.
Yeah, he's not giving them any ground.
And even if he's not getting the kills here, he's still getting such good info. 4 players from Foot. How many times have we seen it stacked towards B and C?
100 Thieves just looking to try and flood into the site now. There's a flash to push back the angle. Even a fragment nade gives him peace of mind. No one's holding close into that smoke. Plant will go down, but the ults are online here. Foot, Nightfall. How do they want to use this one? Setting it up, a complete post-plant setup as well. The entirety of 100 Thieves playing off the site, and that's the reason why. The Nightfall doesn't latch onto any of them, and a reclearance by 100 Thieves is called into Garage. Taking his space, and it's going to have to be up to Cracks to try and lock that one down, but does he expect the second player? Time pressure really on them. Asuna is there behind them at the entire time, and he's lurking, creeping, crawling. It was watched for, spraying it down, so much damage, but no kills found. And it's just sheer chaos. Panic in the camp of 100 Thieves, and they can't win the fights.
Foot ready for it. And with with just 2 seconds left on the clock, Foot claim it. I mean, they were ready for the garage flank. They were ready. They had 3 players ready to shut down Asuna, and he still caused chaos. Nevertheless, Foot come out on top. Great utility, crazy confidence pushing in the mid. That's exactly how you deal with this. Foot can smell blood in the water.
They certainly can. A 5-7 scoreline. It's such a narrow lead for 100 Thieves. And this is elimination. This map is where it all lies. But before we get into that second half, let's toss it down to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much, Brennan. Sideshow, thought they're pulling it back, but Mimi, 100 Thieves had such great ideas here.
Yeah, they had some fantastic ones, and I think that they did a good job on their attacking side of varying the more normal 100 Thieves mid-round, playing to get Saw into alert with some of these set plays that the casters are talking about. And I wanted to take a look at the most impressive one on round 7, where they had this really cool fake into the B site, where they initially come up to B. They've been doing a lot of B hits before this, so Foot is conditioned to recognize this as being a B hit. You have a Molly, you have a stun, you have a cloud burst, and you have the Hunter Shuri going in. And Cryo actually fakes his dash. He just dashes straight into a wall to fake them out of this one as they cancel the play. And they run all the way back around into the C site. And Mr. Fallen is expecting them to have come B into Link and wrapped around on him, so he's looking the complete wrong direction, and 100 Thieves to grab a free round. Again, it starts off with good ideas from 100 Thieves, but that is also how map number 1 started.
Yeah, it's a 7-5 half yet again with football starting on the defense. Now they get ready to go on the attack. The one thing that does give me it makes me feel a little bit better right now is the way that this man is playing. Stellar has been incredible on this Cypher. Dropping 328 as an attacking Cypher, impressive stuff. He's also been trying to do some info baiting, making it a little bit more uncertain as to where his presence is, using those Cypher cages over towards A. Granted, football's not really falling for it too much, but this guy now, going over to the defending side, he should be able to be a very solid side anchor.
Yeah, and if we remember back to that very close EDG series, it was Stellar's individual performance and calling that kept 100 Thieves in it. It might just be that again, or it might be Footballers pulling another comeback. The casters are talking about it. There's history between these two teams on this map. Football has pulled a very, very close game with a strong attack side at Red Bull home ground. We'll have to see if they can replicate that to maybe close this one out 2-0.
Footballs look really hot right now. They are crushing. Kiwi in particular looking great still. It's going to take everything for 100 Thieves to stop this.
Boy, Footballers can do this. This is going to be a massive upset. Josh and Bren, I can't wait to see it.
Certainly about to find out whether or not we will go to that map 3, or is it 100 Thieves who are going to be going home in 2. It would be a tremendous upset if it ended up happening.
Yeah. And Stella's the player to watch, in my mind. He had a great start on Lotus, on the attack side, and then he went 2 and 9 on defense. He just couldn't hold on, couldn't get the read on what was happening either from an IGLing perspective. So I'm looking towards Stella having a better half, and also Cryo being able to find those openings, because at the moment he's getting jet diffed. It's not that Cryo's playing that badly, but Kiwi has just been on fire in the series.
Follow over the shoulder there for the Prowler, just to fake that presence into Garage.
This is going to be a trap play down short off the cam. You can see Stella's cam is holding contact. They've got a Paranoia, and then Cryo swings.
I mean, trap plays only work if you wade into it.
Yep.
And so far, Foot have dedicated everybody towards this A-long angle. There was a trip there that did stop Kiwi. Cage has also popped up now. This is going to be throwing a bit of misinformation into the mix, just trying to find the shots. And still, now they're pushing them right down into these angles. Still the right click's not quite there. Frenzy in their hands. Pop flash play, and none the wiser. Foot struggled to really hold their ground as they did gain entry into the site, but it is 100 Thieves who get a pretty important pistol round.
Major pistol for 100 Thieves to win for a couple of reasons. One, because I think 100 Thieves are going to be more pressured on this side of the map. And also, on Lotus, we saw Footballists start the comeback by winning a really important pistol and drawing things back up 7-7. So that's what I'm looking towards here. Can 100 Thieves start to establish some pressure early? And actually, I really enjoy the idea of playing heavy short. The retakes looked wonky for 100 Thieves in their off-season game. There's been a long time for them to improve that. But the comp that they're running, without a fade, without a breach, you actually don't have very much good retake utility. So holding people down in deep positions, like short, like backside, is going to be important for them.
Hold line catch, Stella. Horn's going to get broken. Okay, and then there's a counter play there with a dart.
Yeah, I love this idea a lot more from 100 Thieves, the way that they're actually holding control over the map and not playing full retake. Brent, you actually broke down a play earlier on the Telestrator about how good 100 Thieves retakes can be, but this was one of the maps where it was looking shaky, so I'm in favor of the adjustment. We'll have to see whether it continues.
Yeah, the comp definitely suits that more hard anchoring play style where they're just not really willing to give up the space too easily. And Foot.
Four players on A.
Yeah, this is a heavy committal for 100 Thieves, but listen, it's the bonus round. They're looking to try and gamble a little bit.
But what this means is if you sniff out the fact that 100 Thieves are playing super heavy on one side of the map, you can push things into Stella and force 100 Thieves to play retake.
Knife and deep dart over the top there. And I know there's only the one player holding towards the one side of it, and look at this. Play to be made. Moj, oh, the spike's in his hand, he's looking away. Pop flash play, no one's close.
Yeah, they clear garden and decide not to overpush. So now it's a race over towards C.
What can Stella do in this position? He's got a setup right now.
Footballists are so slow, though.
Yeah, this is making it incredibly obvious. Still 100 Thieves. I think that there could be some presence into mid, but now the util's going to be sent flying. There you go, Paranoia, flash, everything. Whole kitchen sink as far as I'm concerned, and it does announce the presence of Foot. Cam spotting out there onto Mr. Farlin. Nanoswarm's going to be dropped down for them, but a fast retake, a fast play into the back of the site. There are flashes at work. Does at least grab that assist. Still the fight being taken, and then Stella relatively favored. This garage fight's so important, and Krax is just falling. And this hold is just so weak right now for Foot. 2 players remaining, trying to hold this down off the turret. Turret's contact! Oh my goodness, straining it down! Up into the fuse, but they're spraying in the wrong angle still! Eventually grabbing it, but my word, was it close.
And that means a good bonus round for 100 Thieves. They didn't invest heavily into the round and applied a lot of pressure. I actually think, yeah, listen, despite the fact that Foot win the round, 100 Thieves demonstrated that the flood retaking is also going to be good. The big problem will be when Footballists actually are able to set up the post plants, but there, 100 Thieves were really fast using Asina's flash to get out through CT, and Stella kept a smoke on site for them to first step, take back site, second step, take front site, and then start to worry about the post planters. This round's going to be supremely important, and Cryo had enough money to invest in an operator here. Holding a more passive angle than Kiwi was.
Does he choose to still hold? Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't get punished for that, so he's still playing confidently.
Smokes the cross, hold on the outside edge a bit. Will there be a repeat? Stun. Does catch. Cryo Forced out of that common position. He has got the entirety of the enemy team. Just
if you go for this, you have to go for it fast and burn your dash.
It's a high-low setup, though. They're going to be holding for this, surely. Util waiting. They're going to be up close and close. There's no dash. There it is. Waiting for some sort of sound cue. It was an instant reaction to get out of there. But he needs to hold this down or even get out, and he does at least back away.
Perfectly playing around the timings from Cryo there. Masterful work. But it's going to be a set retake from 100 Thieves. No flooding into the site here. And this is where the troubles have been happening, because Futbolist looks so good.
Paranoia, that's scratching onto two. Kiwi, though, has to be the man of the match. Crack's still close. No one clearing his close caller. That's Mr. Fall in lockdown. Right around the side. Cryo just not favored with the run and gun. Spectre making the most of it. And Foot, that was such an important round to win for them. The economy would have been shattered if they ended up losing that.
And it's 4v5, but once more, you see the same themes. 100 Thieves don't have the ability to go for these set retakes. And what I mean by the set retake is that you allow Futbolists the time to get into the best post-plant positions possible, put down the Killjoy, lockdown, set up the crossfires on site. And normally the way of breaking that is by dumping utility in there, going for a big coordinated retake at the same time. I don't think 100 Thieves have that, but this set play looks like it's masterfully constructed.
Yeah, Blade Storm, Flash, Recon, it's all there put together. Cryo was set up for the assist.
But now that Cryo dies, I think that's the sting taken out of the round.
Absolutely.
The other 4 players with the Sheriff. Maybe something will happen, but otherwise we're set up still for a close half here.
Yeah, it's going to take Foot essentially walking into this defensive setup, because Stellar is getting a decent amount of information with how pushed he is up into A long right now, and looks like the rest of Foot are grouping up for a bit of a C pop. Still, it's a contact play. Flash reclear gets good info. Damage done. Nades into the corner. Where's the setup? Anybody dying from that? Not quite, just weakening them. And Nade actually missed there. I think it hit the shins of somebody who was just holding into the corner. Prowler's good still. Back does collect the one shot. Derek, what can he do? 20 health, just can't quite get the angle in time, can't quite find a shot. The flank though, Stella picked up a rifle from Pryor. Wide swing from him, but it's contained.
We saw when 100 Thieves played against EDG, the game was insanely close. It got to this kind of point in the final map and they lost a 2v5, then they got 1v3'd by Kang Kang. They had to dodge 2 match points, but they were still able to come through. We know there's a lot of tenacity in this team. I'm looking towards Cryo again. Operator, same kind of line. Futbolists are going to be spamming utility at him. Can they get another opening pick?
Sort of cross. Dash activated though. Nightfall. Mr. Farland's in! He's just right into the back of them. I believe that was a TP, the ult play as well, and he's cut them up right from behind. The rest of his team backing him up. And they're taking these fights effectively, methodically, spamming down the angles. And Stella, what option are you afforded other than to save? You've got to run away. Get the hell out of there.
And what a great play. They had no idea that Mr. Fallen had come behind them.
Yeah, even caught me unaware.
Yeah, completely crunched those players over towards A-Long. And that's a set play from Futbolists, right? We've seen them find a lot of value on the attack side in this match, but used sporadically. That's such a huge one, though, because it knocks 100 Thieves back down onto an eco. The perfect time to run a strat like that.
Yeah. So pivotal.
Stella's rifle is going to be the only thing they have working towards round 19. And despite the fact that 100 Thieves win the pistol, we're all tied up.
9-9, this is where it gets particularly dangerous.
And again, I feel like our tone is critical of 100 Thieves, like we're really sensing danger here. And part of the reason for that is 4 out of 9 of the rounds have been 100 Thieves winning pistol and follow-up. So they've actually only demonstrated, you know, 5 other moments where they've been able to take control on Haven. Almost double that for Futbolist. This really does look dangerous to me. And Foot's economy is set up to take the lead.
Yeah. This is a timeout for 100 Thieves. Choosing now to take it. Obviously, the money for 100 Thieves currently, what I'm looking at, it's going to be that weaker half buy again, other than the rifle that Stella did manage to carry forward. So whatever they're calling, whatever they're cooking, is going to be for the round probably after this one, but now you're just slipping into potential defeat.
I'm not seeing the value out of the KO. It's not that Asana's having a bad game himself, but compared to a breach where you're able to give, you know, fault lines down A short and really try to control lobby, where you've got the flashes for the retake and the stuns, aftershock to try and deny the plant, you know, all of these tools that we know and love on this map, or the fade that Asana was running in the offseason where you have the overwhelming utility of Recon Dart being used at the same time as a Haunt, and it's very difficult to stop one of them from getting value. It's the kind of pick where Asana needs to be put in positions to control rounds himself. You kind of need Asana to be taking over the game with Cryo here on defense. I haven't seen that just yet.
Yeah, it's just been foot knocking 100 Thieves off balance multiple times now.
What do you think about Stella keeping the rifle here, Brent?
I mean, it's a lot, isn't it? The guy's been performing so damn well. A bit risky, spraying it down. You've got to be kidding me. Investing 100 Fury into that. That's 2 tags. And a great prediction. Derek does land the final shot, but it's brought him into this 2v3.
What an ult. And they know that there's a weapon down. Obviously, Stella had it, so they're going to re-drone Garage and try and find the rifle. A 2v3 retake. Clearly, 100 Thieves are not favored in this situation, but
it's a lifeline.
They've got a chance.
A lot of ults being committed here, and that gets good info. You know they're heading towards A.
I think they would have had the information fairly shortly anyway, because Krax is about to plunge that spike into the earth. Ooh. That's a bit of damage, though, actually.
Yeah, drops him down to 36.
And he wouldn't have got that shock dart without Bang's ult.
Recon Dart available. How do they want to play this?
I think a win here would be drawing at
Paranoia.
Captain's ult out.
Yeah, Recon as well, but that's going to be the counter util used. Bang! TB's back. No exchange of the weapons. Haunt's going to be taken care of. There it is, rifle in the hands of the stronger player, but they just cannot get past it. The smoke in play, the good swings there. Cracks Mr. Farland. Magical stuff that we're witnessing.
But the post plants are so solid for Futbolist. They look extremely strong. And like I said, a win in that round would have been dragging out the breach ult from Adacaptain, but it doesn't come. Derek has an Odin. It's going to be spamming through right where Mr. Fallen is standing.
We'll see if he gets a pick off of this one. Blade Storm in the hands of Kiwi. In his hands now as well. Looks like he wants to fight into mid. Full confidence. Now he's pushing all the way up. This cam's going to be spot on them once they cross that threshold. There's a Rolling Thunder. Paranoia as well, dash forwards into the side. Danger zone right now. Clabo spots it though. Kiwi has to respect it, backing away. And Stella, great timing for a peek. Where's the rest of his bailout? There we go. Team finally starting to flood in. And punishing Foot. We're trying to claim this space onto the B side. Spike, such an unfavorable situation. And I think that was a wallbang. Modge just dropped down to 22 health, still alive in this fight. And it's reflank all the way through, right around the side. Is anybody going to be watching for this? He's just holding. Still onto the corner. 100 Thieves players. Drone's going to be stopped in his tracks. It is being watched for by Asana. But timing is everything. And there we go. 1 kill found. Bang does respond. They know where the final player is.
I mean, Bang's positioning right now seems absurd to me because Moj could come from either of the connectors. He'll have to give it up at some point. Can Moj win the 1v2? Only 22 health. Seems impossible to me, but we've seen miracles from Moj.
Bang drops down off the high ground, holding the 1 connector. No real gaps in the protocol, and barely a glimpse of the player model before Bang eventually removes him.
Stella had such a fantastic read in that round. He knew they were taking the Rolling Thunder to B. The spam from Derek early on is great to try and catch somebody, but Derek immediately gives up the B connector. Stella's hiding in backside. They have players ready to swarm instantly, and the shutdown was immediate onto Kiwi. They've actually managed to keep Kiwi under control. It's something we haven't talked about too much over the course of this map because he started on fire, but now slowing just a little.
100 Thieves stepping up to that challenge that's been facing him. That knife, great info. Tags onto multiple players. And the reposition now with the operator in Cryo's hands. Krax has been the demon. Just a Prowler flash through the side. Cryo is really quite separated here. Dodges the C's though, that wasn't quite good enough. And Cryo's allowed to just get back up onto this angle. Dash. He's going to be waiting until the final moment before he eventually uses this one to just get out of there. No reswing. Not even a crumb given to him. But when is the timing? Still, the confidence to take this flash over the side. What a shot! Lands it, but you have to respect the lockdown.
And we've seen this exact same round happen before, where Cryo got the first pick and Footballers still won the 4v5. In fact, Kiwi doing the exact same thing again, trying to get into this spot.
They've given Cryo the rifle now. Probably a dash engage as they want to try and play this retake. Flash, dart, at the same time. Means it doesn't get broken. It reveals the position of Mr. Fallen.
Missed
Made
the
at the
molly
bottom as well. For this util. It's applying the pressure. It's turning up the heat. It's down to Kiwi. What can he do? Not much. Still, and a captain holding down his ground and not really watching the angles. Forwards down to Cracks. In a 1v3, it's going to be that triple face and 100 Thieves. They claim the lead in this map.
Great round from 100 Thieves. That's what you need to see. And the value from the KO being found there, partly, is the flash recon that identifies that first player at default and forced a bit of an unfavorable fight. I think Cryo's just been doing great work for them on the defense side. There's a little drive-by attempt from Derek as well with the Spectre. Oh, this is tense again, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, this is 100 Thieves being pushed. Feels like in almost every map they've played this tournament.
Yeah. People did not expect that.
Smoke over the top. Cryo's angle is pushed away. Acts as a one-way as well, so. Moving back, and the orb going to be funneled. Cracks now with that Nightfall. What do they want to do with it? If you're Foot, you don't want to be losing this opportunity. One of the giants of this tournament at Lock-In. High praise for 100 Thieves. A lot of people saying that they had an easy run at their side of the bracket. But Foot are challenging those notions and more. And they cannot let this map slip away from them if they want to perform the grand upset, this clean fight to take.
Full retake setup over towards A. Stella not even with a kill trip on site.
And so just the cam to watch them. Utah was used to clear through a long smokes now and a haunt and a Nightfall all the way off site. That's not actually getting tagged here, same with Stella.
So back-to-back rounds where we get to see 100 Thieves running a set retake into A. And this time they don't even have a player advantage.
It's going to be hard. Again, swap of the weapons. They want Cryo to be doing the most here. Derek posted on this angle now. Operator is going to be his responsibility watching this. But again, it's that util. What do they really have? Bang was trying to help them out. A late flank shut down. So it's going to be removing one of the elements from it. Flash play. Cryo was caught. He was fully blinded. I'm not sure if it was him or what, but holding it down to Graffiti. It's all down to Asuna. And he just cannot watch the angles effectively. Too much to look for.
Foot doing a great job at applying pressure to two key playmakers. Bang on the flank has been watched for both times. Cryo, when he dashes into his smoke, got spammed and put under a crazy amount of pressure. I'm right there with you, Brent. I'm not actually sure whose flash that was. I thought it was Asuna's in the moment, but I'm not sure. I'm not quite going to get to see it on the replay. Could have been a great flash coming out from Ada Captain, but he was in hell, so that seems really weird to me.
Seems unlikely.
I think it's more likely the fact, although, you know, perhaps we'll never know.
Yeah.
That they just messed up the timing a bit on the retake, and that once more puts all the pressure to 100 Thieves. They've chosen not to force this round, only Cryo buying full armor to go with his Blade Storm. They're going to try and fend off another match point. They had to dodge 2 of those against EDG.
It's a difficult ask, isn't it? We were wondering if 2022, gathering all that experience with some of these younger players on 100 Thieves, whether it would be enough to head into this tournament. But this reposition by Bang, why not? Stinger in your hands, but you're up against the rifles, and it would have been good for this. It's a double reclear. Cryo's pushing it as well. While this exec goes on, dashing forwards. Now it's going to be reset. Derek at the back of the site here with the judge, the jumping shots. You've got to be joking. And damage has been done. Mr. Fallen dropped to 44 health.
It's just insane. He's
oh, Stella's read it.
Stella's got him.
He's read it. Breaks the ult, 2 players remaining, waiting for him, 30 seconds left. Forced to plant now, down to A. Updraft dash play over the top, and it's just impeccable.
How do 100 Thieves bring their best in moments when the pressure is the highest? What was this round? The play is so nicely crafted for considering that their backs are up against a wall. This play, in short, is really cool. We saw the trap play earlier. I highlighted it, but it never quite got activated. But then on site, you've got a jumping judge doing damage to the foot players as they're getting space on site.
And they just can't remove Derek. They don't want to swing him.
Oh, my word.
He's got that judge in his hands. This has forced the timeout now from Foot, and you can feel that pressure because this is an opportunity that's slipping away before their very eyes.
I'd be boomed. If I was in Foot's position, I would be boomed that we lost that. Now they're the ones on the back foot, facing a map point for 100 Thieves with one opportunity, and only one, to take it to OT. I said before that Lotus was a must-win for Foot, and they delivered. Haven being at 11-11 with the economy advantage, if you don't capitalize here, I don't know how many more chances 100 Thieves are going to give you.
When will you capitalize?
100 Thieves going to get away with it again. Oh.
And so this round, so damn important. You don't need me to tell you that. Round 24. Map point for 100 Thieves to stay alive in the series, or for Foot to try and close it out, bring it to that OT. It all comes down to this.
It looks like they're just trying to keep it simple here. A full C exec.
Oh, and another set play from Derek. That dart tags onto 1. Is he going to be afforded any targets? Looks like damage is going to be done to 2 players, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty huge, actually.
Knocks him down, and still, Foot don't want to cancel the hit. They want to operate off of this. Paranoia, flash forwards, bang. He's not being cleared out of his position, and he's managed to grab 1. At least for all of his troubles. Alarm bot broken now. Is this going to be a fast play? Are they going to try and offset this one? Plant still goes down at the back of the site. Foot, you need a miracle. The drone's going to be tagging, or at least spotting out these players. Flash play, moving forwards now. Into the back of the sides.
It's going to be such a difficult retake without smokes.
Yeah, and Cryo still with his operator as well. Really hard. Dash though enabled. C's avoided for now. Holding the close side goal! And Kiwi could be kicking themselves for that kind of mistake because 100 Thieves are not the kind of team to let this one slip. Right round the side, the classic right click to do it, Asuna. He finalizes it, he finishes it, and that's going to be them saved in this series, bringing it to map 3.
I cannot believe the grit and determination of this 100 Thieves team, but I also can't believe they're getting pushed like this. Everybody who looked at their bracket would have said 100 Thieves should be kind of strolling through. They've already beaten Foot in the offseason. The quality of what they've done before has been pretty superior. But here at Lock-In, when everything matters, these underdog teams are stepping up.
Absolutely.
EDG pushed them to the absolute limit, and now Foot are doing the same.
More evidence that anything can happen here at Lock-In. There's always a chance for a potential upset, but we will be heading to that map number 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
We gon' get it done. 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 Like this. We gon' get it done. We gon' get it done. Take no days off. We gon' get it done. 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 We gon' get it done.
What a response from 100 Thieves. They earned themselves a lifeline as they managed to close out Haven against Far. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi and Achilles. Achilles, for a second, I thought we wouldn't see a map 3, but we got to give it to the mental fortitude of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, being able to run back those last 2 rounds, absolutely crucial from them. But man, did they have to fight for it, which is not something that I necessarily anticipated, given that we were coming into their map pick, given that we saw football spanning this map versus RRQ. But they have shown up to perform, and perform they absolutely have.
It really does feel like a direct repeat of that E2G series for 100 Thieves again. They have a close map 1, they lose out. Map number 2, it looks like they're going to be out of things, but at the last second, some fantastic calls and ideas from Stellar come out to be able to keep the team in it and keep them alive. I mean, if there's a word to describe 100 Thieves this tournament thus far, it has just been their tenacity to be able to stay calm under pressure and come up with these last second calls.
Yeah, and now they're going to have that icebox on the horizon as well, where they're able to at least get that first victory versus EDG, so we know what they look like, but at the same time, that does mean that so do footballers. So maybe we'll have to see if they've been able to counter-strat them, but huge game here overall across the board for the side of 100 Thieves, getting pushed to the absolute brink, but being able to bring it back with some huge rounds, some huge performances from Cryo, who's just getting those excellent snipes, whether it's with the blades or the off.
Again, it's a kind of another moment that is a repeat for 100 Thieves, is their big struggle with this defensive side and with playing the retakes there. The casters were talking about this a ton. Foot is a team that is really good at getting on these sites and playing in the post plants, and for 100 Thieves comp, it didn't really lend itself to being able to play those big, nice retakes that we normally see out of this squad, and that almost meant that the game slipped away from them. So I think they changed things up to the last second, found some course corrections on the way they were playing retakes to be able to win that one through.
Foot must be kicking themselves. They were so close, but in the end, Mimi, Cryo stepped up, had some huge rounds to help 100 Thieves to get over the line.
Yeah, I mean, the round that slipped this game away from them was round 23, where 100 Thieves was on an eco, and they lost because Cryo went absolutely giga crazy on this Jet. Again, Cryo is this guy who will always step up when you put him on this role, when you put him in positions where he has to be pivotal, he'll perform on Jet. Still, we've seen some slower performances from him on other agents, but here on Haven, on his best role, he looked incredibly comfortable and was pivotal to that map win.
Yeah, again, just having that op in his hands, he feels right at home with it. It's just copy over from the chamber, you know? You know how to op. That's the big thing about it. But really impactful rounds there. And like you said, it did take a while for them to finally be able to get those retakes down. But when they finally did, I think it was round 20 was the first time that they really were able to pull one off. That was the breaking point, and then from there, they were able to just go ahead and rack up those last 4 rounds they needed to be able to take this.
I mean, he stepped up when it matters. That's what you want from your star player. On the other side, though, Kiwi, he was also a massive star player for FUT. One of the reasons why they were able to win map 1. It did feel like towards the end there, Achilles, he just couldn't find the same impact.
Yeah, and we were talking about, which role does he look better on? Is it the Neon? Is it the Jet? So far, I gotta say it's the Neon, just because of the level of impact that he's been able to have on Lotus specifically. Jet, though, still fantastic stats, but he was starting to get outpaced by Cryo, and that's part of the reason why they were able to slip the net here and get that win away from them.
Yeah, and I think some of the failures aren't necessarily on him playing bad. He had a great game on Haven.
Sure.
In the first half, he was absolutely dominant, but it again came down to those last 4 or 5 rounds where 100 Thieves got their retakes under control. This guy's a tough job in those post plants. He has to be playing forward, fighting deep to try and buy space, buy time in those post plants. And 100 Thieves got a lot better at like sending these KO flash dart combos on pretty much every retake. And he was consistently eating those flashes, getting pinged out in the open and being shut down by 100 Thieves.
A couple of moments of overheating as well. I think it might have costed them, but this is where I'm going to get very worried as we head to Icebox, because Mr. Farland has been very vocal in the past. If they lose a map, they aren't able to bounce back. They're not that team. And they haven't lost a map so far in this tournament. Now they have. Maybe, I don't know how they can pull this back on Icebox.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting one here, because we have not gotten to see Foot play on this Icebox just yet. Here at the lock-in, we have gotten to see this map out of 100 Thieves. We saw earlier from Bren with his Telestrator. They are really strong at this map, particularly with the defensive side and how they've been playing with this Cryo Omen pick.
I mean, everything now is what it's going to take for them to try to bounce back into this one. I mean, from what we saw from them versus RQ, they were willing to float Icebox as the final map. It was RQ that actually banned it away. So it seems like they should be fairly well prepared to dive into this one, and they have recent tape to watch of 100 Thieves versus EDG, study how they like to play this map, and then try to counteract it.
Absolutely, they do, but there's a lot of pressure on both these teams. For 100 Thieves, it almost slipped away from them, but they've come back, and now is North America's last hope. They have another chance to win this series, to stay alive. But for this Turkish squad, I think they've got to be feeling pretty rough. That map barely slips out of your hands. Now you have to head into a map that's very strong for 100 Thieves. It's going to take some grit.
We are heading into the Prime Gaming agent select here. Of course, as Mimi mentioned, 100 Thieves, they showed that Omen comp already. It was very successful. I'm interested to see what FUT is going to do here. Of course, I don't expect Kiwi to play the chamber here. And they've gone with a fade on Icebox.
This is weird. So FPX was toying with a comp like this, like all the way back at Copenhagen, but I never was a huge fan of this. Is actually something completely different. Both the fade and the Sova in the mix, it means that you're going to be sacrificing the more normal choice, which would be the KO, and also the Killjoy. So on their defense, I think playing mid is going to be challenging, but on their attack, the executes might be pretty strong, right? With those 2 pieces of information utility. This feels like a comp built for Kiwi to thrive.
Yeah, it's definitely a major change up here. I mean, limited flashes for either team. I mean, basically none there. And then just the paranoia from the Omen as well. So we'll see how these entries are going to go, but I do kind of like the way that they have that double info gather. We'll just have to see if they can put it into practice.
Well, no more second chances here. This is map 3, Sideshow and Brent. I really don't know how this one is going to go.
Not sure how it's going to go, but it's gone all the way to the distance. And what was initially supposed to be a stroll in the park here for 100 Thieves, Josh, has been a battle for survival now. Back and forth, pushed to the limits again.
And I think you could have said the exact same thing about their opening match. Yeah. So 100 Thieves have had their backs up against the wall this whole tournament, but they have been bringing out some magical stuff to get them through these moments. Icebox, I'm with the desk. I think of the 3 maps in the series, it should favor 100 Thieves the most. However, I feel like every time I think 100 Thieves should be safe, their opponents turn up the heat.
And there's a big question about this battle. Kiwi was shut down in the prior map. Cryo being able to play that Jet. This time he's playing the Omen. Harder to get the same impact, harder to shut him down to the same degree. And all eyes are going to be on this player for Foot.
It is so interesting, the fact that they're playing with the Sova fade. Looking to load utility in to try and push Kiwi onto the most aggressive spots possible.
Waves of that utility. Kiwi was pushed up there, top side of 410. One bit being broken, but now with jump peak. Oh my goodness, Cryo almost hitting a flick there to claim that kill. Players falling very low now, 1 HP and 2 HP at a captain respectively. See what they can do now. It was a heal offloaded. And Mr. Fallen moving forward. Still 100 Thieves. They're so clean with this one. Needs to be that response. It's down to that 2v2. An upgrade found. Wall going to be falling. Stage wall is causing a couple of issues. Bang. Rotating it around. Molch out in the open. And he just can't land the shots. So wide. And maybe some signs of uncertainty here for Foot.
24 health remaining on the 100 Thieves players. A light breeze would have knocked them over. That's a really close one. But I think you're going to see a lot of this kind of style. Footballists looking to try and get extremely aggressive on their opening. And on the opposite side of things, 100 Thieves being happy to just have a couple of players on site and mostly control spots for retakes to come through.
That's been their game plan when they've been playing with this particular composition. Broke down in the pre-show today about how they were using it just so effectively.
I mean, 7 out of 8 rounds that they won on defense against EDG were retakes.
Right, which will tell you all you need to know. Very happy to give them control of the site.
Yeah, I think if I recall correctly, EDG planted something like 10 times. And of those 10 plants, 7 retake victories. That's a really good retake percentage.
Wiper wall laid down though. Wickerby here for Foot. You can see how difficult it is. You try and play in those default spots, those default positions with the plant, and yeah, that util just comes crashing down onto you. Can be done with a Sheriff. Okay, Mr. Fallen. Noted. Still in the battle, still in the fight.
Yeah, and Bang just looking to run forwards and get one of those confidence kills. And instead, now Mr. Fallen, an opportunity to maybe clutch. He has a lot of time to work with. He would have to find one of these players isolated and land a nasty shot.
Needs that gap, doesn't he? 34 health.
If he had the spike, one of these 100 Thieves players might feel like they had to go to B.
Right now, a bit of uncertainty in terms of what angles to watch for, but as he tries to take the fight, it is shut down. So, an expensive anti-eco round for 100 Thieves, losing 3 of their players, but a round on the board.
Yeah, it's going to make this bonus buy have very little bite behind it. I don't think it's the kind of occasion where 100 Thieves want to be forcing.
We shall see.
I'm really interested to see how this Footballist comp works on the defense side when they don't have any informational equipment to use for the middle of the map. You know, no turret, no alarm bot, that kind of thing. But that's a long way off. For now, seems hard for Cryo to hold these kind of spots against a Prowler and the drone.
And there was no follow-up there with the drone. It's just using it to put a bit of fear into the 100 Thieves setup. They still have 3 players, at least locked down and anchoring towards that side. This dart's going to do quite a bit, but a drone and a push. Looks like Asuna wanted to try and take some space off of it. He's going to use it to cross.
Yeah, the recon dart and a wall going up is supposed to sell that this was a fake towards B, but 100 Thieves had players there. They had re-pushed B main, so they know that this is ending A. Question is the weaponry good enough for 100 Thieves to actually do anything here?
The walls of smokes. Recon being held now by Derek. The wall goes up, Plant's going to try and go off there. One's really stopping that one, but it looks like they don't have a lot of utility to push him back. This flank now, double play. It's going to be really important. Moji wins it. Does he anticipate there to be a second player? He does not. And Derek's still doing tremendous amounts of damage. Left into that 2v3 though. Gun's not too good, and that's a lovely decision to make in the moment. Foot with a double face, double re-clear. Angle watched for, just can't quite nail the shot there. Still Stella. He's got the entire world against him right now with the way it feels, and yeah.
And a great setup actually from Foot at the end there. Once more, if you allow their players to get set up, they look very potent in the post plan. I think that's going to be the story of the rest of this half. Now that we have rifles on the board for both teams, I could see this just becoming an A-site simulator and it just being post plant versus retake. I think Foot will explore the rest of the map for sure to apply a bit of pressure and see if they can find openings. But their composition seems to lean more heavily towards A.
The horn clears quite a bit there, so alongside the drone, just one after the other, it's enough being used. Still, look at this by 100 Thieves on the other side of the map. I mean, perfectly willing to let Stella leave him to his own devices over towards B, but this is a quad push now.
They just missed each other.
Oh my goodness, Asuna!
Oh, that is really unfortunate. it could have gone in either direction because it looked like 100 Thieves had almost missed the timing. But both of those foot players hit the ground.
And it's all based on timing is what it feels like. Cracks just not watching the angle. Even the call wasn't made, but just didn't anticipate that Stella could be there. And Mr. Fallen, an attempt was made there. All that util being used to clear him out. He's got the crossfire, he's got the heal, but he needs to take a fight, and there'll just be two players matching him. Ball down to Ada Captain. Slow at his feet. Can't isolate the fight in time. And one of the things that we've been singing the praises for this 100 Thieves squad has been how clean they are. No gaps in terms of the spacing. Never really a moment of weakness, it feels like, when it gets into those situations.
But that's also a really interesting round. 100 Thieves going for such an aggro push over towards A. And that isn't something that we've seen from them. On, you know, Haven, they didn't play crazy aggressive, pushing out on defense very often. And I don't feel like I saw that too much in their game against EDG either. I put a lot of focus onto Asuna and the agent that he picked over on Haven. But at some point, about 2/3 of the way through that map, I said he needed to step up and actually showcase the value of the KO, and I think he did that wonderfully. And he's come in here with the same kind of energy. Going crazy in that round on Sage.
Already building up to that res. Deep pick going to be used. This is really hard to get through.
Strange round to use it though, no? Against Foot's economy? Maybe anticipating a force or something?
That does seem a little bit odd, but dart used close. Holding the edge of it. Spray down. Was hoping that one of the players would be weak and a stray bullet would find it, but instead it's Kiwi.
And Bang evacuates his ult. He allows that to fall, so just trading a single Viper ult for 1 kill in the anti-eco.
Isn't entirely too useful.
But it does mean that Bang retains his life. It doesn't have to overfight it.
His timing's a little bit odd. Horn there pushing forwards.
I like this. Pushing past your Viper wall with the utility.
So Kiwi holds close. He's hoping to throw in something a little bit more quirky, and there you go. Bang found. No more Viper for this retake. Updraft play. He was spotted for about a moment, but chooses to just back away and play with the rest of his team now.
And the way that Bang took that fight shows me that 100 Thieves were not ready for Kiwi to be that far forwards. They didn't group up. They didn't have the second player ready to trade. Bang was just walking in.
So here's that res, and now this retake. What have they got for it? Paranoia is not available to them. Watching that one angle still. Up top, good movement from Stella. He offsets that. Kiwi just could not adjust, and with that, what a Sage wall down. Yeah, not a chance in hell of them winning that one. They just don't have the guns for it.
Those final few kills from Ada Captain are going to keep 100 Thieves' economy in check, but they're still obviously going to be able to buy this round. It was somewhat expensive though. Bang using his ultimate. Asuna using his. But it's given them some interesting info, I think. And the info that 100 Thieves now have to play with is, we got to worry about Kiwi. You know, Kiwi was kept under control a little bit by Cryo having a ton of impact on the defense side. But Kiwi's going to be unleashed here with all of this extra Sova and Fade utility. And clearly, Kiwi wants to push and wants to go very hard.
From Derek. That was a deep dart, I believe. Gets a tag at least. Can't quite land the second or third shot, though. He did a bit of damage to Moj.
The distraction, Asuna's used his wall, so he doesn't have that for the retake, using it to block off B. Kiwi, unfortunately, with no updrafts, isn't going to be able to abuse that. Otherwise, might have had a great lurk timing.
This drone is quite nice. They anticipated as players pushed up here towards A, so they get that info now. And Stella's holding this lockdown. As Valorant does have an ult for it, we'll be able to offset it, but swinging through the back of the side, Kiwi just was not set up to succeed.
I mean, it's a great flick as well from Cryo. I'm not sure he had the best angle in the world, but he's a dangerous, dangerous operator.
And they don't intend to use this Hunter's Fury. They just let into lockdown, go off here. There's still plenty of time in the round for them to make a play, but it is getting whistled down, approaching that 30-second mark.
Cryo is very pushed up here.
And here we go. Hunter's Fury actually being used to try and initiate into this. Snakebite close. Corner. It's a half clearance. They're not ready for it. Stella does. Only grab the one, though. The trade was good. Now the plant has to go down without too many problems. Still, Night 4 online as well. Do they want to use it? The answer is yes. Foot now pushing forwards and just gets them low enough to decay damage, setting them up for some easy kills. One shot to the body will do it. And even on that ramp as well, Mr. Fallen, great job getting that kill. Left down to Asuna. Free swing. Oh my goodness, across that placement. Now, down to that 1v1. You cannot be affording 100 Thieves these opportunities. Across the ropes, this guy in the movement, Asuna made a name for himself, being able to weave his way and dodge, but time is running so low, and it's his biggest enemy. Got to tap the spike! That is absurd!
And the king of Icebox makes his return. The movement around the ropes, the way he weaves on this map, it's something else, Brent. He looks unbelievable. What is that from Asuna?
Just sublime.
And I was all ready to praise Foot because the post-plant aggression worked well for them. They set up a 2v1.
But they handed Asuna those easy kills, one at a time.
I mean, easy for him, maybe. I don't see many other players in the tournament getting those. Good God.
He's the kind of player where you can't give him those chances.
And that Sage Wall you've just seen throw down. So they do that a couple of times without Cryo being on top of it. And then one time in the half, they'll put Cryo on top of the wall. So at the moment, it's just a bluff, and it also allowed Stella to load all of his utility on the A side. It's a cool idea. We saw them run it against EDG, and in the one time Cryo teleported on top of the wall, he got destroyed. But for now, it just allows Stella, to focus much more heavily on stopping this eco play towards A.
Yeah. They do have good util, you can see it. There's a slow orb. It was being layered prior to the nano swarms and the shock darts now being used, so it's not being made easy for Foot. Horn taken out, still a dart behind them. There's a Viper's Pit. Looks like they want to try and invest into this round. It's going to take everything. Revealed right below. Stella's trying to bring it to him with the shorty in his hands. That's quick work. Turns Mr. Farland into mincemeat, and the Viper's Pit still up for now, but up top still needs to find these kills. Cracks, okay. That's not bad at all. Still got to deal with a Viper. Mosh picks up the rifle, an upgrade, but just waiting towards him. Derek looking like a crab out the water.
And that's unfortunate too from Moch, because he picked up the Vandal that only had a single bullet in it. I was wondering maybe there was a chance there. Both teams committing their Viper's Pits into situations where they're either so favored maybe it's not necessary, or a bit of an optimistic one, I think, from Mosh, but they had chances to win that round. Yeah. I love the shorty usage we're seeing at this tournament.
But it's getting to the point now in this series. But have got to be feeling like they've just squandered a prime opportunity to knock out one of the heavy hitter teams.
Yeah, you heard it from Yinsu. Their IGL Mr. Falliners. He's aware of the weaknesses that this team has.
Yeah.
They ride momentum. They want to apply a lot of pressure, dry swing you, take the fights. But when they are hit, normally it leads to a knockout.
Struggle to get back into the fight, into the action. You're seeing it here. A round differential, 5 rounds standing between them, and it seems like 100 Thieves showing no signs of slowing down.
I do think, though, that Footballists have still been playing quite well, considering the score. Their post-plant players not been bad. They had chances to win the prior round where Asuna clutched a 2v1. But they just haven't quite found the necessary step to push themselves over the line and start getting rounds on the board.
Yeah, it's been so close in many of these instances.
All of the gun rounds, though, as far as I can remember, have ended on A.
Yeah.
And look at those retakes. 5 out of 6 of the rounds that 100
Oh, they're
Thieves
going
have
for
won.
it. Cryo's going to TP on top of this with a recon dart.
Yeah, here it goes.
Yeah, so the wall gets set up here in Tube.
So the very prior round, they used it as a fake.
Cryo's
Will
the player to
Footballists be
watch.
ready?
Wall goes up. TP on top. They are watching for it! That is absurd!
God, I mean, I'm not sure whether you should give credit to the strat there. That is just a bonkers shot from Cryo.
But we're ready for it. They were watching it. But how do you match Cryo when he's in form like this?
Heated up off the back of Haven, hasn't he?
Yeah, that flick was just unholy. And the wall now, res being expended over the top. Another punish. Oh, and a captain. Try to hold it down here. Nanoswarm's going to be broken at least. And Foot, they're trying to take space. They're trying to push up here, but just revealing himself a better moment. The rifle spam is enough to take it down. It's down to Kiwi.
And if anyone can match what Cryo's been doing in this round, it has been Kiwi previously.
Yep.
Moj applying some pressure too.
Yeah, this is throwing chaos into the round, and it can be where Foot can maybe grasp it, but the reload's hurt, I think, in Tube there, so they anticipate a push into Kitchen. Plan starting to go down. Cryo, he's got an up, man. He's just pushing right into them, and he's punished. Pre-fire flick, Moj with the lurk. I thought they were aware of it, but they're not.
I think with Stella falling, they forgot that the turret wasn't active anymore.
He's lucky he didn't cross into that sight line, that one angle, but this round was just an all but lost here for Foot.
It was 3v5.
They have turned it still. Derek has got something to say about it. This guy's made a name for himself at prior events for being quite nice in the clutch. Snake bites in the back, force the position, headshots found, and the Viper Split's online. Stand to this, 1v1. Time running low, Horn's not being broken, but it doesn't even reveal him. Sees as well, gets off it half. It needs to be stuck, bang, all the way, and he doesn't get it. Cracks, snatches it back away when it was just looking done.
What an incredible 3v5 from Footballist. Finding those opportunities, Moj in mid, doing a ton of work, finding a backstab and undoing all of this great shooting that Cryo had manufactured. The man advantage meaning absolutely nothing. It's not got quite the same pressure on it as the 2v5 that they lost to EDG, but 100 Thieves are still letting opportunities slip. More aggression though. Asuna taking tons of damage from the shock dart.
It's a lovely little bit of set utility from Foot that punishes that aggressive play for the orbs. They know that Stella's one away from the ult, so pay off, but what can Derek do here? Back at the side with a Marshall, one stray shot. Mr. Fallen has to drop down now to...
and the operator put back in the hands of Kiwi, which makes a lot more sense to me.
Drone for drone. Tags on either side here. It's worth noting as well that buy for 100 Thieves is a bit all over the place. Still opting to buy for next, but they do have some danger behind it, some bite in terms of the weapons they've got.
Moj went for this play before, a backstab into mid, and then lurked up Kitchen as the turret got deactivated when Stella died. Now though, the turret gonna spot this out. What's the reaction from 100 Thieves? Stella was going to rotate A, and now he's drawn back to the middle of the map.
He's left to contain this.
But actually, this has made them more worried about the rotate.
Watch for. More pop down, gives us some info, bang! The minerals on him to just hold that angle. Only gets the one though, eventually traded out still. Stinger favorable there. Plant's gonna go down, Moj now being swarmed, surrounded on every side, still gets the one kill, make it two! Doing the most. And hops right up, makes it easy. Cryo left alone here, no bullets in the clip of the weapon he just picked up, so must-win round for Foot with the amount that they invested into this one, but looking like signs of life from them.
Absolutely. Coming off the timeout. Working quite nicely. I think round 8 is just not exactly, I don't think it went to plan, let's put it like that. But it was still Foot coming out with something wonderful to set their momentum back on course. And now I think the ult status starts to really come into effect. Stella's got a lockdown, but Mr. Fallen one away from an ult to counter it. And Moj, if he gets plant or if he gets orb, is going to make the retake extremely difficult for 100 Thieves.
That early presence shown.
And Cryo's looking for a peek in mid, actually, with the operator. Foot might give him a moment, just on a passive angle to start.
But watching it, there's no way he pushes this. You just can't be favored. You got to know that somebody's pushing it, but...
Well, he knows that Moj has been playing in this area the last couple of rounds, so he's hoping to catch the Viper.
Still takes the peek. I mean, this is so risky from him. Wider angle found. And now, starting to see Util flying forwards. Oh my god, the exchange of bullets.
And that's where you see Omen Op not really being favored. He had to take a break there from holding the angle to go and throw a smoke for his players on A. And when he got back onto it, Moj was repositioned.
Did not land that shot, but only the wallbang damage. Now to Util, look at it, sees, latches onto it, and with the snake bite. Derek somehow getting one there. Might just be good enough though. Reveals over the top. That is Asuna, just a bit of running gun off the side. No, still. Helping him out. Down to that 2v2. Still, Viper's pick committed. So Plant is going to be going down without too many difficulties. Asuna now biding his time.
Does Bang get a free one on the flank?
Yeah. And this is a bit of a distraction, I think. Pumping the bullets in so that Bang can get a bit of freedom now as he's trying to meet up with his teammate. Linking back around, it's a deep push, and Mr. Fallen's been spotted. Just down to the Viper, the spam, 20 health. Brought down so low, and he just doesn't know where to look. 180 after another. Too many angles to watch for.
And while it feels like the Vipers pitch should give Foot a massive advantage in the post plant, they just ended up being scared and confused. 100 Thieves controlled every part of the map around them, and it led to some key mistakes. Completely lost track of where Bang and Asuna were. Both of those players going crazy so far on Icebox.
That impact is being felt. As you see that round differential once more. It's 4 that stands between them. It looked like Foot were maybe getting themselves back into this, but these final 2 rounds are going to be where it really matters. The money is not too good. Still, they have that Blade Storm. Kiwi's going to have to play it to open it up, I think, for them. 100 Thieves also answering this. A lot of their players now TP away. That's Hunter's Fury, Derek. Spot is a lot of these players skipping a hop, rotating around, but
a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is a ton of damage. But Foot have cut noise now. And when is their time to strike? Shot Dart's going to be revealing that they are still loitering this area. Another one used to clear that alarm bot close. Danger for Cryo. Has to smoke. Gets him away from that angle. The one-way though. Surely you don't take this, but he's got the confidence. Starburst across to the side, and he does contain.
That's absurd.
Straight down with the Phantoms.
What a shutdown. And that was over in a flash. Foot never stood a chance. Cryo with the most important kill of the round. I don't know how he hits that on a jet. Dashing through.
This feels like he should never be favored, but he comes out on top. Just that kind of player.
Takes a special opper to be able to make the Omen op work on this map, I think.
Yeah. Don't try it in your ranked games, please.
Moj put in an awful spot here. And take a glance at the economy on the rest of Foot. It is not looking pretty. Yeah. They've been somewhat dangerous in ecos, but most of the time, 100 Thieves have controlled it.
10 seconds left.
Derek's just going hunting, hopping around with the judge.
Yeah, they want this rifle.
Moj is miles away.
I don't know what Derek will be able to do on the long sidelines, but...
We're going to be going into the 12th here, though. And like you said earlier, Brent, I think Foot are going to be very frustrated at the half. No matter which way, whether they win this next round or not, they're still not in a great position to win the series. After on Haven, they had their chances.
And this is the signs of so good. Where you get really tested as a competitor is being able to ignore the past. Focus one round at a time, the next map only. But it's one thing to say that and another thing to do.
What can you do with 3 Spectres and a Stinger? I think overwhelming the A site, definitely a possibility.
One option, but a slow orb is going to be stopping any pace towards Belt, and it wasn't quite the idea here for Foot.
There's going to be a bit of a fake play here. They're pushing Cryo off the angle, and look at how that draws the rotate. 100 Thieves leaving the A site completely. Worried about mid, for example. And that's partly because the recon dart saw nothing on A. Just, they haven't seen a sniff of Footballist. And that's given Foot the opening.
Yeah, this is a really important timing. Right now, it's up to Foot to try and capitalize because 100 Thieves, the longer they wait now, the more the players are going to start to reinforce this area, anchoring it with their presence. And Asuna just aiming a little bit too high there. Horn has to be broken. Updraft over the top. Kiwi moves his way forwards. Head revealed. Prowler in his face as well, but that's going to be a dart to push them back. Now a snake bite.
The reflank in mid is so good here from Moj.
And Moj.
I think it's going to win them the round.
Yep, the value to be found, and he does claim that kill.
That means no paranoia, no smokes for the retake. That's part of why they're running Cryo and Omen.
Left into this one, 100 Thieves are scrambling, yet still, when the pressure's mounting, these players look like diamonds. And Bang's left to it. 1v2. Players are potentially weak. And Foot just have to double up and find the kill, and that they will. Bang not afforded the same openings that his team has been in the past. So an 8-4 half will be what we see in this final map here of this absolutely unreal Stellar series. Just outstanding from what we've seen in this first half as well, but it's going to do it for now. Throw it down to the desk to break it all down and set us up for that second half.
Thank you very much, Josh and Bren. Mimi, it's great to see how 100 Thieves recovered after the second map and continue to pull ahead with the momentum.
Yeah, and similar to their Icebox game against EDG, they've continued to look absolutely excellent in these retakes here, and their game plan with this Omen has continued to work. I wanted to take a look back at one of these rounds, round number 5 from our first half of play here, and this is where you see some of the idea behind this double scout comp that Foot is running. You have a Haunt to go deep, Kiwi contacts up and makes a play past the Viper wall, and it initially works out really well. Bang is caught off guard, but the thing is, 100 Thieves is so comfortable in playing these retakes that it doesn't really matter. You see them pop up that Sage wall, a great paranoia comes out from Cryo, and the whole team swings together, holds Foot back, and utterly locks them into main. Football has really struggled in that half to find a solution to these 100 Thieves retakes, which leaves them in a pretty tough spot at this half.
No, it really does. I mean, great stuff. I mean, but also good from Footballs to see that they are still fighting back. Yes, the scoreline is not fantastic for them. It's the worst one that we've seen so far in the series for them with that 4-8 scoreline at the moment. But we saw them be able to rebound, pick up a couple of extra rounds, especially that one right there at the very end with Maj going on that deep lurk. It's been some really good stuff, and I love to see that they're still fighting back despite what you said, you know, what Mr. Fallen said, saying we lose a map, we're going to bow out of this. Now we're going to take a look, though, at Cracks and Mr. Fallen as we get ready to go for these guys on the defending side.
Yeah, they're both playing on this double scout comp, playing the Sova, playing the Fade, and my question is really, what are they going to be cooking up to make something work in this second half? Because normally, when you play a Fade, you'd expect to raise with it, you'd expect to shut down the plan. Is it just play heavy retake? Is it about setting Kiwi up? These are the questions for me. It
feels like you got to be getting that information early, get a good read on where 100 Thieves is trying to go, and then get those rotations, get those lurks through to be able to punish them. So they get their way into the site. You don't have something like that Killjoy to be able to really flush them out with relative ease. But everything right now is riding on this next half for the side of Footballs. They have a deficit to try to claw back if they want to stay in this tournament.
Well, 100 Thieves, they managed to fend off one team that nearly upset them. I don't know if they can do it this time, but Josh and Bren, they have to if they want to stay in this tournament.
It was looking more favorable for them as we head into that second half because of the round deficit. And yeah, 100 Thieves, the only remaining NA team at lock-in. But so far, they've stepped up to this challenge when they've been pushed to tooth and nail in terms of these rounds.
This pistol, it's a must-win for a footballist, in my opinion. Their comp doesn't look crazy defense-sided by any means. And they also need to keep that mental resilience that Yinsu was talking about, that Mr. Fallen has talked about previously too. It's a bit of a weakness on their team. Keep focused. There might still be chances to beat 100 Thieves yet.
But it starts here. The Paranoia is going to be pushing out a captain away. The wall's going to be used in response to this one, just to at least remove one of the options available to 100 Thieves when they're trying to scale through. Knife being used, just trying to break this one as well. So far, a bit of an odd wall by Asuna. Not too sure what the purpose of that one is, but it does at least cut off that one side angle. Still got to watch up top.
I think this is going to block a lot of the shock molly combos as well, actually.
Yeah. But with this, the spike is planted tucked around this corner. I think it's going to be critical for 100 Thieves to try and play close here in this post plant. Can't give up too much space. It seems they've realized that at least. They've got a doubled up setup. The players at Foot are starting to swarm into the side. First kill found though. An immediate trade. Not trade, but an answer nevertheless. Still, slow ups now, pushing them back. This is where it could get tricky up close, and my goodness, just like that, the round crumbles away beneath 100 Thieves, unable to withstand that kind of onslaught and pressure.
It's a nice idea for the pistol round. I could see what they were going for with the wall, but I just don't think 100 Thieves post-plant positions had accounted for the fact that they had changed the territory on the map. It didn't look like they were set up to help each other in the same way that we would normally expect from the team, and they got overwhelmed by the Foot players, swarming back into the site. Big pistol round, important one, a must-win, and 100 Thieves are going to try and rip it back away from them immediately with a force.
This is a reinvestment And it could backfire for 100 Thieves.
Definitely. If they don't win this, Foot are essentially tied up just based on the economy.
Yeah, they'll be able to get back into this one. At least in theory. Now the drone clears forwards there. A lot of util being used, and it is a fast play. That's the aim of it. But are doing a good job at their util, just making sure that they can try and slow them down. The Viper wall will eventually fall. And now you can see some of the benefits here of the Omen once more. They smoke mid. It's going to throw some of that misinformation into the middle of the round, forces the drone out of Mr. Fallen because not really too aware of what's happening.
But there isn't a ton of misinformation because Ada Captain has already locked off B. So they're pretty confident that 100 Thieves are not going for the full retake. Sorry, the full rotate. That means that Foot can keep 3 players over here. However, with the drone seeing nothing, and now the Haunt seeing nothing as well, maybe the defense starts to spread out a lot more. Especially with that wall going down.
Yeah, that's going to signify it, I think. Viper will back up in response. A couple of things off to the side. Looks like it's going to be that double re-push trying to take the fight. Close to them, cracks. Great play from him. Spectre, bit of run and gun, but the spike did still go down. Kills to be found, and Asta will get the one in as well. Cryo watching his back. Great swing timing. Foot left in dire circumstances. It's a 2v3. Still winnable. Moving forward, slow orb is so good, and they're just lined up. Mr. Fallen, great answer. Shot found and missed there for Derek. Doesn't collect it. Now to defuse. Shock dart misses. Needs to be held all the way through, sticking it through, and there is nothing to push it back.
Yeah, Asuna Cryo did everything that they could there, but the slow orb was destructive to their positioning. Perhaps should have been a bit proactive and tried to find another spot to play in, but that is going to hurt 100 Thieves terribly. They're now knocked back down to a full eco. Foot start to get their economy rolling. They can afford operators. They're going to start to get their ults online. A big momentum spiral that 100 Thieves have potentially opted into here.
They could haunt them. Oh, Derek, out in the open there.
Oh, and he has to cancel the drone just in case there was somebody to punish. And from football, there was no one there.
Yeah, no one would have punished that, but got to play with caution.
I'd like to see 100 Thieves explore towards the middle of the map a lot more.
Sure.
It's early days in their attack half, but without a killjoy on the other side, you've got to try and find those openings in the map.
It feels like it should just be much more open. Wall placed down, they made a mistake. They have to break a portion of it, yep.
We saw Asuna actually with a couple of bad walls against EDG as well that cost his team 2 pivotal rounds.
And no fuel in the tank for the Viper. Wall still moving forwards, Cryo. Play to be made. He taking the space in his own smoke as well, and they are just ever so slightly crawling and taking away that control of Orange still. Kiwi's there with the operator angle.
Where's the spike
Still
going?
being held. Spike is just in the middle of nowhere right now. And calls are being made for 100 Thieves to try and react and try and adapt to what's being thrown at them, but they're just coming up short.
30 seconds left.
Honestly, it's not even that bad because this round doesn't mean too much, but it's still sloppy and doesn't inspire confidence. Nevertheless, what are these kills?
Sheriff's found! Bang! Has just made this so much more dangerous. And the labored shots here, cracks down to 11 health. Spike in his hands, the plant needs to go off.
A lot of utility
Bang
still.
just taps it. Base to re-swing, waiting. It's a patient play. Snakebite on the one side to give him a bit of an opening, but he's got to anticipate this. And cracks, he needs to land a shot, waits for it. Spike goes down, the swing and the swing. Bang, just so unfortunate there, looking away at just the wrong moment.
11 health. Cracks being able to pull that one through. It should never have got that close from Foot. It should never have been close to a lost round, this one. Some great shots being hit, though, from the 100 Thieves players.
Yeah, just from seemingly nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves had a pretty awful beginning to this round. A bad ball. Cryo was forced to make a play, but it's these couple of kills here as Stellar and Bang decide to fight in the same area that Cryo and Asuna had decided to fight earlier on. I think the overall idea of pushing more on your attack is good, but Foot need to be ready for that.
So here we are, round 16. The economy reset for both of these teams, but they do have the guns in their hands.
Look how open mid and B are.
Yeah, there's just no presence there. Not even at the beginning of the round.
I think there's some great opportunity for the 100 Thieves players, be it Bang or be it Stella, to work Tube a bit, especially off the back of some distraction from the rest of the team on the outsides of the map.
Oh, this is good. Drone didn't see Bang. He's taking a timing off of this one. It's still aware. What is that?
He's just walking through the smoke.
The Tracer's almost revealing it. They almost set him up for the 1-2 combo.
That's absurd.
Yeah, if he managed to nail that shot, I don't know what to think.
I mean, I said work the middle of the map, but if Mosh is watching that, it's hard for Bang to win the duel. Bang, though, one away from getting his ult online. Interesting Omen ult. That clears out yellow, so they can save some of their utility.
All in the way, though. Got to chew through this one, and with 40 seconds remaining, but have no issues whatsoever. We're stacking a lot of their players. That
Hunter's Fury.
Though. Yep, Hunter's Fury. Wall's going to be broken immediately for this one. The players are so low, and Hunter's Fury, where is it? The damage done. Cryo will fall. Spike's still down, though, and they do have that pit. Rez now online. Cryo back in the fight. Is there going to be any spam to this? Is there going to be any punish? Derek, he was at a slide-off angle. And control of this side of the area is going to be so important now to Nano Swarms. Layers to it. He's going to be applying that time pressure. Going to need a miracle. Beaming through all the way and just pre-firing the corners. The angles watched for.
And Mr. Fallen runs away with his tail tucked between his legs. Big mistake from him in this round, missing that Hunter's Fury onto the plant. Asuna got a free one. And that allows 100 Thieves to get set up into a much more stable position. He's going to get the gun taken away as well. And 100 Thieves are now pretty firmly in control of this.
Yeah, that was such an important one. Like we said at prior, look at the money right now. Look at this situation. Would have done well to fight back in this half. There was openings afforded to them by the way that 100 Thieves decided to play that macro game, but a steady lead now for 100 Thieves, and they have that advantage when it comes to that economy.
A site completely open now as Foot gambling the opposite direction.
Running all the way down! Cryo's holding that angle alone. Listen, when you're being swarmed by that many players, you give up a rifle.
Whoa, this is dangerous now.
Dash to the side, Bladestorm as well! Kiwi! An absolute magical moment! And that precision has just sailed them through. A thrifty round for Foot from seemingly nowhere, but 100 Thieves. Where was the plan to contain?
I mean, that's amazing from Foot. The overwhelm of Cryo instantly, and then the push off the back of the drone tag. When the drone tags there onto Bang, the response is instant.
No hesitation.
Kiwi dashes out, he has Bladestorm. One of the other players on his team picks up the rifle from Cryo's dead body. And it flips the momentum immediately. So many moments where this has happened in the series so far. A clutch, a thrifty, and the normal flow of the game's turned on its head.
Absolutely. 100 Thieves getting tested in every single part of their play. And Foot rising to the challenge.
Right here.
For a team like this as well, turning up at the big stage. It's 8-4 at the half. It can be hard to shake off the previous map performance. It's hard to forget that, knowing how close you were to knocking out 100 Thieves in just 2, but okay.
I mean, that's a great signal for Bang, isn't it? They have no idea he's here. They've walled him in.
Locked in all the way. Jump peek though. Mosh ready. Discipline flick though. How do you prepare for that? Ada Kaplan looking for that re-clear as well to the bottom of Tube. This plan though is going to go down without too many problems, and Bang has really started to deliver a couple of issues. Crosshair placement down onto the ground, yet still he adjusts, but there is that double face. The trade is there. Ada Kaplan now doesn't have to worry about too much. With the res online, Kiwi back into it, and it is that 4v4.
Bang has bought them so much time, and Asuna went for a mid flank. And
Wall in the way, he's just revealed his position completely. I mean, they wanted to go for the extra level of it, but Derek off to the side, Guardian! Just tap from the gun, finding 2 of the heads. Still, 2v2, wider swing, and Stella lanes reigns supreme.
Awesome double face at the end there. Real confidence from Cryo and Stella. I don't know what was going on in mid there on the reflank, but I guess it caused enough of a distraction for the other post-plant players to find their kills. I think Derek's worked wonders there, though, with the Guardian finding two. These kills shuts down Kiwi and finds a second out of it. How's he managed that?
Salvaged it.
I mean, the player that has just been incredible this whole time on Icebox, though, for 100 Thieves is Bang. Yeah. It doesn't matter whether it's been on the defense side or now the attack side. He's worked his way into positions to take fights and just been dumpstering the foot players.
Yeah, I mean, it's been real prowess being showcased. I mean, the guy is, like we said, working his way into mid most of the time. He's sitting at 21 and 13 currently.
Yeah.
In terms of kills to death.
He got a fair few of those on the defense side too, with Asuna just playing fantastically. But on attack, he's there when his team needs him to trade, and he's there to open up space too. And it's, I mean, you pointed it out actually when we were watching him. It's not that his crosshair placement is actually that great, but he still wins the duel. His flicks, his accuracy, superb. And the pressure's back on foot. They take a timeout and are coming back into this round with a pit to work with and Kiwi on the operator.
It feels like this entire series is just hinging on little plays, miracles almost as well to keep either side into it with the thrifties. And the economy has just been honest the entire time.
Yeah, it has.
Hop over the top. Viper's Pit drop down. That's an interesting one. Falls to the ground, but it does cover enough of the front section of A.
Yeah, just the classic Pac-Man ult.
Yep. Drone as well to reclear. That actually doesn't see anything. 100 Thieves avoided it.
Derek's still got his drone. Could use it to push Kiwi off the op angle or to challenge this pit. I still think it would be a good idea to run a lot of 4-1 defaulting here and have a lurker go through mid, but all 5 players from 100 Thieves balled up, ready to trade out in the pit.
They are making so much noise. Smoke over the top, sets up Bang in that 4 position. This is still quite difficult.
But now they know there's 3 players here. They've heard a Prowler, a Dart, and obviously there's the pit in front of them. And here's the problem, if 100 Thieves had control anywhere else, they could pivot. But instead they're just moving together as a group. And that is going to slow the reactions down a lot.
Could prove incredibly troublesome for them. That wall is just interesting. There's a slight gap. And they're using it to try and go mid to A around the Viper's Pit.
Oh, this is bizarre.
Hunter's Fury as well. Sets us up to push through, and it's going to clear once more. The common angles, pushing forward, spray down, not found, Bang. Use that extra element, pushes forwards, another wall to cut across, and it is pure pandemonium.
But they found out where Moj is.
And it's found, what? A strike. Stray bullet from Derek finding it. Spike not going to be denied, but the position is known. Dash activated. Kiwi finds the kill, dashes forwards, but he's got the most to do. Nana Swan pushes him forwards. Another smoke as well, down to 53 health, and has to save. Has to save. What a difficult decision.
Wow, and what a crazy round for Stella to call. Hey, that is bonkers. Partly, though, they're able to do that because of the Omen in the play. They have an extra smoke that they can use. It's really difficult to run a play like that with only a Viper. But even so, the Omen smoke doesn't actually cover enough. You can still get shot from Boiler or from Spawn, so massive risks being taken there for 100 Thieves to call a strat like that. But the timing just worked impeccably. And the fact that they had so many layers with it, you know, Derek ulting allows the players from screens to swing and get trade kills. Bang goes through the ult. I think, honestly, if Moj finds Bang when he's going through the ult, maybe we're looking at a different round anyway, but everything worked perfectly for 100 Thieves. And whereas I feel every map that 100 Thieves have played so far has been balanced on a knife's edge, they might have just turned this to the point where it's comfortable for them.
That one play. Cooking up all sorts. I mean, obviously, a little bit of RNG at play as well, Derek. Lucky to claim that one, but this is a timeout being used now by 100 Thieves. 11-8 as the scoreline.
And I think partly Mike's might have called this because the previous foot eco round caught them so unaware. And maybe it's because he's identified some holes in how foot are playing and feels like he's got valuable input to give. I think there's a number of things that 100 Thieves could do here, but it all starts with absorbing aggression early on. you've got to anticipate something happening. With the way that Foot have been playing the defense side, stacking 4A, pushing, stacking 4B, pushing, you kind of just have to hold and wait for that for the first 20 seconds. Kiwi, though, did save an operator rather than the Blade Storm, so maybe they're more worried about that aspect of it. Either way, 100 Thieves are 2 rounds away from getting to face the winner of Fnatic Furia, which is where everyone expected them to be, but the journey has been anything but expected.
It's been all over the place.
The journey has been so much more rugged than anyone could have predicted for this team, and that is full credit to EDG and now Foot.
Pushing teams to the limit. Those expectations. Now we'll see how they manifest in this round here for Foot, because it's that 3-round deficit. Drone, straight down mid, that saw quite a bit on the attacking side there of 100 Thieves. A couple of players being spotted out.
Yeah, not actually holding anybody to watch for a B push, but there's nobody there. It's only Kiwi with his operator.
Yeah.
And that puts the pressure on everybody else on Foot to win the round, because Kiwi's going to be a long way from this hit.
Viper wall up now. Slow orbit to the back as well as that. Gonna see that dart. Gonna be a wall up, see that plant. Not gonna be anything to try and dissuade that one, of course. No rifles to try and break down the wall. But how do they hold this in the post plants? 100 Thieves have had difficulties with this when the Sage Orbs have been landing on the one side of 410. Dart over the top now, Asuna in trouble. Still, this team's gonna hold his back, breaking that utility. Now the alarm bot, that's gonna signal something, pushing forwards, a high-risk play, but it pays off. Kill's still gonna be found for them. Wall gonna be blocking the side of this, and 100 Thieves looking so clean.
Kiwi's got to escape.
Yep. Last player standing, he had the operator, but he does not get out alive. And 100 Thieves, they find themselves now to series point, to match point.
They should have been on the wrong end of one on Haven, but they managed to escape and avoid it. Now they find themselves in the controlling part. I mean, taking the operator out of the hands there at the end of Kiwi means they don't have to worry about it at all. They can look at the economy. They know that Foot can't afford one. I think that just means 100 Thieves can be a little safer, or rather feel a bit safer heading into this round. Kiwi is going to be the player challenging them here.
And he has to be the difference maker.
He's got no one to stop this.
Team's tournament life on the line of his shoulders, but he doesn't get a freebie. No easy kills offered. Just a dash to disengage, but does he want to try and take this fight? The confidence is still there. And as the smoke goes up, Bang takes the precise timing.
Bang now 1 away from his ultimate 2 if he decides to go for the plant. This looks all knotted up. A nice little bow on it. 100 Thieves firmly in control.
They just have to go through those routines. The wall up, preventing that util from denying the plant. Setting themselves up now in that 4v5. It's Foot that need a miracle. Omen for information. Not too sure where that one went, but now there's going to be smokes at play. And Cryo, he splits up the one side of the site. They're so worried about the flank because of the Omen ult. They're so worried about it. And time is running low. Haunt forwards. Press the advantage now. Foot have really just got to find anything at all. A hope, a dream, a miracle, but 100 Thieves pushed to the limits. And it's just far too clean.
Smiles on the faces of the 100 Thieves squad as they take down another opponent that gave them a good run for their money.
Absolutely.
But Foot just didn't quite have it there in that final map in the final half. A very valiant effort though. I've got to give credit to the EMEA side. They showed what they were worth, but 100 Thieves just seem to have something about them that pulls them through in every tough moment. I'm still amazed that they dodged the match point on Haven. But I think that might have just been an opportunity squandered for Foot. They'll know it when they look back through the game that they had their chances to win here. And for a while it'll haunt them, but I hope it inspires some confidence too as they go back to EMEA. The off-season was so rough for this team, losing to non-partnership teams, etc. But what they've showed at Lock-In should bode fairly well.
Yeah, the potential is there. Just needs to be harnessed, but that is going to finalize the series. And 100 Thieves They sailed their way to that win in map number 3. There were many moments where it was looking more than close. And they are that final beacon, the shining light to represent North America at the lock-in tournament here in São Paulo.
And they are going to have their work cut out for them. Everyone was looking at the bracket, expecting 100 Thieves to get to this spot, and just savoring the idea of them playing against Fnatic or possibly even Furia. We'll see that match coming up in a bit. And for 100 Thieves, it only gets more challenging as they move forwards. So far, they've been up to the task.
Over the series going the distance. Reveals quite a bit in terms of map pool, the strengths here and there, so it will be a hard task awaiting them, but at least they survive another day.
That's the key at lock-in, isn't it? You've just got to keep surviving. Yeah. This 100 Thieves squad are full of survivors. The individual moments that we've seen from players. Bang, I mean, Asuna's movement in the clutch that he won in the 1v2, sublime there.
Unreal.
And then Cryo putting in work with his Omen operator on defense. The flick shots were just bonkers.
Just insane. One of the questions we posed at the beginning of this, you know, if Cryo isn't playing that Jet, how will he bring it to a player like Kiwi? How will they keep it in check? But some of their parts, much more than that. That's what it feels like when you watch this 100 Thieves squad. And yeah, they've been tested, but some part of that, they get tempered, come out on the other side a bit stronger.
We'll have to see, won't we? I mean, this squad is, like you said, the last hope of North America, and they've got high hopes for this tournament. So on the other side of things, NRG have a really close battle, and you look at the 100 Thieves fan there. Those water bottles, I swear, are full of sweat. They were empty when the game started. Everybody that's favoring 100 Thieves in this bracket has to have been sweating in the games that they played so far. They've been awesome matches.
So your match MVP as well have a direct impact and say into this one as well. If you scan that QR code, Cryo, Bang, Stella, many players you could vote for, honestly.
It's Bang for me. I think it is. I mean, I think that Stella also had some great moments, some great reads on the game, etc. But to me, Bang is just such a consistent factor for this team. I think he really stepped up when his team needed him today.
Absolutely. I mean, the guy just put up unbelievable numbers. A top frag for his team there on Icebox. But that's going to do it for our first series of the day. Narrow victory here for 100 Thieves. But don't go anywhere. On the other side of the break, we're going to be setting up that second series of the day. We'll see you in just a few.
Switch and repeat of the flow. You feel the beat and tempo. We've got the complete control. Turn up the speed as we go. Switch and repeat of the flow. You feel the beat and tempo. We've got the complete control. Turn up the speed as we go. Switch and repeat of the flow. You feel the beat and tempo. We've got the complete control. Turn up the speed as we go. Switch and repeat of the flow.
You feel the beat and tempo. We've got the complete control. Turn off the speed as we go. Switch and repeat of the flow. You feel the beat and tempo. We've got the complete control. 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 We've got the complete control.
You don't have the guts.
Welcome back to VCT Lock-In. I'm here on stage right now with the caller for 100 Thieves, who just went through a grueling best-of-3 tournament. Stellar, off the cuff, I want to pick your brain because there's been so much discussion about the change in coaching structure and your calling specifically on how that's impacted. How do you feel like, now that you've had 2 rounds to go through, how do you feel like your calling has evolved throughout the tournament?
I definitely think that we're still doing really good in the mid-round in terms of decisions. I just feel like we need a lot of cleanup in the late round. Obviously, we've seen a lot of 2v5s, 2v4s that we've actually been losing, right? So I feel like we just need to start cleaning up some of the later aspects. I think our early game and mid-game is actually really good right now. And we clean that up and we'll be good to go.
I want to ask you, so you and I, we were talking before the interview started, and you were talking about the fans that are in the arena right now. What's it like? Break that through from a caller's perspective. In a tense moment, in a tense round, you're hearing the crowd erupt, Thundersticks are going insane. What's that like for you in your head in that moment?
I mean, I'm just excited to be here. I've never really played in front of a crowd other than Red Bull, right? So, and that was a great crowd. Everyone was super supportive. It's actually pretty hard to hear the people through the headsets. You could kind of hear the sticks, but it's not that bad. It was more exciting when we actually took off our headsets. I didn't know how loud it was, but I'm just happy that there's people here and they're coming out to support. Even though they're here mainly for Furia, I'm just happy that people are here.
Oh, they were fired up for you guys.
There's a few people, yeah, definitely exciting.
Last question I have for you. You know, there's been so much discussion about the format, right? Single elimination, best of 3. And, you know, as we've talked to a lot of the players and coaches, the general consensus has been this is a really cool show opportunity for the fans to see the teams, for you guys to test some things out. From you and Mike's perspective, what was the goal leading into Lock-In?
I mean, I just think doing our best. I think my personal goal is getting top 4 would be a success in my mind, given the format. But obviously every match has been tough so far. Every match going forward is going to be extremely tough. Single limb, we just have to try our best and see what happens.
Yeah. Very last thing for you very quickly before I let you go. Anything you want to say to the fans who are watching here, who are watching at home?
just thank you so much, whoever came out to support here, even if you're not here for our team. Still, thank you, and everybody at home, thank you so much for cheering us on, and I will appreciate the continued support. Thank you.
Congrats again on the win. We're going to throw it back to the desk to break down the series.
Thank you very much, Doug, and to Stella as well. I'm back here with Achilles and Mimi. And speaking of Stella, that man has done God's work. The amount of pressure, Mimi, he's under every single map is crazy.
Yeah, it again feels just like that EDG series that they played, where it's a really close game. They drop a map to a team that I think a lot of people didn't expect them to, but Stellar's sound calling and 100 Thieves' great ideas heading into the final map is able to win it out for them.
Yeah, I mean, being able to get that reverse sweep is everything for them right there, and a lot of it was on the back of those calls. I mean, even just going all the way back to that Haven as well, the Cypher play coming out of him on both of those maps realistically, just really great stuff to watch. So a really good head on his shoulders there for an IGL, and helps guide 100 Thieves to this very critical win.
Yeah, and while the first two maps I think were defined by some of the individual moments and the calling from both sides, I think this final map of Icebox was defined by the compositions and the ideas coming in, and I think that 100 Thieves did a great job of abusing the fact that Foot did not have a Sentinel in this. You see in that round there, Bang has this read. Because there's no Killjoy turret, there's going to be someone holding that angle under tube, and he's going to be able to go through and exploit it. And 100 Thieves went out in a great post plant. Just the next round down, Bang works his way into Kitchen in the late round, gets a kill, sets his team up to win out in this post plant. 100 Thieves are always a squad that is going to have a great understanding of the weaknesses of their opponent's compositions and be able to exploit it.
Yeah, really good stuff. Really well researched. Weren't sure what we're going to, be seeing from this side of Footballs when it came down to that Icebox, but clearly, even having tape on it, Footballs just couldn't quite get prepared enough to be able to deal with 100 Thieves. It looks like that's going to be a very big target map, I think, for opponents in the future to try to take away from them.
Well, before the break, we asked you guys to vote for the player of the match. The results are in. This was a bit of a tough one for me, but you guys have got... Oh, that is close. That is very close, but Kilios Bang wins it out.
He does, and I think a lot of this has to do very much with that performance on the last map. His play on the Viper there on Icebox was absolutely stunning to watch. He had some great lurk plays, some great clutches coming through, and just barely managed to stole away. I kind of thought Cryo was going to be able to get this one, given some of the crazy op shots we saw him connect with. But, I mean, well-deserved either way. You didn't really have a bad option there between those three.
Yeah, I think pretty much everyone would have been a good option to choose in that one. I probably would have voted for Cryo, though. I think that his performance in those last two maps was absolutely pivotal for 100 Thieves winning that series. He's great on Jet, and the composition they brought out with the Omen as well. Cryo is still so enabled to be fantastic individually.
Luckily, we get to see Cryo again in the next round, but unfortunately, we've had to say goodbye to FUT Esports. This is the team that nobody really knew what to expect, but Mimi, they nearly knocked out 100 Thieves here.
Yeah, I think that this team shattered expectations. They came in, they were dominant against RRQ, had some great ideas there, and had some great individual players. And here as well versus 100 Thieves, playing such a close matchup in a game where they were such a heavy underdog.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the outset, we kind of expected that they were going to be able to take down RRQ. It was really a question of how much further do they go. Unfortunately, it's not much further than that, but the performance that they put up here today shows that they definitely have the capabilities to be able to make deep runs, not necessarily in this tournament, but ones in the future. And this is a team that you can no longer underestimate, that you can no longer devalue as that EMEA region gets ready to kick off, because they look scary.
Yeah, and for the Turkish region, I'm sure that this means a ton to have a team to root for who can come to these international events and perform at a level that they're putting up close games against some of the top teams. So I think overall this is a good tournament result for the side of FUT, and there's still lots of room to grow to be even better than they are now.
I mean, genuinely, I think Turkey across the board can be very happy, because even though BBL didn't make it out, past that first round, they had a draw against DRX, and they were still able to take a cent of all maps away from them. So honestly, this looks like right now Turkish Valorant could be entering a renaissance, so I'm looking forward to watching both of those teams in the future.
Wait until you see the Tier 2 team, Seth. Wait until you see them. I mean,
watch Parla.
Yeah, and Fireflux, and SMB. Just all of them. But I mean, we always get the crumbs of like CNET, Alpha Year, but now we have a full Turkish team, I think, like you said, for them to root for, which is very exciting. But what is more exciting is that we still have one more match coming up. It is Fnatic versus Furia. But before we get to that, check out these Prime Gaming post-match highlights, and we'll catch you on the other side. It is the age-old NA versus EU matchup. 100 Thieves, they're one of the favorites in the tournament, going up against Turkey's last and only hope. I can't help but feel like the pressure is all over on the side of 100 Thieves.
The one approach isn't really being smoked off just yet, and now you can see it. Mars just comes through. Whoa. 3 kills, 1v1 situation. Massive performance by Mars. Cryo dodging, weaving, ducking, and a double face up. Fully blinded up still, Derek. How does he claim that one? And they do eventually shut down the retake. And amongst the salvage, amongst the rubble, it's Foot that are reigning supreme. And Kiwi, he's not messing around. The space being gained, a shutdown in place. 4 kills to take the map.
It is such an awesome start from Foot.
Into the back of the side, it's Kiwi with the most to do, but he will fall. Spotted round the side, enough bullets will do it, and magical stuff from Stella.
Let's go, boys.
Usually gets cleared. He wants to take the fight. There was a stun. The full line there to set him up. Instant answer, and he does still want to fight it. Target punish. Solo takes the fight and rips off the header. Cryo! We're not the kind of team to let this one slip. Right round the side, the classic right click to do it. Asuna, he finalizes it, and that's going to be them saved in this series, bringing it to map 3. Oh my goodness, Asuna!
Oh, that is really unfortunate.
Oh, might just be good enough though. Reveals over the top. That is Asuna, just a bit of running gun off the side. Nice! Go. Applying that time pressure, gonna need a miracle. Beaming through all the way and just pre-fire in the corners. And it's just far too clean.
Smiles on the faces of the 100 Thieves squad as they take down another opponent.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Me and my brother saved every little dime we had to keep the lights in the water running, but that's okay, cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. 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 Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. Sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of love. I was growing up in the hood, no, we ain't had much, but we made something out of nothing. And I remember being at school and I ain't had no lunch, but I made something out of nothing. Me and my brother saved every little dime we had to keep the lights in the water running, but that's okay. Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. Something out of nothing, 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 something out of nothing. Sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. I made something out of nothing. Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing.
You knew that this was coming. Tried to fight it, but you denied it. Try to fight it.
Welcome back once again to Lock-In. I hope you guys had a nice break. We have one more match today, and this will determine our EMEA bracket Final Four. Joining me on the desk is Mimi, Achilleos, and EMEA's #1 fans, Doug and Bala, as you just saw them. I know Bala's just full-fledged cheering for Fnatic for this
I don't know who gave them those sticks, but they should be taken away, and we should get someone on that ASAP. Everyone knows there's no fun permitted on the desk, so we need to deal with that.
That was too much fun, I feel like.
I just like that Bala chose the wrong way to go, so now he's got to walk all the way out and around because he doesn't want to cut back in front of the camera.
Okay.
Already did it once, you might as well just do it again.
Well, let's talk about the game now. Of course, Fnatic versus Furia. Let's start with the fact that this is a rematch. Both of these teams, Mimi, they faced each other before, but not the same roster.
Yes, they did. It was back at Champions 2021. And back then, Furia impressed people. They picked into Fnatic's best map in Icebox, and they won that one. Fnatic still came back to win that series as a whole, but for Furia, I'm sure they have a chip on their shoulders to get that revenge and win the matchup this time.
I mean, Furia is a team that has kind of always been on the edge of becoming a great squad, you know, following in the footsteps of Loud, just trying to break out of those group stages, make it into the playoffs. We saw them test the mettle of DRX as well, but like you say, going all the way back to the very beginning, they have been a competitive team, and now they have leveled up the roster even more.
Yeah, and while it has just been that one change out of Furia, it has been bigger changes out of Fnatic. They brought in 2 new players heading into this event, and thus far they've looked really good with them.
I mean, how good do Chronicle and Leo look? Especially, I guess we like to talk about comparing to their old roster, Mimi. Is this a massive upgrade?
It feels like it is a massive upgrade indeed. We saw them in their debut, and they really did look like the super team we expected. They had some great ideas coming in. The coordination looked absolutely on point, and it felt like every individual was performing at an insane level.
It really did. I mean, some of the set strategies coming out from the side of Fnatic were just impeccable, things that we haven't necessarily seen before, so they're rewriting the books a little bit, coming out with new strats to try to catch people off guard, and against Sentinels, they absolutely were able to do just that. We'll see, though, now that there's a little bit more tape, a very slight amount of tape, given that it was a 2-0, whether or not Furia will be able to get a read for what they're doing, or at least be able to react to it, because these hits, especially when they're on that attacking side from Fnatic, these hits come at you very quickly.
And I think a lot of the strength that they found in those side executes, and also in just their ability to anchor really well on the defense as they did against Sentinels, has been those 2 new players you were talking about. I think these 2 new players in Leo, in Chronicle, have slotted into the roster really seamlessly, and have immediately had fantastic initiator utility that is well-timed with the rest of the squad to provide so much value for Fnatic.
Now, I believe it's that time of the year again where we talk about whether this is going to be the trophy-lifting Fnatic or Fraudnatic. We talk about this every single tournament. They look good online. They come to a tournament. Everyone thinks they're going to win. They don't. Seth, talk me through it. Are we still crazy to believe in this team?
Well, I don't think I need to convince you too much, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think that it actually is. This is I want to say this is really the first time that I've been super convinced that this is a Fnatic roster that can take a trophy, that can take a championship. I don't know if it's going to be here at Lock-In. It's a single elimination event, a couple of mistakes, and suddenly you're going home. But I have the most faith that I've ever had in this organization right now with this roster.
As we've already established in this segment, I lack joy, and I will not get baited into saying that this is going to be the championship-winning Fnatic yet, because like you said, Yinsu, every event they come out, they look fantastic. They have great ideas. They have great coordination. I would expect that to continue in this matchup. I think they're the clear favorite over Furia, but where it matters is as we get deeper and deeper into this tournament, if their mental can stay in shape and they can win these scrappier and scrappier close matches online.
They always have a throwing them. I think I'm leaning more
There's always the one Fraudnatic match.
Yeah, there always is. There always is. It could be for today, but they're going to be going up against Furia. Let's talk about Furia, because I don't know if you guys also feel the same way, that they've also upgraded compared to the last time we saw them.
I think they absolutely have. I think bringing in the new addition for this squad has added quite a bit of a new level for them. Thus far, I feel like MWZera has been fantastic, but I think my big fixation on them heading into this event was the change of IGLing. We lose out on Notswer, now we're adding in a new, not a new player, but a new IGL in Mazin, and you heard it earlier, I think he's been looking fantastic for them and has been making some really strong calls. In the game versus T1, they did a great job of adapting, finding these fast retakes, these fast flanks, and completely shutting down all of T1's game plans.
They did, and I do agree. I think that widely this is an upgraded team, but you have to anticipate that Fnatic are not nearly going to leave open so many weaknesses, those gaps in the armor, compared to Fnatic. They look super well drilled, so if Furia are going to be able to walk away with a win, it is going to be a hard-earned one.
You are fully on the Fnatic train. I can feel it. I can feel it. Now, one other player, MW0, I think he was one of the most hyped players as well in the off-season.
Yeah.
And this is what Furious coach Carla had to say with Saisho in the post-match interview. MW0 is a good player. He is in a good environment, team player too. So he kind of like brings us that happiness and confidence that we need to evolve. And he is a very, very good player, maybe.
Yeah, we've already talked about how good he is as an individual, but I think what's more important is the vibes that he is bringing to this team. Teams normally have someone who's the IGL and also someone who's the emotional leader, the guy keeping the vibes up, making the joke when they're down in a match. And for some teams, that's the same person, but for Fury, it seems like it's different. MW0 helping bring in the vibes, helping everyone feel good, while their IGL and Mazin is making the calls.
Yeah, and we've talked about it so many times, these rosters that bring together all these great components, these people on paper who seem like they should mesh and should become this super team. But if you don't have those components, if you don't have somebody that can keep those spirits high, that's when things can really start to fall apart, the wheels fall off the bus.
And I think it's even more important while they're playing in front of this Brazilian crowd, because that is a big added pressure, but they absolutely strived under it in their first match.
One of the individual matchups I'm looking forward to is kind of the messiah of the Jet meta between these two. Durka on one side, Dijazine on the other. Mimi, they faced off before. It was a great matchup. What do you think is going to happen today between these two?
I mean, it's going to be interesting because in history, Durka was the guy who got diffed in that initial matchup in Icebox, where this Furious squad was able to get that upset at Champions. But from what we've seen thus far this tournament, I feel like they've both been looking insane, but Durka has been competing against better competition. Let's be honest, T1 was looking rough, and what Dijazine did was impressive, but Durka was doing it against world champions, against Tens, against Zekin, of some of the absolute best players in the world, and looking unstoppable.
Yeah, but again, he's done it before. Can he do it once more? Is Dijazine the kind of player who plays to the same or a similar level as his opponents? We saw him crushing against T1. We also saw some great highlights out of them, particularly from Carpe. Now he's getting ready to go back up against Durka, who so far has had one of the most explosive performances. Does he just naturally adapt to that aggression that he's seeing out of the opposing duelist and then rise to the occasion? That's what we're looking to see.
Is that the win condition, though? Because previously, if you shut down Durka, you can win the game pretty easily. Do you still feel like this Fnatic is how they're going to be able to beat them?
I think it has to start similar to what it did last time. You shut down Durka and you build confidence into this one. Furia, when they get that confidence behind them, if they can get rolling, there's a chance that they could take this one home, but they have to have that strong start, I think.
I do think there's a bit more to it. Shutting down Durka is a fantastic way to start things off, but there are these multi-layered strategies there from the side of Fnatic. You have to be able to predict when they're coming and pick them apart one by one.
You need the follow-through. Last time they started by shutting down Durka, but they still lost the series at Champions.
Well, it's time to bring out these players and our last two teams fighting for survival today and also in this EMEA bracket. Let's give a warm welcome to Fnatic and the home crowd favorites, Furia, to the stage. Listen to that crowd. The Furia fans are in full force, but this isn't anything new for Fnatic. They have already eliminated the two Brazilian darlings, Sassy and Pancada. But Mimi, under all this pressure of the Furia fans, can they do that again?
It's going to be a big question in this one, but I think since that matchup versus Sentinels, the pressure has mounted. It's the weekend now. That crowd is huge, and they were booing this squad when they walked out. They are so heavily in favor of Furia.
No, they absolutely are, and I mean, to be anticipated. But now, it's a question of, do they thrive in it? Does Fnatic get faltered by it at all?
I mean, we got to talk about Alpha here. He's only 17, and the last time he was in front of the home crowd, he crumbled. What is he going to do in front of a crowd that's all against him?
It's a big question.
It's all about being able to drag that energy, turn it around, use it against Furia. But I do agree, we're not sure if he's going to be able to pull it off. But for now, we'll go into the map veto, and Pearl's going to be taken away by Fnatic.
Yeah, they've been banning that pretty consistently. One of the few teams unwilling to play that map. Furia as well, consistent on that ban of Lotus. What do Fnatic picks? Who picks into the Icebox? Because both these teams love it. I actually expect Furia to do it, and I think that puts Fnatic at a big advantage in the veto, because they want that Icebox, but they also don't want to have to be the ones to pick it and give their opponent an option for a different map.
I wonder if Furia, there we go, they don't go there, they go to Ascent, and I like this pick, Seth. I think this is really smart.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Fnatic banning Ascent away from Sentinels. This is the kind of map where Digitin can absolutely thrive, bringing out that Jet. Now it's a question of, does that Icebox get to repeat? Do we see it as a decider? For now, it's looking good.
Fnatic takes away the split as well, Mimi, where they won. And we are going to go to Icebox.
Yeah, both these teams love this map. Both these teams wanted this map in the pool, but neither wanted to be the one to pick it. So a bit of a game of chicken in these first two picks, which means we had Haven Ascent, two maps where I expect to get that Digitin versus Durka Jet head-to-head.
I can only hope that this was a bit of a gentleman's agreement. Hey, look, we'll leave the Icebox for the end, and then we'll see who is able to take it.
I mean, I want to see it. These two teams are both exceptional on that map. We've had that rematch as well, so I'm really hoping we go to map 3, but do you guys feel like we will, given what we know in the first two maps?
It's an interesting question, but I don't really expect it, to be honest. I think that Haven is a very strong one for Fnatic. I think that for the side of Furia, it has to lie on Ascent, but we are into the Prime Gaming Agents like already for Haven.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going to see on the side of Furia. Fnatic, I suspect Seth will stick with the combo we've seen already.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Furia, what in the hell are they cooking? Viper Harbor on a Haven. What am I witnessing right now?
Okay, this is an unusual one. They'll start on defense, so they'll have a lot of stall, a lot of sustain with these smokes. QCKs will recharge. You have Mazin with lots of utility as well. Their retakes, though, that's where my question lies. No breach. You only have that Sky Flash and Digitin's dash to get back in.
I mean, we already saw some of the struggles over on Haven from the side of Foot not having that. I'm mixing things up. Never mind. Anyway, they did have a breach. I'm messing things up. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is a wild comp. I can't wait to see what happens.
I can't wait to see it either, and send it over to the two most loud fans in the arena. Of course, it is Darker and Bala.
An atmosphere unmatched. This crowd is going wild, and there hasn't even been a single bullet shot so far, man.
Let's go. What is this comp, too? This is so sick.
You just don't, it doesn't get any better. It really doesn't. Again, Furia, Fnatic in front of a crowd like this. The comp is insane. It's going to be good, friends. It's going to be so freaking good.
This is a chance for another Brazilian team to get up into the top 8, and I couldn't be more excited for this game. Haven starting off. And oh boy.
Yeah, I was talking to Stellar at the end of the last series, and he straight up said, like, it's really hard to hear the crowd when you're playing, but they heard him walking in. They heard the boos. Fnatic knows full well what side the crowd is on. It seems like Fnatic wanting to go aggressive straight into B. Durka trying to inject some pace into the opening of this map.
Only a fake, though. Spike headed towards Garage. They're droning it through. Durka has a chance to flank, though. QCK's not aware.
Yes, he is. He's at least aware enough to take care of Alpha here. But Durk is still in a really good position. Xena spotted him. He's in so much trouble, man. Yeah, he's in so much trouble. Every single kill will get this crowd louder and louder as Chronicle 48 HP. And that's all it's going to be. First round, Furia.
Such a solid beginning to kick things off here for Furia. multiple things working for them there, but some caution from Durka allows QCK and the rest of Furia to really collapse on that garage hit. That is well played. Already can start getting into the nuances of the Viper on this map. They're sending that wall up on defense straight towards A, both on the pistol and on this round here, which we're already into.
I don't think that flash caught anyone.
Yeah, the smoke allows them to dodge that flash so they can cross, but you do know that that smoke went up. That's going to be a conditioning factor throughout this game.
MWZero trying to get out of the gravity well, and Durka gets right in there with him.
The harbor wall!
Mazine gets 3, able to spam him through the wall.
Look how far that thing goes, too.
Not only that, but how long it lasts as well. Leo's able to get one with the shock dart, but Furia clean up the round.
And I have to say, I am not sure. For most of the comps, sometimes we see the harbor on Icebox, on Pearl. We saw it a lot through the alpha bracket. I think a lot of teams were prepared for this.
Yeah.
Now this comp,
this is different.
Completely out of left field.
You don't prepare for something like this. I mean, how do you?
Yeah, and right away you saw the value of that. You got that high tide covering garage and B at the same time, and then the cascade as well to overlap the Viper wall and really give Fnatic no room into that site. So these early hits, you could see Harbor really do well. Look at that cascade as well, giving so much space to MWZero down short.
Opts not to take the space, but it's there.
I am looking at some of the stars that Boaster is preactively putting on short. I think that indicates they may be more prepared than I think.
Flash over the top, does tag a little bit. You see that harbor wall go up. And it is just on the other side of the alarm bot. In B to help conceal.
They don't have anything really to play off of this turret. So Khalil is going to be pressured immediately once this drone comes out and they start to push through. But with that Trailblazer clearing, Fnatic is calling the audible to go back over towards a different spot on the map. And actually concealing with that smoke, I'm really curious what they want to do. MWZero last time that flash didn't get any information. He's probably going to have a second one coming up soon.
See a second harbor wall go up.
It's so good too. That thing lasts forever. Fnatic is going to have to hit within 15 seconds if unless they want to push through this wall. Don't forget the Viper wall 2 is going to come right back up.
I mean, how do you get through all of that utility? And then, yeah, look at where QCK is. You're absolutely right. But Buster's going to check it. Oh, he had the wherewithal to look, but he gave them the back of his head. QCK with 2 on the round, but Fnatic cracks the site open. Oh. They're getting the kills they need. It's just Khalil, and he's going to show up late. He's in a 1v3 here and has nothing but a Spectre. The quietest this crowd has been up until now, and well, for good reason. Khalil has a whole lot he's going to have to figure out.
For him, I think the team is hoping he can maybe pick up that op and get out, but they're really not giving him that much space with that turret either.
They're really, I mean, it's so far out of reach. It's so difficult to get. Chronicles holding a tight angle as well. Fnatic on the board.
And the idea from Furia that they're relying on over and over, the one where they're saving so much for Digizin to get this op in the 3rd round, right there, no value, and I think he had a chance to. It's just Alphayer, who was so solid to find that kill.
One enemy remains.
2 of them, too. Really nice. And that does make the economy a little bit weird here. For Furia, Mazin only a Sheriff and light armor, plus his utility. And he wants to go aggressive down mid with this cascade. That's definitely something that's super good. Most of the smokes in the game take a second to land. That one's immediately blocking your position.
Again, a slow approach from Fnatic this round. You know, we've had so many conversations around how prepared are they going to be for this harbor tech.
There's so much prep here from Mazin. Blocking short here for Digizin, and also that maybe gives him a spot to escape. He might spam.
Did he? Note, he doesn't have dash here. So if he gets in trouble, he's got to stay. He's got to stick to the fight. Fortunately, MWZero is here to help. It's going to be chaos in short. How much more are you expecting? The flash, and Leo falls.
They're trying to punish.
How much space can he find? He dashes into the smoke, and again, the pocket from Azine is just too good.
Dirk is left in this 1v4. What can you do? Furia with a hot start out of the gates.
There are so many little dangerous things that you have to be perfect here from Fnatic against this comp and this prep from Furia. This reliance on Haven right now feeling like a bit of trouble for Fnatic leading into this game. Furia is super prepped, ultra prepped. And with DJZin, the way that he's so aggressive, I don't even really think that this is going to be a problem for them on the attack side either. I like this from Mini.
Yeah, I do too, actually. Yep.
Crowd giving it to him, but I think this is really, really important to get on the same page immediately.
Yeah, and settle, right? Like just settle. You're a couple of rounds in, get all the jitters out, get the nerves, whatever it is, it's got you a little sideways. And remember that this is, while it is only a single limb best of 3, it is a marathon, right?
Yeah.
You've got plenty of maps to play, you have plenty of rounds to play. Settle and stick to what you know.
Yep. To be fair, Boaster has called many A hits so far. I mean, out of 4 rounds, 3 of them have gone towards A. And they've been hit by that pocket twice.
Yep.
They've been hit by the short presence. And we have seen 2 different setups. But if I'm Mini, I am really, really scared about what else is going to happen on the rest of the map.
Yeah.
Because Viper's not even playing towards A, by the way. He's playing towards C.
Yeah.
So I need to start exploring more of the map. And I also need to start finding solutions. I think it's going to have to come from really clearing that Viper wall all the way up to short as fast as possible in rounds where you want to default.
Cheeky little combo from the Harbor in the sky towards A. Cascaded, flashed right over it. Just so much pressure on that area of the map.
This is a good call to go towards C right now, especially after the high tide has been used.
But I mean, DJZin's already here.
You can't get through. No. How much coverage is there? He just put the poison off, the orb, and he actually is just letting it refuel. He doesn't worry about this push coming in. He has mollies to cover this as well.
Note the 2 pistols for Boaster and Alfier. Boaster's already fallen, Leo does too. Alfier is not able to find any success with the classic as DJZin gets 3 on the round. Bazine tried getting a little cheeky, he's punched forward on the flank. And I wonder how they choose to play this here. Durka can draw a lot of attention if he goes all the way back towards A.
Yeah, but they're splitting this completely. Durka's maybe can get a kill or 2. If he does, Chronicle can work his magic too. Who has the spike? That's the game you have to play.
And now Durka's gonna be on a foot race to get back to C. And this forces Chronicle to play this a bit more slowly than he would like. He has to wait for help.
This breach ult, you really don't want to try to use it in a 1v1. Durka's still, he's getting chased by MW. He finds it. DJZin too!
How much more can Durka find? The Cloudburst in his face, Rolling Thunder used. Chronicle now pushing out, trying to find some room to work with. The tap on the spike, the flash and swing out. I believe he spotted both. He's got 13 seconds left. Durka's here, he's gotten 3. Khalil has so much to do. It's gone down to a 1v1 and Chronicle stops it. Fnatic get the second. That was a 4v2.
2v5. That is ridiculous. Chronicle and Durka just go crazy. And that is an unconventional approach to this too.
Yeah.
I mean, they just split up. They split up entirely onto opposite ends of the map. That is such a good round from them. And what you can do when you have a super team, when you have both trust in Durka and trust in Chronicle back into this. Durka wants to take B space fast. It's all up to Mazin, and he's saving just a frenzy.
Durka pushing the matter, but Mazin's in between them. He dinked Chronicle as well, now 25 HP. Oh. This is not...
We've got 2 stingers here. DJZin has knives.
Yeah, this is not as easy as it may seem. You have the Seekers invested too.
The turret will spot him, but he's isolated right now. This Seeker's coming at him as well. Oh.
They don't wait for it. And Alfier is able to pick him apart. It's too easy when you give a guy of Alfier's caliber fights like that.
Bold to spam.
Uh-oh! Oh, Leo!
Woo!
was closer than it should have been.
Look, I'm just glad we got close rounds, no matter how these are falling. Fnatic making it count, though. And I really do like this idea from Durka, the one that they ran on pistol. I think the team has realized, okay, yes, they're stopping us when they go C, when they go A. And yes, they're doubling up with that high tide and the Viper wall on B. But there's only one person there, and the way that they're dash updrafting into a smoke for Durka to play with while there's a dart going off as well, that's way, way too much for Mazin to deal with.
First Viper split we're going to see on this map, and it's certainly in an unconventional place. And then, on top of that, you've got the harbor wall you're going to have to navigate through. If that wasn't enough to deal with.
They might push this. The dart cleared the back of sight right there. A lot of damage was done, so you had to have Muzera actually heal up Khalil. They're going for this.
Durka once again dashing forward. Space taken. The Trailblazers should have spotted a whole lot of what's before them.
Harbor ults used.
The Reckoning causing chaos, but Durka seems to handle it just fine. QCK and Khalil able to get two.
Oh,
though.
double shock!
No shot. Leo gets 3.
Was there a grab well there too?
How on earth does Leo find that much value?
That's ridiculous, but also what we have grown to know Leo is capable of. I didn't see much of it in the Sentinels game, but he was also taking fights just head up. On these executes, he could be so terrifying.
I mean, the round is done. DGZen has to save the up here.
That was a lot invested there, too.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. The Viper's Pit, the Reckoning.
Yep.
And they may keep the op here. We'll see. That's left to be decided. It seems like he's going to get away just fine.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the discussion here for Furia is about how that fast flood was mistimed and how the flash didn't really get too much. Durka was able to dodge in the back of sights. The close garage players were able to duck away and not be killed by it. And the speed at which it went was a little too chaotic there when they have a very controlled comp. They need to be waiting for the Mazin high tide. They need to be waiting for a Cove to go down. Yes, you want to be taking advantage of the chaos.
Oh, that shot guard was so good, bro.
It's so good.
Yep.
Yeah, the grab well as well from Boaster. It's perfect.
Well played.
He was in trouble too. Don't forget, they were spamming at him through that smoke. He was playing on logs.
And worth noting here, you know, we were talking about the early break and whether or not, you know, you ask, is it too soon to call that breakout for Mini? It's been 3 rounds for Fnatic since.
Yep.
They've reestablished control of this.
And none of the rounds have gone towards A.
No, not at all.
So, if I'm Carlisle, I'm curious on how to not overcompensate.
He's hitting the camera.
I'm surprised we're letting him do that. Hey, okay. Those things are not dangerous. There was no Dougs harmed in the production of this introduction as well.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how Furia adjusts. You know, even in these last 2 rounds, they've still been investing a decent amount of utility towards fighting for a main control, but Fnatic have been so glad to just give that space up, to play away from it.
Yeah, and you also have the conversation about how DGZen opping and being so reliant on the op is causing them to not have the ability to really flank. The 1 round QCK went for it, or it was actually Mazin went for it. He got punished. He doesn't have the tools to explore cautiously by himself. And that netted them the only 2v5 of the game.
Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot different. They're still investing utility to control a main.
They're actually taking a lot of information right now. They baited that it's going to be that same B hit, but they're just walking in front towards C. And there's no information here on the other side of this wall. Durka gets through. That's going to give Boaster the Q to go through as well. That's an informational denial tool as the Cosmic Divide, not an execute tool. But this is slower here. We've got stingers all around.
Oh, that timing from Leo.
Wow, that dog got distance.
Oh, Mazin, oh, the stinger just wasn't good enough there.
And Leo's awareness is very much good enough. Great round from Fnatic. I love the ideas I'm seeing. We're going to see an early save here from DGZen again.
DGZen once again just has to save the op.
This time he's in a little bit more of risk. Leo, who was in attacker spawn is able to follow up on this a lot earlier. But up in heaven, yeah, he's fine. 5 now for Fnatic. And you mentioned it, this is 4 in a row. Out of that timeout. 4 in a row.
4 in a row, and you've got the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury to work with. A ton of credits, too. I mean, Leo's on 7450.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. You've talked so much about DGZin's reliance on the op, and I mean, we saw how effective he was with it, so I don't necessarily blame them for it, but it has been very quiet, this map.
It's over towards C now. And they did not put the Viper Orb there. Instead, it's elsewhere on the map. They've got this smoke already up for Durka to dash into.
I mean, he's separated from his team here.
Shock's coming through. They baited everybody off the site.
That's so well played.
Most times they're going over towards C to pivot from this, but this time, MW Zera's Trailblazer, can he actually find some information?
I think the other thing very quickly we have to remember is Durka going aggressive like that and pulling back out draws so much utility from Furia. So they won't have as much of that to deal with post-plant, to deal with site denial either.
Blood again coming though, and it's punished.
Durka with a clean shot on MW Zera. Dude, Fnatic are doing such a good job of systematically removing options from Furia.
Yeah, and I don't like that Flood given the KJ lockdown that they have. They could use that. It could be a tool. But they're really looking for mistakes here from Fnatic. It's not coming.
They're just waiting. It was just a moment too long.
Yeah, it felt like the idea was to save here.
Yeah.
With the way they were getting in, it looked like they were waiting for mistakes, and there just weren't any.
That's 3 rounds now in a row that we've had to see some sort of a save out from Furia.
And that's good. I mean, good for them for not going for rounds that are lost and not investing, but 2 rounds now, I think they could have gone for a different plan for the retake and potentially had success. Again, it's a control comp. It's a comp that allows you to cut off angles for large periods of time. So if you are regrouping and allowing that control to work, for example, this Cascade, if MW is with teammates there, they definitely can cut off and find Boaster by himself.
3-round lead for Fnatic. And it doesn't seem like there are any signs of slowing down. Yeah, they invested the Rolling Thunder previously. They still have Leo's ult. This time, DG's in a different angle on that op, but there's really not much challenge. The 6th Sense out from Fnatic to play away from the star for Furia is really impressive.
Flashing up for the drone to get as much information. Does deny the information that QCK is in that corner. Leo does not ult the drone tagged target. This time they're going to hit this B site.
I wonder if they, oh, the wall went down. Wonder if they were concerned about that pocket that's been in Cubby. No, the Seeker's used, and once again, Fnatic, they're drawing out utility, they're drawing out ultimates, and they can reset however they want.
They don't have sewers control, but they're faking the noise to running back into window right now. And DGZin is trying to be ready for that cross to come. But they're actually going back towards B.
Quiet for now.
That turret just got information. Nobody really close.
Oh, MW's here not able to find anything to his Famazine playing backside. He spots 2 and he isn't able to get any!
Clean transfer, clean execute. Again, Fnatic.
He's trying to peek through the smoke. QCK trying to make a play. DGZin finding one with the op finally getting online, but that op that's been in his hands for the last few rounds now sits harmlessly on the ground. I mean, Fnatic are just putting a masterclass on right now.
Ever since
the timeout?
Ever since that timeout, it's now 6 in a row. And the energy sucked out of this arena. Durka looking like the Durka that we saw early on in that map against Sentinels as well. Just not really caring. And I really do like the executes, and I like the mid-rounding as well. The fake footsteps, walk back into B, even when Fury is set up, that leaves a little bit of doubt in your mind. First time heading back towards A. I'm wondering if we see the same wall from Mazin with a flash or something.
Yeah, DG's here. DG's in spotted. He is able to take one with him, though. And the flash mitigates the danger, mitigates the damage.
And it's hilarious and sad that Furia, the first engagement DigiZin gets as a first engagement, as a first duel, is without the op.
Yeah. Yep.
The first round, he loses it in this entire streak of 6 rounds.
There is an element of irony to that. Durka getting some high ground. And he gets another. He's got 3 on the round already, man.
That's not a double updraft I've seen, too. That's head on. And dynamic in the round, too. Those are the ones that are harder to prepare for. At the beginning of the round, you instantly hear the ult pop up. You instantly turn your crosshair on high. The double swing from Leo and Alfier as well. It is too clinical.
Yeah, you're right. There is a sick irony in what you were mentioning there with DGZin. You know, we've had so much conversation around how do you stop the firepower and the star power of DGZin, and it seems like for Fnatic they have really every answer in the book, right?
Yep.
I mean, you stay away from him, and then when you do, you know that he's in a weaker position, doesn't have the op, so you can challenge him head on, and Fnatic have just had his number.
And I love the insistence of going back over towards A here. Since early in the round, early in the half, Furia found so much success.
Oh, and WZera, he's got a lot there. He's flashed against them all! Holy smokes, what a hold from MWZera! The flash to swing out! Leo blinded, still gets the kill, but Mazin cleans it up.
It comes at the final hour in this half for Furia. A much needed round out of MW.
We'll take a look at this one more time. I mean, we've had these little moments just like that that really have not gone Furia's way up until then, and you're right, you can see it in his face like, yeah, you give that one.
Yeah.
Sometimes you play the game, and other times the game plays you. That's exactly what went down. You hear the crowd come back to life. We're actually going to throw it to Sideshow, who's standing by with a special guest. Sideshow, take it away.
Thank you, Doug. I'm down here on the floor with Mount, a streamer for Furia, and the crowd is going nuts. It felt like Fnatic were in control for most of that half, but this has just breathed new life into them. The atmosphere down here whenever they win is just crazy.
Yeah, the crowd is crazy. I mean, this is Brazil, so every round is an important round. So even though we were losing for 8-4, we got the last round, so we have to cheer up so the players feel what we're feeling.
NRG Loud, I saw you were watching that game, and it was an insane match.
It was crazy.
Are you ready for one as close as this? Can your heart even handle it?
I mean, we have a thing in Brazil that it's not a Furia game if it's an easy game. So I'm kind of prepared for it. I hope I don't have to but I'm kind of prepared to it, to be honest.
I want to ask you about the Loud versus Furia stuff, because I've been walking around and there's a lot of Loud fans here, but the crowd is packed for the Furia game. Is there a rivalry between the two organizations, or are they all united here in trying to send Fnatic home?
I mean, of course, there is a rivalry because it's like two of the biggest Brazilian organizations. But when we're talking about like a Brazilian team playing against some other team not from Brazil, everyone cheers together, everyone is cheering for Furia right now, as everyone is going to be cheering for Loud when they're playing. So even though there is a rivalry, right now, everyone's cheering for Furia. I'm sure of it.
As a streamer for Furia, I know that you're familiar with some of the players.
Yeah.
Do you have a player to watch, a player that you think is going to go crazy here as we head into the next half?
Sure, I mean, DGZin is a really, really good individual player, so maybe attacking, he can like save us from this game. So I'm really hoping DGZin is coming strong for the next half.
Yeah, I mean, what an end to that half. Thank you very much for joining me for the interview, Mount. We're going to send it back down to Doug and Bala for the rest of this game, because I think it's heating up.
It is.
Thank you so much, Egg. I hope it heats up more. Right? I want more. I want more heat. I want more rounds out of Fury. I want more out of Fnatic. It really has been a Fnatic masterclass.
I do like the confidence out of Mount, though, and he's right.
Yeah.
DGZin is the player to watch on this second half, and he needs to be a little bit more active here.
Ball, I hate to put you on the spot like this as I look at the stat on the bottom. Where'd you have Durka on your top players list?
I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
Oh, an absolute dominant performance out of Durka. An absolute dominant performance out of Fnatic. And of course, it's going to be Durka to have first touch.
takes a step back. DG's in. There's the matchup we've been waiting for. There's a matchup that's been so highly anticipated. And it's actually DG's in who deals
out ahead.
a little damage, yeah.
As Viper Wall over towards C does give space to clear the back of site before challenging logs. And they also have a pocket to deny the place of CT players coming out.
Very nice molly. It's all really, it leaves Alfier isolated. He's got to be able to hold him back on his own. Now Chronicle able to push past that utility. But they've already lost control of the site.
Is there anything for Uzair? Might have a flash coming back up. Yes, just now. They're going to flash for him and push into this.
Gotta be careful though. Dark is pushing on the other side. Chronicle's already fallen. DG's in, trying to isolate the fight by himself, and no Boaster wins it out.
Way too fast. They don't know about Durka right now. This could be real bad news.
Oh, the flash is gorgeous. The information gathered.
Just repositioning on the tap there too, Durka. Oh my goodness.
Woo! The spam, no good. MW's are really coming to life here. And you know, there's been plenty of critique towards MW, like, is he the real deal? How much has he struggled? And these last few rounds have been quite the statement.
His stocks definitely fell throughout the entirety of last year.
Yep.
For not making it back to an international stage. And being touted as, in pre-VCT times, the best Brazilian player. How times have changed, but here he is showing maybe that story isn't done yet. Maybe there's still a next chapter.
Top fragging for his squad with plenty more to come. DG's in, going aggressive. But then he instantly throws the brakes on. Trailblazer gonna find a lot.
I mean, they're ready to collapse back on this.
Yeah, and Durka's there. He doesn't have dash. Yeah, he doesn't have health either. He's dead.
Waiting to see how Mazin can use this high tide. They could easily get in the site with it. But look, they've got so much space in B. This is risky, but QCK only has a stinger. Khalil with the Spectre, that's a little bit more dangerous. Not the biggest of deals. They've got so much space. Doesn't even really matter.
No, not at all. Alfier was trying to find some space out of garage. The turret caught him. So he knows he can't go that way. He has to rotate back towards the squad. Back towards Boaster, who isn't much better off, to be honest. He only has a pistol as well.
Taking the time to get the orb as well. MW is going to be one off, and maybe he could get his ults in the third round of the second half.
It is those little things, as we've discussed so many times.
Yeah, MW's chasing right now. QC's just baiting for him, and he gets it.
That's the ult.
That is something you rarely see teams have the time to do. Most of the time, yeah, it's in their head. Yeah, it's an idea. But that's one of the few times you see it come to fruition right there. When you have so much control, you can grab an extra orb and also target who you want to get the kill.
Yeah. Take a look at that Prime Gaming Flawless round one more time for Furia. Min-maxing, really getting everything they could possibly want, and then a little extra, really.
Yep. And we are right back into a very close situation. 2 rounds. Let's see how this bonus goes for Furia. This is a huge one. Might look like a very aggro play towards C, but all they're doing is denying that jump spot and making Alfier very, very uncomfortable. And they've swapped the sides where that Viper wall is.
Surprised too that the star remained on C long, given that possibility of a scaling up behind the wall. No smoke, no gravity wall, no nothing. Boaster patient there.
High Tide used to enter B. They will get into it. There's no molly to delay. DG's in going further, but Alfier punishes. Here's the Seekers, though. They're going to try to actually get up towards C.
You've got Mazin, who's lagging behind just a little bit.
Alfier's still here. They know it. He's vulnerable in the molly. Oh, my goodness.
They don't know. Do they know? Do they know? Alfier gets 3. Now Mazin left alone. A clean 2K from Leo. Dude, Alfier was vulnerable. He had 33 HP. He was by himself.
It's just silly.
The kid's a freak.
I think there again an instance where actually low-key, this is a strat out of the Fnatic playbook. We just saw this in the first half. Durka leading the way into B.
Yeah.
DJZin says we could do it as well. But it causes trouble when they're not fighting with those Seekers, when they get broken early. They switch the wall back over to C. They're going to fight towards A lobby. flash out, cascade deep. Dirk is going to play in front of it. Oh!
Yeah, Zine had gotten to the other side. That's the thing, when you try to peek on the other side of the wall, you just have no idea, right? It's a 50-50 guess.
Boaster going reactively losing a player, trying to make a play on his own.
Got to fan him. And if they don't check this, it's going to be problematic. You see Khalil ready for it, waiting for it. Boaster wins it out. He doesn't win the second.
High Tide comes in, gives Digizin some safety. Can't get drone tagged here.
But he's going to have to buy time and stay alive because the spike isn't here yet.
The High Tide is bad. He had a pocket in front of it. Just a minor mistake here from Mazin.
No utility being dumped out off of the tap of the spike plant. They're just choosing to wait, Fnatic is, to regroup and then play this together.
They've got the lockdown, but I think a constant threat here in this comp is QCK with the Viper mollies.
And he does have two.
Looking to see. Alfier has one molly. They have a stun. They're going for it. Digizin's blinded.
He's sticking around for a long time, too.
Oh
my gosh, he got one!
But they got the second, too. Molly is out.
The sacrificial lamb.
Oh!
No shot, the mollies. It's a 1v1.
Leo think there's a second one coming. There's not.
Oh! The timing up from QCK. He does have another molly. Not a lot of time left. I don't know that Leo can find a way in. So well played by Furia. So well played by QCK.
We got ourselves a game. It's the Red Bull clutch for QCK, and that is just so smart. Throwing one molly out. Chronicle dies to it. That's a huge blunder.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong, but to not fire the second molly, that lets you fight before Leo is even close to ready.
Right, you close the gap, yeah. And who only expects one molly there? Right, he was waiting for the second, as you said. Op in the hands of Durka this time around, and he's going to get a peek towards short. He's going to have a shot at it as well, the fall end, to try to provide some cover, to create some space. Oh, and there are plenty of targets on the other side.
This is where Durka was so good. But the dash is gone.
You gotta be careful. He doesn't have much more utility, but Durka misses. And Furia decide to rotate away. Dump a little util, but the drone out from Leo is going to confirm that there's no scaling behind it.
Alfier has to be anchored on this site so hard to give the information because he's getting denied that jump spot.
Yeah, he is. But he's been so good.
Boaster's going for this. They dropped the wall.
Here. Boaster's close by, but Alfier's falling. You're not expecting Boaster here, but he's got nothing but a judge. You got to give him the close fights, and they do! Boaster with 2! Boaster with 3!
Nothing but a judge? Just ridiculous. That's why he was running close. That's why he was going as fast as he can.
Oh, that shock dart. It lands, it's true. The flash in the face of DG's in, 33 HP.
More damage done by Leo's shocks, too.
Now, Khalil has an ult, but, I mean, surely you don't invest it here. So difficult. They're opting to take the gunfights, and Khalil's left in this 1v2. And he just can't. What a ballsy play from Boaster.
Ballsy, but maybe the only one he could make.
Sure.
With that weapon.
Yeah.
The thing is, Furia go for a Viper Wall drop execute, where typically you're executing behind that wall, you're getting all the way up in the back pot, you're clearing that, and then taking the space after that. But they drop the wall so they can clear close and try to catch him by surprise. Boaster takes full advantage of the situation given. No, he did not know that was going to happen. And I think he thought his chances were much worse, given the fact that the Viper Wall would have decayed him jumping through.
Sure. But he finds outrageous value.
And just to be clear, it's not a mistake by Fury, that's just the strat.
Right. I want to go back to something we talked about too, is it seems like Furia wants to try to hit C, Alfier, who's often been left alone on C, and yeah, that previous round notwithstanding because Boaster showed up with Rogues, but Alfier's done an exceptional job at trying to anchor on his own.
Yeah, he has.
And that's the thing, you don't see that a ton in stats, but he's played well.
2 Fnatic fans in the crowd. Unlucky.
Unlucky.
But it's all fun and games. Yeah, I especially like the round where Alfir was able to rotate back into plat.
Yep.
But that was one of those rounds where the wall wasn't there. But that time, he gets killed instantly with the smoke dash from DJ's in, but does buy space for Boaster to make his Judge sing.
Out of this timeout, Furia looked to right the ship. They had some momentum, but Fnatic seemed to be able to punch right back. Op in the hands of Durka, and they're expecting the double updraft from DG's in. He's got the blades, but he's on the other side of the map.
Love this high tide giving essentially what you would use a cloud burst or a Cypher Cage or an Omen Smoke to take space down A long. He does 2 jobs here. Denies the short information and long, which is not something you normally get.
Boaster up to his Judge antics yet again. This time playing just on the other side of B. And there's help from Chronicle if they go that way, but it seems like Furia once again try to pick on Alfir. Remember the blades in the hands of DG's in. He's done such a good job of staying alive. He still hasn't been detected, and he may find value. He gets 1. Viper's Pit invested 2.
They've got a lockdown here. Khalil, this does cover the spike, but doesn't cover backside. Chronicle's walking all the way around. This pit changes things, though. Boaster with a Judge, this is the perfect weapon.
Yes, it is.
And there's the Cosmic Divide, too. It's in the middle of the pits. Oh!
He goes aggressive! And I still don't think they've detected Boaster. He's gonna push the wall there, keeping him safe for now.
Timing. The molly gets broken.
Not a lot of time here.
It's not a second one.
Oh, he's not able to land the shots. The pistol's out from Furia. Too good, too much. Excellent use of ults, too. Leo's gonna save the op, but Furia get the round.
A good decision there by Fnatic to eventually give up there. And yeah, everybody else dies. But Leo gets away with the op. Gives him a chance to buy into this. Durka has knives.
Placing swarm grenade.
So a decision to be made right now on whether to drop the op to somebody else, use the knives, allow another weapon purchase. Light armor across the board. They've got a buy going here, Doug.
Yeah, they do.
There's been 4 different Viper walls. I didn't quite get the last one that was used on C-site, but this one in Garage gives a lot of space to take Garage, break utility, and also go back towards B. None of those options used at the beginning of the round. Still so much time to pivot, though, but with this Reckoning and the Seekers coming out, they might just hit.
Hey, look at DG's in. He's already all the way up. The Rolling Thunder's going to push him right back, though.
Chronicle's in this.
Got the Reckoning, and DG's in's going to get so much info.
The flash!
Going to swing right out, but he gets nothing! Oh, it looked like it was served up. Boaster still dancing around, looking close for beneath him. And here's Durka with the op. Alfir from up top. Chronicle cleans it up. Fnatic get to 11.
Whose stun is better? In that case, DJ's stunned up for so long because of the Rolling Thunder. And the Reckoning. Boaster's able to dance around it. Chronicle 2, he does get stunned up, but oh my god. That is sick.
Leo flashed up too.
Sick in the way that makes you sick.
Yeah, yeah. Same Viper wall, and you see Alfir just reposition the turret to make sure it was on on the opposite side of the wall.
I'm really curious about what the decision is at the beginning of the round to use what Viper wall, because there's been instances where they're not really using it to advantage, and that's okay in most cases because you don't want to preemptively show your hand.
And you have Harbor, right? So you're not fully committed to that side. But I too am very curious. As Alfir gets popped. Fury have found some breathing room, some space.
They've got the alarm bot deep here too. I think they want to end B in this situation.
But I mean, it really feels like they're going to need at least another pick before they feel comfortable enough to make a move.
Loving how they wait for that extra dart cycle to come back online for Leo there. High Tide's going to block the right side. Viper wall the left. No. Walking up with the wall, knowing how much information they denied the entire time.
Durka's close by, but it seems like he's going to start rotating off. He's here with the op. That may provide some problems.
Oh, really?
They're both going aggressive. They're both dueling, but it's MW0 who lanes a shot.
They didn't recover the gun, so there's that.
These are big numbers, though. Can you convert? Yes, they can!
Perfect conversion as well. Popping Durka out the sky. Timing on the setup as that wall falls. MW with the flash. That's no easy task to know.
No, not at
that
all.
That wall's about to fall.
Big out from Leo here. You take a look at the members of Fnatic and their economy. You got a couple of members very low.
That couldn't have come at a better time.
Yep.
Here for the fans and for the team. Huge first pick from DJZin, and I think that's the reason why they end up pivoting over towards C.
Yeah, I agree.
Knowing it's going to be the weak side, and Fnatic call it to... Oh, the crowd's happy about that one. That's the frustration that I think everybody is terrified if you're Fnatic.
Yep.
That's the type of thing that, who knows, we don't know the full story, but could lead to losses late in the tournament. Aggro and the stun.
But it's traded. Durka tried pushing the pace.
3 kills in response.
And that's a trade you take any day of the week if you're Furia.
A light buy from Fnatic gets absolutely smothered. And Fury not taking any chances. There's been instances where I think DJZin has overheated in moments like this. But look at it right now. Hunting the guns, hunting for information. MW knowing, okay, there's nothing close garage, nothing close grass. It's likely that they're saving. Plus, the Astra's dead, so they can play the long post plant.
Leo may survive here. He may have found the timing to get away.
He might have found the timing to get some kills, too. MW might have called this area clear.
You know, you're just mentioning how DJZin has been known to overheat in moments like this. 2v2 here. The spike's still really not at play. That felt like a Durka go kill strat. That felt like, we're going to use some utility. Let's put you in a place to give us a numbers advantage and see if we can find an opening.
Yeah.
But I mean, the 1v3 to trade it back out is...
I mean, literally, that strat is Durka go kill, but it's more nuanced than that, I think, with the stun, with the flash.
Yeah, of course. They set him up for Durka go kill.
A lot of times.
One less.
When you're lost for what to do, that is genuinely something. Like, let's work picks.
Yeah, absolutely.
That can work, but you never want to hear called.
And you've heard that in every single ranked game you've ever played, right? Let's just play for picks. Let's just play for picks.
And again, that's not what Fnatic is doing here. They call another timeout. The last timeout available in regulation. Furia has made this a game. And they've timed it in such a way that their money's going to be good for this round. Remember the score at the half, 8-4 for Fnatic. Score now 11-10.
Yeah, the crowd's back into this one. We'll see what Fnatic do. They still hang on to a lead. A one-round lead, but a lead nonetheless. Leo has the Hunter's Fury. Alfier has his lockdown too.
They're leaning back towards that Viper wall that they used at the beginning of the half that found them so much success. Actually, no, the second one that blocks the B-link and allows them to break that utility. You're right, though. Alpha swapped. It's on the other side. This is the good adjustment from Fnatic to make up of the timeout.
Right here.
He's been overwhelmed in so many instances, though. Ooh, Leo. He's getting ready to ult.
Yes, he is.
This is really deep, though. So firing off a dart, getting into position.
But positioning himself in a place where, regardless of where the hit is, he can rotate quickly.
I'm concerned, though. He's giving himself no room to actually work with his teammates while he's waiting for that. All that time was dead time.
Caution here.
Now he can go set up.
The dart's not going to tag anyone. Yeah, thinks twice about it. But that is where the hit is headed.
They're playing full retake on this. Hit's coming in. There's going to be a dart.
The flash close by. No ult on the side of Furia.
They have the lockdown for Alpha here, too.
Leo finally popping the dart, and I don't think it tagged anyone.
They waited for it. This doesn't give the timing cue for Alpha here to pop it. Here it comes.
Yeah, he knows they're planning, but he has no idea where. The first shot splits the uprights, the second far left.
And again, QCK with the post plant. The turret up, spots Dirk on the flank. That's a big threat, yes. But look how many people, because of the lockdown, are here anyways.
Durka.
Are they going to get on the spike fast?
Oh my goodness, Durka. Gets one. The rest are just on the other side of the wall. Meanwhile, Boaster's sticking it. Boaster's going to get it all the way, and he does.
There is just nothing there. Alfir cleans up everybody running up to try to cover the spike. Yeah, the idea and the threat and the pressure was from Durka, but the real pressure and the real win condition was in front of them on A. Fnatic played that round out of the timeout very well. Let's see how okay.
Yeah.
Second one. And the round is already over after that first one, honestly. Because they were so slow coming back from that lockdown. Digizin didn't do anything. He was holding the flank. Maybe the one player who maybe could have dashed back in.
Either way, map point out here for Fnatic. Same Viper wall that we've seen the last few rounds. Sectioning off. Garage.
They're leaning on Digizin here with the op.
Yeah.
Chronicle jiggling. He could be in danger here if Digizin switches sides. There's no alarm bot here. Remember, they swapped. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, he pushed the wall, but Khalil was there to save the day.
With the cover.
DGZin was the dead man walking there.
Boaster clearing back with this drone. B-side is clear. 56 seconds still to work with. Spike not even picked up.
Khalil has ult.
And Digizin is not done with this site yet.
Where do they go?
Over towards C right now. That's the call. Dirk is here.
And the thing is, he can play in the smoke, yeah. Instantly gets popped, and it's not recalled, so they're going to have to hold it. Durka in a big spot here. Dodge the flash and get the kill. On to QCK, stay alive.
Oh,
I thought he was going to find another. Well traded out by Khalil, though.
High Tide covers the rest.
Dude, you've also got QCK who's holding Garage.
Early lockdown. These shocks again do find a little bit of damage, but Boaster's out to reload.
No!
What happened?
The timing disastrous for Fnatic.
What happened? I don't even know where he was shooting bullets.
Oh yeah, we'll see if we can take a look at that one more time.
He must have accidentally reloaded there.
Oh, and that moment very well could have decided the round, and that's going to get Furia another lease on life, another chance to get to overtime.
For it to be the IGL too. And Boaster in specific to have a blunder like that.
Yeah, we got to see it again to see exactly what happened. That was a very nice cover out from Khalil. I know we talked about it, but I got to mention it again.
I think with the wall coming up, Chronicle definitely expects them to have peak there.
We don't get the whole story, but Vlad is terrifying.
Poster, don't look there.
Furia 1 round away from pushing us to OT. Fnatic 1 round away from pushing us to Ascent. And a slightly different Viper wall.
Viper's pit is going to be up. If they get on site, they have not considered this. Remember, we had this round previously. It was so difficult. This one's different. It goes all the way in the garage. What a lineup. They plant outside the pit.
They've got the pit. They also have the Harbor Utility sectioning it off.
The Reckoning will be absurd to deal with.
I mean, like painting a picture on the site, on the minimap. There's the Reckoning that you mentioned. Mazine not checked! Mazine not checked! He gets 2. 3 rifles left on the side of Fnatic, however.
And they've got 2 people ready to play post plant. Khalil might even have lineups for mollies.
MWZera playing all the way down long. And he takes care of Durka. QCK keeping the pit up. Overtime on the cards! What a comeback from an 8-4 half. Dude, the fact that Mazine finds 2 there. Off of the chaos, off the Reckoning, there's just so much you have to deal with in those instances. You're trying to funnel out on this site, you're expecting flashes, you've got the Reckoning trying to throw you off, and then you have to check every single corner. That's so much to ask for. And that's where you see the value of an ult like that. It's in chaos.
The second Brazilian team to make an attempt at a deep run here at Lock-In in front of their home crowd. They push it to OT, they go back to defense. But this is where they struggled, Doug. With 7 rounds in a row for Fnatic.
And it doesn't look any different from what they've shown us before.
Yeah, but QCK is playing inside the smoke this time. Durka hasn't cleared it.
Remember, Mazine found a ton of value here with the Frenzy!
Oh.
And this time QCK finds nothing. Off in the hands of DG's in. He's got to dash away, and he does.
They're double flanking right now. Alarm bot went off. Alfear is working the flank.
Again, it seems like the defensive struggles
They're not even looking at him.
continue. Well,
They're not even looking at him. Wait.
hang on. MWZera.
Seekers are coming.
No shot. They get this back. What can Chronicle do? He's still healthy. He still has so much utility. He's able to spam the shots onto one. The flick on the other's no good. MWZera gives Furia the lead.
And Dejizen, MW, everybody on the team on their feet. He lets go of the defuse for it.
Almost a sold-out crowd in here and not a single seat occupied as the entire arena stood up after that.
In unison with the players. MW now 29 kills in this game. We've had a lot of big-time performances, but there's another one.
He's gonna drop 30. Man, I hope that white noise is loud enough. Fnatic call a timeout here. As the tides have turned in such a massive way. For the first time this map, if I'm not mistaken, Furia with the lead. Furia in the position to take care of Fnatic.
Ever since that timeout from Fnatic early, you thought they were in control.
Yeah.
But oh boy, have we turned. Oh boy, Furia has entered the driving seat in overtime. And let me remind you, each side gets one more timeout as we enter and leave regulation as we enter overtime. So Fnatic using theirs right now, and you have to. You're facing a map 1 defeat here on your own map pick.
No operators in play this time around. Not leaving anything to chance. But it does look like it's going to be aggression across mid from Fnatic. How far out do they go? They're putting Durka in a spot to make a play.
They did this fast last time. The fact that it doesn't come fast this time might be enough misdirection for Durka to do something. But this Killjoy utility is just keeping him back.
I mean, it's just utility laden. There's so much here. Look at the mini-map. Alphier can single-handedly keep him back. Durka, he's loud. Oh my gosh!
What? He still has his dash too. He's trying to stick for more. Woo! And he's gone.
Without a single lick of damage.
And Boaster as well covering him, making sure that he gets away there.
Right there.
Early pick for Fnatic. But we saw what just happened. Durka looks like he wants to go hunting even more, but Fury is on the other side. Oh, they're exploring. Oh!
Boaster gets a little too aggressive. Are you expecting another here? Durka patiently waiting. Waiting for the fault line, and there it is. But instantly traded.
That spread from Furia is so solid. Knowing the breach is a play. MW as well. While all that's happening, while they get themselves picks, he knows the rotation has to come in. They spotted the harbor. That guy has to be local to the site he wants to hit.
Spike going down.
A Hail Mary attempt here, and QCK has the pit again. But a Hail Mary attempt on the flank. It's all in for Fnatic on these two players, Chronicle and Leo, the new additions.
Chronicle has so much utility too, but you wonder how they play this. DG's in waiting, Chronicle staring right at him. Oh, he turns away. It's Leo who holds the corner, gets the kill.
They still have to deal with the pit. Breach done back up, does find QCK. MW's not in the pit with them.
Numbers once again in favor of Fnatic. They laughed in the face of it last time. Can they do it again? MW's there, 1v1, 8 HP. The flash a little bit overcooked.
And
Leo gets 3.
Oh, just barely. What a crazy situation.
0.94. And you wonder if MW's Air doesn't flash himself, what happens there?
Oh, I mean, he might just get the kill. Leo is full flashed on that first one. MW doesn't know, though. He just had a play. But I think this comp has caused Fnatic to be so focused on the little things like that. A second OT. And Furia, who's not at risk right now. Nobody at risk in this first round of OT. It is win by 2. They call a timeout.
Their defensive side struggles, perhaps. Want to make sure they have a really good plan in place here to once again have the advantage.
The two things that have been brutal for Furia on defense. That Durka dive into B and the C split. Even when they have so much utility blocking on C, the Viper Orb, the KJ util, it has still been a focus point for Fnatic. Let's see what Fnatic calls out of this too. I think things have calmed down for them. They know the situation that they're in, but now that I say that, Boaster again and Durka did try to overcook in that mid round.
The gate goes down and we get right back into the action.
They're just in glass cannon up. And he does take the angle this time. Remember, he has not really found much success on defense with the op.
We've seen this harbor wall so many times too, but it just seems like they're gonna avoid it.
They're going for that C-split. Look though, 3 players here this time. The Viper and MW, the star fragger that has been so far. Durka spots him, he's melted.
But Khalil gets 2, 1 with the molly, 1 with the gun. And now Chronicle stuck on the other side of the wall, trying to spam and find a free kill, a gratuitous one, but QCK keeps him back. There is no entry. What can Alphier do? He's got the spike, sure. Gotta check every single corner. You gotta take your time.
Jizzon's on the angle now too, opt up.
And it's no good. Furia once again on map point.
Twice in a row, advantage Fury in this overtime. And just a ridiculous stat, the first series for them were stomps. And just this map is more than entire series combined. I have to question why Fnatic even went for it, just pushing through that smoke and all the utility that was there. Why did they not recommit somewhere else? Either way, Dirk is still getting aggressive. This sometimes has been a massive problem late game when the pressure is on for Dirk to go to hero plays, but it's both Chronicle and Leo backing him up there.
Dirk finds another. He's dashing forward.
On the dog.
The shock dart and the gravity well. The aggression rewarded.
Full control for Fnatic. It's Khalil and Dijazin.
Surely there's too much to do here. They've done it once, but this one...
The smoke's gonna fade. Chronicle still has flashes to play with here. I don't think you go for more if you're Durka, but...
I mean, I wouldn't think so either, but the truth is, there's no place in a Fnatic's head where patience can enter. You saw it at the opening of the round.
Yeah, you can't really give too much space to this composition of Furia. Alfie is here. He's got an alarm bot on this, double molly. Digizin doesn't have a dash either, so he's, oh my goodness, he was vulnerable and took so much damage there.
I mean, you wouldn't expect him to be this far up given the timings. But now it's settled down. The drone to clear the way and Dirk to get the kill.
Dart 2. Oh no!
That's fine. The Vandal works too. Oh, as we dance again.
What a way to start this series.
And a flawless fashion at that.
That round. Yeah, I mean, the initial pick, the initial stuff out from Fnatic, it continues to work. This time, they wait until, I love this. They get the stun off perfect. I mean, how do they even know? I guess that's where Mazin's throwing his utility from. But then there's the grab well as well. That's on top and queued off of the Trailblazer.
Yep, the shock dart. I mean, the utility synergy there for Fnatic was beautiful.
And that grab well as well pulls the Trailblazer player, MW, into line of fire on Garage. It's just ridiculous. And here it is, what I was talking about, how you have to have an answer here if you're Furia.
What utility is used? What's dumped out onto the site?
There's an insta-dog here.
Remember, they found value here last time. This has worked for them in the past. Oh, of course, it's going to be a 5v5 on B. Wouldn't have it any other way. How do they choose to play this?
They have the Viper wall and so much utility. The Cove here is something I'm looking for. They've got to clear Dirk out first.
That's so much easier said than done.
Viper's leading actually on the re-clear through grass right now.
He's got to be careful here. Wow, he finds a kill onto Boaster.
They're so slow. That Viper wall's gone now. They have to rely on the Cove. Oh no! It's falling apart here for Furia.
It absolutely has. No real response. That was surgical out from Fnatic.
And if you're Fnatic, you're thinking, we just go back to that strat if we need to again. That is completely unanswered from Furia. They have no real answer to it. And the difference there, actually, Durka goes into his own smoke, not a smoke from Boaster, which sometimes can sell that idea, but there was nobody on site anyways. They wanted to play retake and control other space. For the first time in OT, now Furia's on the back foot here at overtime. Fnatic on match point.
Can they put them away? Can they do what Fury have failed to do twice now?
Aggro here, a one-way deep. They're clearing out the pocket. Leo had a dart for them. They're going for more.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is. Only one was tagged, though. So Khalil's position still concealed. As Alfier once again called to keep them back all on his own. This time gives the space up. Lives to fight with his teammates. There's a Cove.
Planning inside of it, making sure that nobody can take him down. The reflank, so much going on right now. Two players reflanking for Fnatic. The KJ player is so far away. They might know now as well that that's a flank from him coming with that information. He's coming in through spawn.
The alarm bot triggered. Look at MW there. He's so close. Yeah, he lands the shots onto Durka.
Don't forget the flank and spawn too. MW trying to get this one.
He flashes himself yet again, but he gets the kills this time. Now it's Alfier left in this 1v3, and Furia are not done yet.
Again, when their backs against the ropes, they come up with something. And they perform. Digizin, we were focused on the flanks there, but the players coming out of spawn just eradicated. And Khalil's flank honestly doesn't even come into effect. And I don't think Fnatic even got an, yeah, actually he killed the last player, so they know that's a possibility.
The Flash not gonna find any info as it pops inside the Cloudburst.
High Tide used immediately too. Remember the setups that Durka and Fnatic sometimes got punished on down deep A long. Those aren't coming right now. The High Tide delays long enough though for 3 players to get here, and look, Digizin finally taking more space with his op. That is real value there.
Yeah, there's just so much info gathered here. And because of that, they can send 3 towards A.
So High Tide getting back up anytime soon. That could put the pocket up.
QCK in a big spot here. Oh my gosh, he gets it through the smoke. There was trouble there. As remember, it was tag. QCK following. MWZera swinging out, getting the kill onto Leo.
That cascade hurt them. Alfier did not die. Digizin has to work through this. Oh, good molly from Khalil.
He does have a smoke.
He doesn't have it.
Oh my gosh. Played hopscotch around it. Do you expect this? Alfier, are you aware?
The turret.
Oh, but it didn't spot him, it didn't spot him, it didn't spot him. He's got the angle. Why would you expect this? There it is! The timing gorgeous from Digizin. 2v2 here, Op still in play.
Time a factor.
Khalil's got to find space. He's got to find space! Or Digizin just gets a kill, 1v1 here. You're right, time not on their side! And Chronicle lands the shots! Fnatic take the lead again!
2 overtimes where Furia has match point. 2 overtimes where Fnatic has match point. Digizin almost had this completely in the cards. But Chronicle, the double swing out from Boaster, he is playing so very well. The new players on the team and Durka. Up at the top of the leaderboard, we've seen this so many times. This time it looks like Fury wants to punish.
I mean,
down grass.
You expect it here, right?
The orb as well. There we go. That's the start you need if you want on this attack side. Yes, they got some value last time. But Furia called a great strat out of it. And it looks like they might do the same thing. Dog following up short. A side is right now empty. And think about all the information denied on the rest of the map. Right now, Leo's confirming there's more than one here.
Flashback sight. Not tagging anyone, so Furia feeling a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more confident in this take.
Wait, that drone's coming early. They're going for a flood.
DG's in. He's there to receive. He's there, prepared. And it's actually QCK who gets another.
Another ult, another pit.
Once again. Concealing things. Fury have a numbers advantage. Can they secure the round? The numbers advantage has just gotten bigger. And now Mazine pushing forward. Chronicle just on the other side. It's all left to Alfier. 16 apiece, 32 rounds, and neither team relenting.
Fury has found the answers on the attack. And it comes from a quick pivot and hit. Onto this A site. And even the flanks coming in to effect. Late as well. These OTs that QCK is getting his ult up is just silly. Everybody has 3 orbs to get, and he's gotten it twice now on attack.
It's actually kind of insane, yeah.
Ooh. Normally you see aggression from Digizin by himself. This time MW's deep with him.
And he's got a flash to work with.
They're going for the same Durka dive.
I mean, if the first wall wasn't enough to deal with, the second making him think twice. Think slowing down for just a moment as Durka procs the dash, waiting to go.
They just cleared short too.
Utility up from Boaster, utility down from Chronicle, and utility forward from Durka. What can Mazine find? Oh my gosh, that's a spike! 1 for 1. Durka backside, Alpha, you're back map!
They're collapsing on him though from grass. They don't know about that position. Wait.
Nobody collapses on Alpha Year!
Khalil, the last player remaining here, 1v3. Leo's in such a great position. He sniffed him out though.
Yeah, he's by himself too. He's got no help here. That's a 1v1. That's a 1v1 too, where Khalil took no damage.
Both are so far away right now. It's planted for spawn, and there's a gravel on site.
Khalil has way too many things to check.
Oh, Durka's backside. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, there's no way you expect this. Durka patiently waiting, strikes at just the right time to give Fnatic the lead again.
Let's see, man. 3 match points to resist from Furia in 3 consecutive overtimes. While we're in our 5th. That is such an insurmountable task. But they do have the formula. It's worked over and over again. Fnatic, though, the aggression this time is going to come onto this A side. It's usually down B, down C.
There's a lot there as well. Oh, is there a lot there?
He's just going way forward.
Just reckless, so confident, and it just wanted the dash forward, but he's flashed. DG's in, finds 2.
He's
3v3 here on the round.
Leo's stuck. Chronicle can't give up the space completely.
The Trailblazer's gonna find him too. Yeah, they know exactly where he is with 6 bullets. Yeah, he finds it, timing, finds a pocket to get away.
No way did Chronicle just cheat that orb. Woo! Wait, look at, wow, how does he get here?
He's finds nothing! Now Chronicle has a rolling thunder. We've talked so much about how powerful the Viper's Pit is in these OT rounds.
Right there. He's just ready for it. 48 seconds too. I don't know if they can flood this though. Nobody's playing off. MW is getting real close. Maybe close enough that it won't hit him.
It looks like Chronicle's repositioning. Just waiting for the tap. That's all he needs. But you're right, the spacing on this is going to be everything.
MW's playing as close as possible right now, hoping to God that that Rolling Thunder doesn't hit him.
Alpha are now joining the party.
The drone! Khalil has to break. I don't think he can.
Spotted. And now they go. The Rolling Thunder crashes. The dart spots them both, and the span there. Khalil's able to hold it back. Chronicle from up top gets 3, cleans it up, and Fnatic survived the marathon. 34 rounds. And silence.
What a way to start this series. Fnatic, a nail-biting game. And they know what they've done. They've just made a lot of people mad. Furia, most included. It's not over.
No.
A lot of people in the audience right now, it looks like they think it might be.
I do think it's worth mentioning, this was Fnatic's map pick.
Yes.
So for Furia to go toe-to-toe with them the way they did on their map pick, surely there's some confidence that you gather from that. But then on the other side, you think if you're Fnatic, dude, we just took their best shot on Haven, and we took it in the chin and we punched back.
We survived.
Oh my goodness. Fnatic with 1-round lead. Take a look at this play one more time. I mean, there were so many things to look at here. Outrageous. Durka was a demon, but again, MW's there. We've got to talk about him. 34 kills.
So many high performers on this one. Alfier, Boaster had some heroics. The flanks coming in from the supporting cast of Fury as well.
And crazy too how many of those rounds easily could have gone the other way. But ultimately it was the perseverance from Fnatic that gave them a 1-round lead. Again, their map pick, but a map lead nonetheless. We're gonna throw it to a break. When we return, the desk, we'll talk about what they saw. Don't go anywhere, friends.
Maybe I saw you lurking in the corner, too dark to tell, whispering stories I don't wanna hear. I'm an imposter, might be a monster, only a fake friends, cause I'm the fakest. And when I die I'm gonna be alone with no one by my side.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT LOCK. I hope you guys at home are doing okay. My heart rate is currently at 121, so that's fun. I'm joined by Achilles and Mimi. Honestly, that game shaved off so many years of my life. I feel like I'm at the same age as you now, Mimi. I'm a Zoomer now.
Shaved?
Yeah, I've regressed.
I don't know if that's how that
I've
works.
regressed.
But that game was insane, unbelievable match. I think it started being defined by the composition of Furia and them coming in with this crazy idea on their opponent's map pick and actually implementing it really, really well. But once we got to overtime, it was just about who can pull off the craziest play, the craziest call to finally close that out.
It was just two teams just crashing together, just slapping the taste out of each other's mouth round after round. But it is Fnatic who do manage to hold their heads a little bit higher at the end of it. I mean, 18-16 is nuts. That ties for the longest series that we've had here at Lock-In. Tied now with Energy versus Loud all the way back over at the end of the alpha bracket. There's so many insane clutch moments throughout this series. Durka as well. This dart landing right at the feet of MWZera just to help guarantee that they get that kill. There's so many great set plays in here for the side of Fnatic, but it was barely enough to get them this win.
And that's exactly it. I think Fnatic closing out comes down to the mid-round callings, to making the adaptation. When it's no longer about your game plan, what you prepared, what your coaches called for in a timeout, and it's just about what can you come up with on the fly to be able to win and close out this match. And that's what Fnatic did. But to rewind earlier into that matchup, I still think that what Furia brought out was so incredibly cool. On their attacking side, 3 different Viper walls that they were alternating, always making up the gaps in that with Harbor. It was clear that Fnatic was learning how to play against this composition on the fly, and with how strong Furia's post plans are, Fnatic really struggled. One more round, one difference anywhere, and that could have so easily been Furia's game.
I mean, honestly, every time the Vipers pick came down, the round was won. We just knew that was GG.
I mean, the post plans with that comp are just so incredibly hard to contend with. That's despite Fnatic being probably one of the best teams in this tournament at retaking.
Yep. Well, let's take a look at another moment of the game. This was a very long time ago, guys, for the Verizon high-speed moment. Do you remember this, Seth?
Do you remember round 5, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah.
It was, yeah, crazy. But, I mean, Digizin, he just gets this push-through window and is instantly able to take 3 down. Granted, yes, he's going up against people with pistols, but the speed at which he was able to just make these shots connect was just absolutely nasty. And this was one of the guys that we were highlighting. You know, needs to be able to go toe-to-toe with the likes of Durka if they want to be able to win the map. Honestly, he wasn't even the one who was top-ranking at the end of it all, but it was still an incredible performance from him. I mean, from everybody in this game, genuinely everyone gave it their all. I don't think that you could really point at anyone and be like, this is the reason why somebody lost, or this person did particularly better than anybody else. It was very balanced.
I think it really proved that both these teams have such incredible player quality across the board that they're able to come out with those clutch plays under so much pressure there. I mean, the crowd in the venue was absolutely insane. It was deafening every time that Furia got a kill.
Yeah, it was actually kind of crazy. But one player I think we highlighted a little bit as well is MW0. He is warming up in the AIM Lab shoot-around. And what a player he is. What an addition he is to this team. You can really understand why they picked him up and what kind of impact he's been given.
Yeah, I mean, he comes into this. We were already picking him up a little bit before the series had even begun. I believe he drops 34 kills in this map in that overtime, which means that he's just 1 behind the record set right now at this event, which is 35. So, I mean, an incredible performance here from MW0. Now we get ready to go over towards their map pick, Ascent, a place where Jets can thrive. And I'm very excited to see MW0 again fragging out of control, but also assisting Digizin to put up some more solid numbers on that Jet.
And I think even beyond the impact he was having as an individual in that matchup, we heard from Carlisle earlier in the pre-show that he's been such a big voice in this team, someone who helps to keep the vibes up, keep everyone calm. You gotta have that when you're playing an OT that goes that deep against Fnatic in front of this crowd. Furia being able to keep their nerve was so impressive to me.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna be instrumental in them being able to bounce back, because even though you know that is Fnatic's map, it's still going to feel disappointing to not be able to take that away from them, because when you miss out on that opportunity, you feel like you missed the chance for that easy 2-0. Now they have to get this reverse sweep in the series. So we'll see if MW0 can be that guiding light to keep everybody level-headed.
Yeah, and when it comes to Ascent, it is a good place to go to, you know. We haven't seen either of these teams play it just yet, so I'm interested to see what they pick in the Prime Gaming Agent Select. But after the way performance Furia had, Mimi, I think we're going to see a map 3.
Yeah, I think there is a strong chance of that. Furia was really cooking on map number 1 with that composition. I think it was super cool, but I don't expect anything quite as crazy coming out of them here. Got MW0 on the Sova, got Khalil on the This looks like it's just going to be a bog standard normal Ascent comp from both of these sides. And now here, it becomes less about what we saw there, where it was like adapting to your opponent's crazy playstyle, and more about fundamentals. How good are you at playing this composition, and how well can your individuals pop off? This is going to be a rematch of the Caller v Caller that we saw in map 1.
Well, that was a crazy map 1, Doug and Bala. I hope you guys are ready as we jump into map 2.
I mean, given what we got in map 1, Ball, it's difficult not to get excited about what map 2 may hold, and we can only hope that both of these teams clash in the same way.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. And now we have Ascent, and Ascent in my mind is going to be much the same, but we have a completely different comp, a completely different roster here. Not the control from Furia.
Yeah.
We don't have that spicy style. I don't know how that's going to play up into this matchup, but I'm still really excited, just given the form that both teams are on.
You know, what's interesting, too, is it seems like we haven't had very much Ascent this tournament, or at least this side of the bracket.
Yeah.
It seems like teams have been moving away from this map, so hopefully this means we're in for a treat.
It's Fnatic on the defense, Furia on the attack. And there's a Sheriff bot from Durka. He's on Cat. There's 3 players towards Tiles right now. Can he find a long-range shot?
That's now 2 bits of utility cleared out by him.
Both come back up after cooldown. They're walking close here. There's only 1 turret, 1 molly here for Alfier. And they have the site. This molly's out. Digizin gets through. That drone's clearing a lot right now. A lot of damage done by him too.
Oh, the shock dart.
You just always expect it when it's Leo.
Yeah. It just seems like he's good for 1 every time.
He's only played at 2 international tournaments, but I'm almost certain he has some of the highest shock dart kill records
Khalil
already.
Trying to hold the line here. He's going to be the first.
Oh, team flash.
13 HP.
Second flash coming in.
Oh my
goodness.
gosh! 13 HP was just enough. The numbers crumble for Fnatic. It's a great start for Furia.
That flash from Boaster missed. So Khalil in B main is able to make that really hurt. And then everybody as well. MWC are playing close to the stairs. Somebody in the back of sight. Easily breaking the dart from him. For him, I should say. And yeah, look, that's for somebody to hold B main, which is kind of interesting given there's defensive side spawn pressure out of Leo. You really think that Leo can clear that? Insta dart here.
Interesting how far back. You see the intent of the utility on the side of Fnatic. They have both Chronicle and Leo playing back in spawn to get early info.
I just love how nobody breaks the dart, just take the pings.
They're just trying to play the game on hard mode, I
the
guess.
smoke actually gave space here for Durka to get into Wine.
And he sidesteps the knife. That Sheriff's automatic headshots. Oh.
He can't get out even with this dash, I think.
No, I don't think so.
He's gonna go for it. Wow, going for more though is super risky.
Well, because why would you expect it?
He hears
It's
them
gutsy.
rotating off though because of it. QCK.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Oh, it doesn't find anything. I thought for sure he was going to be good for 1.
He is low though, and Alfier's getting the call. At least took 1 shorty burst.
He's playing in such a cheeky spot too.
Leo
Alfier may find some value.
Already, right off the rip.
Oh, he jump spotted. Nothing landing. Yeah, some damage dealt, but it's the same story.
I just love the reaction from him. Not bad, okay, yeah, sure. I guess that's the thing.
Prime Gaming Flawless comes through for Furia as they get up to 2.
They just worked the map there.
Yeah.
They just worked the map. They push Durka out of Wine. He's not going to collect any more information after the initial engagement in QCK. And honestly, a problem that we have started to see at the end of Haven was how often Fnatic is letting these flanks through. %71% is insane. Not the highest on a single map or anything like that, but very consistent out from Durka.
Yeah, still insane.
And we have the bonus here from Furia. 1 Phantom. It's the only thing. Even comparable to Fnatic's economy. And Digizin getting in. He's got the Phantom. Chronicle's not even looking. He dashes way close. And that breaks up the timing significantly. It's not to take space on site, but to find a timing where you don't expect it. There you go.
Just so aggressive. And now Khalil getting the spike down. Remember, as Bala said just a moment ago, this is the bonus for Furia.
They've got the lead on this one too.
Yep.
One way as well. Offier's just jumping through. Bolster with the TP, he gets 1.
Oh, Durka might be able to snatch this thing right back. Leo's left in this 1v2.
QCK snuck through the door though.
This is going to be so difficult to get through. Can Leo clutch it out? Oh, he's gotten it to 1.
Wait,
he's gotten it to 1!
QCK trying to get the trade, trying to do the right thing for his teammate. But it makes Leo find his head. Oh my goodness. We've had so many of these very close rounds in this series so far, and I thought it might, you know, slow down a little bit on this map. But not even close.
Nope, strap in.
And that was the bonus, remember, so big damage for them. They don't convert, obviously best case scenario. But this is second best. Spike down. They've got MW's ult now to work with. And they still have a massive, now they have the gun advantage, honestly.
Again, we see this early utility used out from Chronicle, same knife that we saw in the previous round.
Oh, they're going fast up Cat now that that's cleared. Leo Stark gets broken. Remember, they found the timing on the two A main players last time. This time they're trying to do the exact same thing.
Ooh, but Durka may find a timing of his own.
Ooh, one way here though. Chronicle's got the legs being spotted.
Betrayed. Just momentarily, and no, Durka finds nothing mid.
Loser's got a big flash here in A main.
Thunder Fury used by MW Zera.
Oh, Boser's trying to follow up, but MW actually forces his hand.
They've taken a fair bit of space, but they haven't quite made their way out onto the site yet. Nice shots out from Boser. Repositioning so that he can have some help. And it wasn't Durka who found pressure mid, it was indeed Alfier who finds success.
You should run.
Chronicle still undetected, still untagged. Lockdown used.
They cannot push in front of this. Chronicle's just in such a good spot.
Oh my gosh, man. They had no flashes. They had no nothing. They had nothing to pop out of the smoke. They just had to funnel out. And Chronicle's positioning there was gorgeous.
UCK with 3 right now. They're flooding him.
It's going to have to be a 1v2. He's gotten it down to a 1v1. Fight isolated. QCK with the ace.
That spot is just way too iconic for clutch moments. Shades of artists. And Fnatic are the recipients.
You could read Minnie's lips there. What are you doing? 3-1 lead here for Furia. We've now seen 2 rounds end, courtesy of Heroics.
It's starting to get very predictable here from Fnatic. Every single round, Durka's going somewhere aggressive, whether it's Cat to peek tiles, whether it's mid, or whether it's B main.
Here.
And you have a lot of info utility. That can actually clear his position. We're looking at potentially the same scoreline as Haven for Furia.
Out here trying to push, deal with the turret. Very well played.
Swinging even more wide.
Yeah.
That's QCK. That doesn't give you too much information. That guy can lurk anywhere, and Boster's ult just spots them all.
Note here, this would be a thrifty round win for Fnatic if they're able to convert. And it does not look like that will be the case unless Durka can do something about it. He's gotten it down to a 2v2, but MW Zera.
Door just now closing.
Alfier so far away, but he does have ult.
That definitely could become a factor. Even though Spike just goes down now, he's rushing into that position. They're already backing off preemptively. Doesn't have any mollies to keep him stuck there, so MW is safe. And there's one shock available for him as well. If they push up, ooh, they can get back into this quick.
Nice.
Durka still has a smoke.
Nice positioning of the turret to buy some space. Oh, the spam is there. Alfier's gotten it to half. MW Zera with 3. I mean, you can't really play that any better if you're Fnatic. They had the cloud burst, they had the turret.
I think if you go a little bit faster out of the lockdown, you're just worried if Digizim's still peeking. They've done that so often. And honestly, it was what we saw in the round prior, where Furia goes ahead of their lockdown. You saw how that costed them. They still won the round, but
Yeah.
it's those types of things. 4-1, the exact same scoreline as Haven, but the buy much weaker here for Fnatic coming out of it, and there was no timeout. Smoke bottom mid. Turret there to cover Durka's position. They're rotating towards him. He only has a stinger, they know that.
Well done by him to clear it out. Nonetheless. Well, it seems like Furia here choosing to slow things down just a tad.
To speak about strengths, this is the map Furia took DRX and put them to the test. They went up 9-3 on their first half before falling in the second. But this is a different team as well. MW joining in. A very strong map for them. And it's because of DigiZin.
That should give Fnatic some info on where the hit's coming from. QCK is going to invest the lockdown too.
Second lockdown for him.
Chronicle spams one through the smoke, drops DG's in. How much more can he find? Nothing.
Boaster tries to flash for Leo to get off. He doesn't have a smoke to cover, so there's no way out for him.
No,
the Boaster's in the open. Dirk is out too.
It's still a 3v3, now a 3v2 in favor of Fnatic. Dirk is still with the blades. Khalil weak. Spike's still not planted. They've got to apply pressure here. They've got to feel the heat. He still gets the spike down, but that's all he can do. Great response out from Fnatic.
Relying on these fast retakes over and over. And that time, the lockdown just going instantly after it's elapsed. Instantly after there's no more pressure. And Boaster already used 2 smokes, so he didn't get one down on B main. That definitely cost Leo his life, but it also allows more shots on the cross too from the Fnatic players. And Furious down to an eco.
You know, we've talked about him a lot, but as you saw in the replay, sometimes Durka just takes over. We'll see what he can do here. You mentioned it was an eco for Furia. It's a hit we saw a couple of rounds ago too. Maybe not with the same pace. They want to work their way up cat. They want to try to split on A.
Derka just spotted there was no turret in B main. So that gives them a lot of information. They're not necessarily going for a default.
What are they going to do here? Huge kill out from DGZin.
There's no cover here for DigiZin though. He can't really get out. He gets another though.
He seems to be okay with that. He's gotten 2.
Still players on site though. Alpha here, one of them, and he's going to clean up.
These kills still not.
One enemy remaining.
Now finally settling for Fnatic. DGZin is, or excuse me, QCK has managed to upgrade, have a weapon here, but he's so weak.
Door's closed.
Yeah.
But now that he's tapped the spike, the next time he goes for it, they are diving on this door. He's got a smoke to break up the angle too.
Well played by Fnatic. Eliminate that bit of cover. Oh. Durka swings out and cleans it up. That was so well played by Fnatic. Again, the door was the cover for QCK, right? You felt safely like you could play around that. Off of the first tap, the spike doesn't go down. Take the fight to him, and that's exactly what they do.
No plan either. So he's the only one economically struggling too much. But yeah, it's going to need to be a timeout. This map notoriously defended sided though. And they've got to be happy so far about the start. They are leading a little bit towards that A side. And those splits, yes, they're finding a little bit of something. DigiZin diving up into window, for example. Finding 2. You're not necessarily going to get that every time. And I think that was kind of a bait for them to get into site and maybe find the plan. But the players aren't able to deal with Alpha here. And Chronicle 2, who was a monster on the last map. Coming in through door late. Behind the hit. Really solid stuff.
Five seconds left in this timeout. Parting words delivered as we head in towards round 8. Now we see what do Fury attempt to do to stop the bleeding. Because as much as we saw, it wasn't off of a timeout, but it was a strong start for Furia, but Fnatic are able to right the ship. They're able to equalize.
Durka again exploring early. He's been finding so much success pressuring the KJ turret. This time it's going to be used towards mid.
And note here too for Durka, it's by himself.
Yeah, oftentimes.
Yeah. Doesn't have a flash, doesn't have a dart to help, doesn't have really anything like that.
They're already up mid. Leo's heavily pressured.
There's no one there. He was waiting for the counter flash. Oh my gosh, Leo! Oh my goodness, Leo!
That's how Alfir is setting up Leo. And it is a fast Prime Gaming flawless from Fnatic. Alfir there with his turret, with his self. He takes the pressure. And they don't clear Leo. They think the biggest threat is Alfir.
Leo was waiting for that flash to come through as well.
Yeah.
But the timing's so pretty. Look at that. Undetected, unchecked.
And two of them are actually vulnerable from the alarm bot.
I mean, Leo, just so good.
That's the call out of the timeout too, on a gun round. Furia tried to take it to them fast and spring it on them with massive surprise. Now they're on the eco, now they've got the ults to work with, but it's actually difficult to find super value. They're going back to old tactics. Just pushing into tree. MW's got a nice dart for them. And Boaster's in the window, so that doesn't actually scan.
DG's in clearing up the turret. Chronicle waiting for pressure across mid, and he was right.
Leo with the ult as well. They're in tree. This is a really difficult angle for them to get out.
Note that Mazine invested his no command. Oh, I mean, what can they really find here? Boaster from up in heaven just drops them all. Yeah, Mazine gets one, but another clean round out from Fnatic. And yes, it wasn't a great buy, but they did invest an ult here.
I think the patience there from Alfir as well, not to pop those nanostorms on the door for a long time, causes absolute chaos. And we have to say as well, QCK, who was a main factor in the beginning of this game for keeping Furia in charge, was those flanks. And right now, it looks like they're cleaning that up easily. Chronicle just swings with what felt like full awareness that the guy was there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like a shark attack potentially here for Durka. Yep, over top. The dart from Leo scans QCK.
How much more does he go?
There's the main pressure too.
He's pushing. They're trapped. They've got nowhere to go. They have to tuck tail. They have to run away. Try to find some space on the opposite side of the map, but then you have to walk into all of this utility. Ooh. There's nowhere to go. Khalil does drop Alfir though.
Yeah, this is not super clean. The follow-up, I thought Furia was definitely taking the brunt of that, but Alfir under pressure by himself. He knows his team is way too far away.
Oh my gosh. The timing not on his side.
He's going for the longest flank of all time.
Yes, he is. With 26 HP. Certainly not favored. Timing here is going to be everything.
Also just deep into a smoke. He broke the angles.
If Fnatic funnel into what's in front of them, this could be problematic.
DG's here.
He gets one, but it traded right back, and now DG's left alone. He's got blades, but he has no health. Boaster with 3 on the round. Durka's going to get the defuse, and Fnatic have a 2-round lead.
Things could have gone terrible there for them, but they handle it so well. And Boaster as well. Significant impact on these retakes consistently. Even leaving Alfir there alone in most cases. This time Alfir swapping sites. Call instantly made as well.
But very similar idea to what we saw in Haven, right? Like, Alfir has the tools. Let him try to hold on his own while we apply pressure elsewhere.
Durka's got the op this time. It's a little bit more passive from him.
Boaster back to smiles. And if you're a Fnatic fan, you've been watching his team for a while, you know that's a good sign. Blades instantly used by DG's in. It just goes aggressive, and Chronicle plucks him out of the sky.
He's getting ulted though, so he does go down. Khalil's in the back of sight right now. Alfir, he cleans him up too.
This is getting out of hand very quickly. Much like we saw in the first map, Fnatic start a little slow, but they find their footing and they do not relent.
And there's a second smoke coming out from Boaster. Can't run through that. Alfir knows. Just gets a little wider.
I mean, I swear this is deja vu. It was an 8-4 half on Haven, and that seems very likely here.
It was the exact same score, too. All we need in the script now is Furia to take this round. Last round of the half right now.
3 ults on the side of Fnatic, too.
They did use Leo's ult last round. So QCK could find impact with the lockdown. And Mini's just going to make sure they have the finishing touches on this one with a Fnatic timeout.
And this should be comfortable, but Bala, you mentioned this a couple of rounds ago. Ascent is historically very swingy, and Ascent is historically defensive-sided, so Fnatic, they feel comfortable here, but you can't help but ask the question, is 8-4 enough?
Yeah. We're not there yet, but yeah, I think that's on the minds of everybody. Very swingy map. The problem here, I think Fnatic have taken energy out of Furia. I think they've completely swung the momentum with not only the play calls that Furia is making, but the performance as well from the stars on this Furia team. Digison's just not hitting as hard as he was on Haven. MW as well. So I wouldn't say, you know, this round is necessary from Furia, but it damn well could help.
Blades used instantly. Darka also has the op here, as you mentioned previously. I mean, surely if you're Fury here, you play around the lockdown, you play around QCK's ult. Darka challenged. Survives for now as they try to push the matter, but no, it's Alfier who gets one. Leo does too. They have two ops here, and they're both singing. Now the Blades, one left. MW0 was a hero for Furia previously, but surely there are not enough heroics for this.
Most of TPing as well, just to get MW to drag his attention. That is clean.
So clean. The double op investment, the Blades out from Durka. Fnatic get to an 8-4 half. Durka at 15-6. And this duel that was so highly touted at the beginning of the series is so heavily one-sided now. Durka has DGZin's number, and it's not even close.
Prime Gaming flawless to end the half. And it's in Durkin style. Just ridiculous. 8-4 half.
What more could you possibly ask for? The only question is that going to be enough? We'll throw it down to the desk to see if they think that's the case. Yinsu, take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doug and Bala. Another slow start for Fnatic, but Mimi, those retakes, they really got themselves back in the game.
Yeah, they really did look incredible in those retakes throughout that matchup. I think it started off with a couple of really strong rounds out of Furia, but once Fnatic got the idea that, okay, we're just going to have Durka get an opening kill, we're going to reset back that, we're going to play retake, it looked absolutely incredible. I think all of the initiator utility between Chronicle and, of course, Leo was on point, and they were always setting Durka up to be able to win out so incredibly strong in these moments. And for Furia, they struggled to find an answer to it. They were consistently able to kind of default around for a bit, maybe get a pick, get into one of these sites. Their straight up A executes were excellent. The thing was that it was always coming down to these post plants, and Furia was really unable to win them against just the pure insane performance that Durka was putting up.
Yeah, it's just been struggle street here in this half for the side of Fury, but it does harken back to Haven. We still saw an 8-4 scoreline. We saw a massive win streak for the side of Fnatic. I believe it was 6 rounds in a row. No, so it was 7 rounds in a row there. It's 7 rounds in a row here. So it feels like history may be repeating itself a little bit more. One of the big things that I'm going to have to look forward to here is QCK. This guy has been the one putting up numbers right now for the side of Furia, and he needs to continue to do that as he gets ready to swap over to the defending side. Needs to have an impact, be able to lock down these sites and stop those entries from coming in. If he's able to do that, I think that they still have a chance. There's also the factor that Fnatic have still not yet won a pistol round in this series.
Yeah, the pistol round is going to be absolutely pivotal here. Fnatic in the past have let Ascent lead slip away. If there is a map to come back on the defensive side, it is right here for Furia with the crowd behind them.
Yeah, Fnatic fans, don't be baited by this scoreline. You saw what happened on Haven. Doug and Bala, I hope you guys are ready for another potential overtime.
Yinsu, we can only hope that's the case. But honestly, that feels so far away from reality right now. With how clean Fnatic played this, yeah, they haven't won a single pistol, as Achilleos is saying, but you imagine here, oh man, we're being baited. We're being baited, we're being trolled. They're trolling the crowd too.
Well, we do have some overtime.
Oh, stop. I can't take you anywhere. Even Achilleos is disappointed in that. But yeah, I do think, though, you know, kind of going back to the conversation around the pistol, it really does feel like Fnatic win the pistol, and you're kind of set, bro.
Not necessarily. This, we've mentioned it so often. A very swingy map.
Sure.
And it's swinging in the defensive sides. I'm not convinced that that's necessarily going to be the case. I think Fnatic has looked really flawless, but Sue's right. We just saw something very similar on Haven.
Yeah.
Very similar. So I'm really wondering what Fnatic is cooking on this defensive side. We haven't seen them play this map yet. They got the 2-0 win over Sentinels on Haven and Split, but they are very good on this map. They've swapped composition since last year, though. But this is the bog standard, so I think one thing that really concerned me for Furia was the depth of the playbook. They, on attacking side, were simply going for the most basic of ideas.
Through this tech pause, you see Boaster showing a little leg. And I'm pretty sure Durka just lost rock, paper, scissors to Chronicle. Unlucky, really. They did go a few rounds. They went back and forth. But as I'm being told, it's Alfier who's having headset figured out. Seems like it's been replaced. They grabbed him a new one. So we're getting back into the action here very, very shortly. The crowd's ready, the teams are ready, and quite frankly, so am I. The question on everyone's mind, can Fnatic win a pistol? Can they put Furia away? Because it really does feel like you give them an inch and they'll take the whole freaking half.
We've got a flash set up here for Digizin to go deep, though. And a dart for MW. There's the flash, the dash is activated.
Oh.
He's chasing the wrong players, though. That player ducked away.
Chronicle tucked. Chronicle swings. Timing just not there. The dash was still up, and DGC's able to get back to safety, but he does not tuck all the way back. He does not run away.
Yeah.
He wants to double dip his way through this with MW Zera helping out. The shot's there.
The bait is so good from MW. And Digizin against Durka goes Digizin's way. Not a great start on the pistol. Reminder, 0-3 for Fnatic on the series. For the pistols. Alfier trying to find something up cat. Does clear it out so they can pivot through mid.
Yeah.
Or re-hit B. I think that's what they want to do.
They also have the turret to make sure no one pushes up mid. So they've got plenty of room to work with here.
They're going to throw a fake here for the two new players, Chronicle and Leo, to try to find some magic on A.
Oop. Boaster gets tagged.
This, to me, looks a little obvious. There's no dart coming in. There's no knife or flashes from Chronicle.
Yeah, it was just Boaster's utility.
3 players here. MW's already ready to fight the dart that Leo throws out.
DG's in, tucked in logs. MW, as you said, waiting the utility to funnel, and it's actually MW Zera who gets one. Now DG's in, again with the ghost. Another pistol seemingly lost for Fnatic, unless Alfier can pull off a miracle. And with 10 seconds left, that's not the case. The Prime Gaming Flawless comes through as Furia win yet another.
The first in 7 rounds for Furia. And it all comes back to this, finding Durka immediately, and then not biting on that little fake that Bosa threw by himself.
Yeah.
That is easy out from Furia. There's no force, there's no major investment except 4 frenzies. Not something you normally see, trying to replace the stingers at old times.
Cheeky knife there. So difficult to clear, and that did spot Mazine. Playing in wine, so off of that, a hit towards B. QCK waiting. He's got the turret to help too. There it is, the turret, the kill. There's so much damage dealt.
There's too many frenzies to deal with.
Yeah.
MW with the dart, they can't really go out of that. The nade pushes him off away from getting kills from it though.
And the thing is, with him being the first to take contact, the nano swarm means nothing. The alarm bot isn't gonna hold much.
Looking at Alfier right now, great shock. A little bit of damage done to Chronicle.
47 HP now.
Alfier up close.
There's the frenzy, but no, finds no value out of it. MW Zera's guarding just too much. DG's in. He's going aggressive, man. He's not nothing but a ghost. He does have a Cloudburst to work with, too.
Chronicle's got a flash in the back of sight.
They've managed to hold him back here, and the flash out from Boaster's so good! Khalil, can you find anything? A dink out onto Boaster? No, so Chronicle left in this 1v2, and they're giving him isolated gunfights. They're giving him 1v1s, but the timing out from DG's in is flawless.
A lot of damage done for Fnatic against Furia on their light, their eco, I should say. But one thing that Fnatic has been relying on over and over throughout this tournament is light armor. That's why they go for that frenzy buy. That's why they're happy to invest it.
Yeah.
But that could cost. Furia, remember, DGZin has that op, and they're still going to try to buy stuff up. QCK, a Bucky, a Stinger invested, a Guardian in this too. It's mixed up.
Man, this is very clearly DGZin. We trust you. We're putting the ball in your hands. Go find some value.
They
And
got
you
a
could
nade lineup for Wine too. Oh, that's cool.
Khalil's the only one close by.
Oh, I think it missed.
You see DGZin is repositioning towards A main.
Take the fight.
It's a lot to deal with here. He's able to hold this cheeky angle, and I don't think they're going to push into it.
They
Yeah,
might
you can see the
eventually.
pings on the minimap. They want to go B.
You don't give up that space that easy. He has to find the space where they go without the drone. Leo's actually rotated around to drone towards B. Again, misdirection coming out from Fnatic. Boaster, that's what he's calling.
This time a bit more invested, too. It isn't just Boaster's utility. But there's no movement. I mean, look, they've got 4 people on A, man.
Now they got to wait for the dart to come back around. Dash activated. He's going to get aggressive. Backing away.
My goodness.
Literally the worst time for him.
Dude,
They're waiting for the knife there to come back up from Mazin.
The timings on this are insane. DGZin waiting. Of
No,
course
wait,
he goes in, and he uses it like a bloody shotgun!
Boaster's out on the site.
Boaster trading it out, but MW's air from up high with the Guardian gets 2.
And that kill will force Leo back in to A main to tuck tail and run. What an unbelievably ridiculous decision from DGZin.
I mean, how do you counter that? Like, that's such an outrageously unpredictable play.
It's just so bold. And I think something that Durka tries to do there is to dash out from his own smoke and making it so that even if there's no smoke there from Fnatic or from Furia, he's still safe. And he counters that. Boaster's trying to double TP in, which we saw Na'Vi do excellently.
Yeah, yeah.
But it all just falls apart when you lose Durka.
Yeah, when you lose your go button.
That's a bonus conversion. Fnatic, light by, oh, actually a lot of full investments here. Alpha Year Leo, they're very low. There's a Vandal in hands of Leo.
Yeah.
So still a dangerous round from Furia, but they've got the money now. They've got the weapons too.
They have DGZin, so with that out, Durka's the first to dash through, and once again, he's very far up with not a lot of help. The flash through, DGZin not able to land the first shots, but Mazin does. You see this investment hasn't paid off yet, but there is still time. 4v3 in favor of Furia.
Yeah, but they haven't cleared MW yet.
No.
That shock, so much damage.
This
In
may
a
be
second.
too much for him to deal with. This may be too much for him to deal with. No. He equalizes, steadies the aim, and lands the shots. MW's there with 3. DGZin cleans it up, and we're tied at 8.
This game continues to deliver. A strong first half from Fnatic, but since round 6, it's been all defensive sided. And Furia swapped to that side now, 4 in a row for them.
One enemy remaining.
And you've got to feel for them that the feeling and momentum is back in their hands. That the possibility of bringing this to map 3 is back in their minds. Dodge the knife, DGZin going for more. Durka.
Of course he is. We talked at halftime about how this duel has been so heavily Durka favored. DG Zin is waking up at just the right time. Durka now down. Go button, gone.
That's 2 rounds where DigiZin has taken him down instantly at the beginning. Actually 3 if you count the pistol as well.
Yeah.
Out of the 4 that we've had so far this game, or this half. They're leaning back over towards QCK. Chronicle has his ult. He can deny this KJ util. MW's got to get this dart off before it pops. If they decide to invest it, they might not even. Without the go button that you're talking about, they might not even want to.
Boaster's up real far here.
Got the dart off.
He's gotten past the drone, or he's gotten past the alarm bot, excuse me, and yeah, he's rewarded. Boaster was so far up.
They've brought this back in. Pivoting over towards A, clearing one as well with Boaster. They're gonna go up cat, but you actually have Khalil ready here. He has a flash.
The smoke is very good, but how much can he find? Does he have help? Forget the flash. He just goes, he just swings, and he dies. Now Hunter's Fury out from MW0, looking to see if he can find anything. Yeah, Chronicle's tagged up, but the spike does go down.
Oh, almost gets the spam too, DigiZin on the door player.
He's got blades. Alphair waiting on the other side. Does he check this? Does he clear this? Oh, Alphair's done. DGZin has a bit more room to breathe, a bit more room to work with, but he's left in this 1v3. We saw a clutch from this exact position just a few rounds ago, but this one feels so much more difficult. This one feels insurmountable, but he's gotten it to a 1v2, and that's all it's going to be. Leo with 3, Fnatic take the lead right back.
Couple players on Fury there. Feeling the pressure, Khalil going through. Just try against 3 players. Boaster, who I believe either TP'd past the trip, the alarm bot, or the null command. He was really fast on that one though.
Yeah, he was.
So I'm guessing gets past Cypher mains and KJ mains. That no command is so troublesome to them. Furia not really accounting for it. Not really playing a setup against it. Looks like we'll have another pause. No player on Furia buying up. They can purchase, so.
Hopefully this is a voluntary one. We'll find out here shortly.
Fnatic's got the lockdown this round. Definitely something to consider. MW just used his ult last time.
Friends, we still don't know what the delay is, but we will find out very shortly and we will let you know. Seems like money's being invested here. I think I just saw MW0 buy a little bit.
Yeah, Noden.
All right, I'm being told this is a tech pause. So this one is not a fun one. This one is not a voluntary one. But again, we are taking this tech pause to figure out what it is that's going on. Sick cosplay. Dude, that Vandal looks so good too.
Fnatic in that round, the one we just saw. I'm trying to understand exactly why the Furia players did what they did. That Boaster push in through with the lock or with the no command breaking their utility definitely caused them to be very chaotic on the retake in.
Yeah.
Those are the types of plays you really don't want to see when the situation is as close as it is. You want the setups to really be working for Furia, in the sense that they're relying on them, whether or not they actually find success against a team of players like Fnatic's caliber. You have to have extra. You cannot just dry swing. And I do think Furia relied a lot on that in their first game against T1.
Yeah, I'd agree. I would absolutely agree.
It doesn't feel like that way on Haven for them against Fnatic. I mean, we had a ridiculous comp for it too, so.
The crowd still certainly into this, still fired up, still excited. As it seems like whatever it is that's going on is on the side of Furia. But for now, all the info we have, and I mean the suspense that this built is just so good.
It's just ridiculous that this game is even close again.
Yeah.
We started 8-4 in the first half, and Furia instantly brought it back. Normally, you know, comeback is slowly mounting. No.
Not on a cent.
They just pushed the pedal all the way back up. And we do have to say, yes, a lot of that comes from winning the pistol, converting the bonus, those sorts of things, which is the same exact thing that happened on Haven.
And it goes back to the woes that we've talked about for Fnatic. Yeah, it's been in this series, but Achilles set it up so well. Freaking predicting the future, 0-3 on pistols. Sure enough, the fourth doesn't go their way either. And that's what set this up.
It is a tough position, no matter how you slice it for Furia, to be working from. Down a map, single elim tourney. They're one of the few teams who get the opportunity to have the crowd behind them, to have the crowd able to lend them some energy.
Again, as soon as we get some info for you, we will let you know. But for now, a tech pause through. Seems like it's something going on the side of Furia. And in case you're just tuning in, you missed a bit of the opening moments of this map. This is a 9-8 lead in favor of Fnatic. They took an 8-4 lead into half, and then Fnatic once again up to their, or excuse me, Furia once again up to their Furia ways. Get us back to a close game. DG's in has come online. MW's there again, replicating the success he found on Haven. And that's what has us in this tight bout, this tight affair.
These two teams have faced off against each other before, by the way.
Yep.
Fnatic knocked them out at Champions. Only one change made on the roster of Furia. 2 changes made on the roster of Fnatic. This man on your screen.
He's cold, man.
Former Masters champion. Chronicle there. And it was a close game back then too. I think a lot of people forget that Fnatic had a ridiculously impressive Icebox record, and Furia is the one that broke that. Furia is the one that actually stomped them on that map and made it a 3-map series.
I'm getting some info for you at home on what it is that's going on. This is a keyboard issue on the side of Furia. So once we figure out what it is that's going on, change it out, whatever it is, we'll get back into the action. But for now, a keyboard issue going on the side of Furia. We'll get it figured out. We'll get back into the game here shortly.
Why don't you just go run down there and unplug it and replug it?
You think so?
Yeah, I think that usually works.
I mean, I can. I'm also concerned. I've made the lethal mistake of giving Mimi my Thunder Sticks. And if you guys thought we were scoundrels with them before, Mimi's just going to take it to another level, surely.
That is chaos.
We're enabling.
Don't let her bring those home.
The rest of the Thunder Sticks still going at it, though.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised that, I mean, yeah, maybe there's reasons why Furia players are not playing with the crowd right now. But I do bring up that other series for a reason, right? Because we're potentially, if Furia can bring this back, we're going to Icebox as a decider.
Yep.
So you could definitely see potential here for the upset to actually occur. And if Haven didn't convince you already that was a possibility, then maybe that will.
And man, we expected a good match, right? With how good Furia looked, with how good DG's in looked in the first round, along with how good Fnatic looked, we were hopeful that this was going to deliver. And I mean, honestly, again, OT on map 1. This map's very close as well. This has delivered in every single way.
Everybody hopes when the Brazil crowd is in favor of one team that maybe it could be close. Crowd's still happy though with the tech pause and everything. We're chilling.
Happy. I saw what you did there. It was a smiley face with the Thunder Sticks. Nice. That was pretty good.
Nice. You don't got to explain everything, you know. I know my jokes and humor
yours
are
miss
very,
real hard,
very.
Bro.
No, it's just tough to actually understand.
All right, friends, we are going to throw it to a very short break. 1 minute. All right, don't go too far. Grab a snack. You know. Yeah, 1 minute. Grab a snack, grab a drink. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. We're just waiting to get the keyboard issue fixed. But before we jump back into game, what are you hiding, Mimi? Oh.
Thundersticks.
They've given me a terrible, terrible tool.
This was a horrific idea, guys. Thank you so much for this.
What's the chant? Are you going to beat me with it? Oh.
I don't know.
Bonk.
Bonk?
Bonk.
Bonk.
I don't know.
Bonk.
Anyway, talk of getting bonked. Dirk has been getting bonked thus far this half. I'm pretty sure he's been first step for Fnatic pretty much every round thus far in this one. I mean, Fury have been already doing a great job of building back into the second half.
Yeah, they really have been. I mean, 4 consecutive straight round wins. We'll go ahead and take a closer look here at Durka and DJSIN.
No,
their images.
They're just so good that you don't need the stats, honestly. They're both really good. All you need to know is
Two good-looking guys.
Yeah, they're doing well. They're doing well.
Yeah, they really are. And yeah, I really thought that we were going to see some more impact on the defending side from QCK, but it actually really much like we saw on the first map, has been MW's Era, who continues to be the difference maker for them with that Sova.
It really feels like MW's Era has added so much to this team in just clutch factor. In their first match, he was looking solid across the board. He was looking incredible in the second one. And here we go. I actually have some stats for you guys to take a little peek at between Durka and DJSIN. This has been the defining matchup of this match thus far, I would say. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And I think that it has really been like, how much can you get done on this defensive side? Because for Durka, he was absolutely pounding on that defense, but it's definitely been struggling a little bit more now that DJSIN has that position.
Yeah, he had left quite a decent gap between he and DJSIN in that first half, but DJSIN has been clawing it back very steadily now, just nipping at his heels, down by a single kill, behind by 2 deaths, but otherwise, the performance from this guy, from both of these guys, does continue to impress.
I'm getting some like PTSD trauma coming back to me with Fnatic having a slow start, not be able to win pistols, not winning any rounds for the first 4 rounds. Mimi, like we saw it from Vitality. You need to win those pistols, and so far they're 0-4.
Yeah, it is really incredibly hard to win out when you aren't able to take those pistols home. But the thing is, I did want to talk about Fnatic's like half armor strategy that they've been doing since Champions, but not a lot of other teams I don't think have super much caught on to. Means that they are getting a ton of buys. Even when they do have a lesser buy, they're still able to get a couple rifles. So they're always competitive in these rounds, even when they're losing the pistol. But Ascent is a map about momentum, and they have not been able to keep that momentum.
I still malt. I like the armor value to say 50.
But I mean, 9 times out of 10, it makes very little to no difference.
But it makes me feel better.
Well, whatever.
If they lose this map in this series, I'm blaming it on the half armors. I don't care if the map is good.
You, Twitter, Reddit, VLR, all will collectively blame on the half armors. I feel like that's what people jumped to back at Champions as well when they were dropping maps. People just kind of used it as a, I just heard that we're going to go back. Yeah, as a scapegoat, but we're going to go back into the game. Caster, start game. Doug and Bala, take it away.
Thank you, Insu. The button has been pressed, the rounds have been started, and we should be getting back into the game in very fast fashion, might I add. We're jumping right into this thing.
We're back into it. Des was touching on the number of points that are super important here. Durka versus DJSIN. The fight doesn't start on there, but DJSIN actually has the op train up A heaven. He's not playing aggressively with it. We move away, though, from that engagement occurring. Boaster's just jump spotting. Is there space taken? They have to be concerned. DJSIN could be here. The knife did not tag anybody on the other side of the map early on.
Yeah. And he wasn't there initially, but he's rotated over now.
Remember the lockdown available. QCK, he's deep on this. They've drawn him out though. Dirk is gonna try to take this fight.
Did he take the tag? He did take the tag, and QCK had nowhere to go. He takes down Durka with him. Alfier investing in the lockdown now.
He already used his dash too, but it's smoked off so he can't get out.
They still have another ult to work with too by way of Leo's. Boaster going aggressive, using the cover of the smoke to take some space.
Shocks don't find their mark either. And they still have control here.
There's 100 Fury, and that's at least gonna get some info. MW0 got tagged once. That's all it's gonna be.
Alfie is still in B main.
Smoked off for now, but yeah, surely you have to clear him. 46 HP.
The spam moves him. He could easily go down again.
Oh, my gosh,
the
he was
flash!
waiting for the flash, but DGZin was able to turn it and land the shots with the op. Now Chronicle backside, Boaster playing up close. Do you expect him here? Do you expect him here? No! DGZin's up, falls as Boaster gets another! Boaster gets 3! MW0 left in this 1v2 with 21 HP and not a lot of bullets either. Picks up the op, and I don't even think he's gonna be able to save that. No, everyone falls, but Fnatic get the round. And heroics from Boaster out of the tech pause.
That's a massive round. Rough game for Mim on Haven, but top fragging for them right now. And that's 2 rounds in a row, in my opinion, where Boaster comes up huge in the post plant. Nasty stuff.
So cheeky, man. Playing close. So bold.
But it's the slowness out of Furia that allows him to even stay up close. We're gonna get a flash here for DGZin to take some space up cat, maybe fight up top mid. But no. He's much slower. He only has a Spectre right now.
Yeah. Really doesn't have the same tools to be able to play with the pace that he wants to.
And the Dart has cleared sight too. They'll only have to worry about clearing Dark, and they'll do that in quick fashion.
A smoke keeping DGZin away from the remaining members of Fnatic that are on his side. He swings out by himself, and Boaster's glad to clean that up. Hey, it looks like they're able to handle this from Furia just fine.
These rounds are clean.
They're so clean. Durka gets 3, Fnatic get to 11, and I think the question was, Bala, given how momentum had been going, you've got a tech pause that's rather extended, right? What does that do to the energy? What does that do to momentum? How do you refocus out of a timeout like that?
Yeah.
It seems like Fnatic are much quicker on the gun.
Well, they also were in control after, like right before. And also it was a collapse from Fury on that round prior too. I have to say, I hate seeing in these moments where you're trying to get comeback started, hero plays being done.
Yeah.
DGZin's there. Khalil tried one time. Plenty of times. We're peaking way ahead of the issue.
And I mean, the truth is Fnatic have been guilty of the same thing too, but it really seems like they're hitting their stride here late on Ascent, late in this series.
Boaster's hiding from the Dart right now. DGZin has an opportunity to take him down at that fridge position. Dash activated. Alfier barely misses the information right there. Now he spots him. And the patience from Boaster as well. Alfier jump spotted multiple times there, and he does not go out.
Smoke coming up from Boaster. And DGZin, remember, he doesn't have the dash, but he does not care. That is a Phantom moment.
Random moment indeed. It's not Durka though. QCK has his ult. He's nowhere near this position. And they're re-clearing mid right now. Dirk is in trouble. QCK, I think, had an opportunity to take him down now. Dirk is really focused on Cat. That's where DGZin was spotted. They're going for the split. Early lockdown used.
Preemptive. Feeling the pressure coming in towards B.
There's a molly landing on it right now.
They have no time. They have to win the fights and they have to clear this out.
Yeah,
and I don't think they're going to be able to. Huge kill out from Chronicle, but they're going to get detained with 10 seconds left. The spike is just sitting out no man's land.
The Cat players right now. There's still time to kill them all.
They're just so spread out. They're just so spread out. MW0 and Khalil, all they have to do is stay alive, and they do.
He was 1 HP.
Well played out from Furia, well played out by QCK. Feeling pressure mid, drops the lockdown.
Chronicle, though, I think the reason they don't actually chase down and try to get the kill after the lockdown elapses, there was maybe 8 seconds or so to maybe find the kills, is because he got detained. So Alfier's nowhere near with him. And I think Chronicle wasn't ready to throw his own molly, because paired that with the Killjoy molly, that lockdown was going to get broken, actually. And he had his nade available. But that evened things out. Money's still really weak for Furia here.
Durka again aggressive. Durka again rewarded. Mazine there to trade it out 1 for 1. Is Mazine not able to find much more? And Fnatic just roll through Furia.
Oh. Almost finds tags on the Leo too. 2v3. Chronicle won off his ult.
Oh,
Big
that
shot.
Shocker hurts a little bit. Leo with the plan, able to get the Hunter's Fury online. I mean, the utility is just so suffocating, so suppressing. This round is clean. Fnatic get to map point. Fnatic get to series point.
And Fnatic ever so close to putting down a team that really gave them challenges here. Durka, I love the dash. Up trash pre-round, dashes over, turns the flash. And that's just way too much space for them to hold.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Also, the fact that they all wait till they're grouped up and 2 players are just run spraying against the Spectre player. You might get 1, but there's no way you get more than that with the spacing that they had.
Paulo, look at the buy for Furia. It's not great. DG's in once again, the playmaker. Tries to find some space, tries to find a pick, but the hit's the opposite side of the map. Bladestorm used, Durka again, looking to put him away. Dashes in, into the Cloudburst. Cloudburst, and yeah, he's flashed, but he's still pushing, he's still going. Hunter's Fury now as Durka gets dropped. Fury able to keep the aggression back for now.
Making things work still.
Remember, this buy's not great, and it still isn't. They only have 1 rifle.
Bosa's going to the other side. His teammates are way far away. Digits is going to cut them off right now, it looks like. He is deep in this, and Alfier's going for the reflank.
Oh my goodness, this is so gutsy.
Look at
this
Boaster.
is so risky.
Boaster right now is delaying for his teammates to get closer to plant.
How much does DG's in find? Huge kill to drop Khalil. But again, all eyes turn to DG's in. Can he cut off the rotations? Can he land the shots? No! Leo plays spoiler, and that very well may do it.
They can still fight the 1v1 on site.
It's so silent in this crowd right now as they try to get Brock back to life, but no! Fnatic 1 kill away from cleaning it up. Mazine pushing, and Boaster receives 3 on the round. Fnatic beat the crowd, they beat Furia, and they advance.
Absolutely silencing some of the doubts we might have had after the first map. But that was a statement in the second. And Furia, they fought hard, but they ran out of gas.
Yeah, they did.
And
Yes,
again,
they did.
I think back to so many of these moments where players are just going for hero plays. Players are just going to try to get the kills. And against a team of Fnatic's caliber, that just doesn't cut it.
Nope. And you know, that again, I want to say this is where experience comes into play for Fnatic, because they stay true to what they know, they stay true to the game plan, but as we saw on Haven, they were prone to do that as well. It just really was, I mean, the shots weren't landing for Fury, and Fnatic, after the timeout, they weather things so well. They really let Durka go make plays, go push, go put them away, and that's exactly what he does. And boy, we've got to talk about Boaster. I mean, his individual performance was exceptional.
On this map, certainly.
Yeah.
And outcalled them to plenty of ideas. What is this?
I'm not sure. Oh, Simba. We've gone full Lion King. That makes Boaster Rafiki, by the way.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah,
I can see that.
absolutely. Absolutely. Smiles from the Fnatic team. Smiles for the Fnatic faithful.
That was a tough battle.
Yes, it was.
Incredibly tough.
But like you said, they just ran out of gas.
Fury, yes.
Yeah.
I think on Ascent, especially that attack side, I was just seeing way too much of the same thing. And that is kind of your dream as an IGL to play against.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier than that.
Still celebrations. And they've made it. Hey, they've made it to top 8. That's a pretty consistent result for Fnatic. But now is the biggest question for them moving forward. They get to go up in the next round as 100 Thieves. And that's a rematch too, an elimination rematch that we saw at Champions. Fnatic got the better of them last time. But this time, honestly, they're looking very good.
They just look complete, right? Like Chronicle has massive moments. Leo, you just can't really describe the value that Leo brings to this Fnatic squad.
I think it's consistency in the, I mean, he's also completely switched over towards like a supportive, like super supportive role in the scan initiators and all sorts of different agents too. In comparison to prior where he was really fragging really hard.
He was.
And so this MVP vote goes down to Durka, Leo, and Alpha Yair. I mean, Durka had moments for sure, especially in the first half.
He did.
I don't know, man. I would have put Chronicle up there for the Haven performance too.
I would have put Boaster up there for the Ascent performance, right?
Yeah.
Like
tough call. You guys get to decide.
And the truth is, that's the mark of a championship caliber team, right? If all 5 of them can be pointed as the most valuable players in any series, given the one we just saw against Fury that was hitting, that's very impressive. We're gonna throw it to a break. We'll let you all decide who the MVP is. We'll be right back.
Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and round. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and round. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and round. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and round. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and round. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and round. Shake it up and down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and round. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and round. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down.
Welcome to the Verizon post-match interview. I'm here with the IGL of Team Fnatic. It's Boaster. Congratulations on that win. Furia are a really tough opponent. You faced them before at Champs, where they took a map off you then. What do you think got you over the line there on Ascent?
Honestly, it was at 9-8 during the tech pause. We managed to get around, and then I was thinking, okay, we're going to do this. And then the tech pause happened, and I was like, no, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, we can. And then I had like too many ideas. I didn't really know what to do. And I was like, no, I had the momentum on that round when I'm going to go back to that. And we just played it round by round after that. And I pulled off a big squeaky ass bum time play. I'm not going to lie, my balls are massive after that B-hole. Sheesh.
Yeah, you had a fantastic individual performance. I mean, talking about adaptations that you had to make, Haven was a weird composition that they threw at you too. So what are you thinking when you come out the gates and you immediately see Viper Harbor on Haven?
I haven't played against a Viper since blooming Liquid days. And I was like, oh, okay, so we need to go slow here. So I was kind of playing close to the smokes, and we're going to burst when the smoke goes down. And then a harbor wall comes up, and I was like, okay, we can't play like that. We have to burst and force. It was like, it was just so difficult to kind of find it. But once we did, after they got that crazy 2v5, it was just hit B, because it felt like harbor can't hold B on his own. And we were kind of doing that, and then I was like, maybe fakes, because then they'll throw you till where we go, and then I'll go the other way.
Right.
And yeah.
But very improvisational by the sound of it, and kind of trying to figure things out on the fly.
Yeah, honestly, defense, we don't talk about that. We were too static, and then we were trying too hard to do something. And then it was just like, we were just lost in the sauce. We didn't really know what their win condition on attack was. We couldn't figure it out.
How were your two new players once things got squeaky in OT? Crowds against you, Leo saves you with a 1v1, Durka's pushing down mid for a 3K, but how are Leo and Chronicle and the team environment overall in those high-pressure scenarios?
I think like they handle it really well. I mean, it's quite funny. I look over my shoulder, I got someone giving me the middle finger, so maybe they'll get fined, like we got to send some fines up for the crowd. No, it's just, yeah, they were kept. Leo was cool, calm, collected. Chronicle was cool, calm, collected. I mean, we were all stressed together.
Yeah.
It was a really tough game. Like, yeah.
Okay, your next opponent is 100 Thieves. What do you think of them so far in the bracket? They've been tested much more, I think, than people expected.
All right, so I know they go to the gym at night. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the gym. I'm going to beat them all up. And that's what I'm going to do. One of them's going to have a broken arm by the end of tonight.
Right.
But honestly, I know that they're kind of prep heavy and they have like good individuals, but I think we are the better team. I should hope so. They call us the EMEA super team. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of pressure.
Right, so that's what I want to ask you about as our final question here. You've had your chances at trophies before. I mean, the best chance you had was all the way back at the very first LAN. Do you feel like here at Lock-In, this super team, as people are calling it, is going to lift a trophy, or does the project need a bit more time? What's your gut feeling from the tournament so far?
I think, like, in all my teams, I believe that we can win. In this team, I believe, and obviously through, like, practice and before the tournament started, I was like, yeah, we're in a good spot. Like, we can win this. And that's all I'm going to do, because every team here believes that they can win, and I can't underestimate anyone. So we take it game by game, and if we do end up winning, I'm going to be lifting that trophy, flexing my biceps to Tarek's viewers. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I am going to be lifting that trophy with one hand, maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
Right. You've been working out. I get it.
Only this arm. Yeah, baby. No, joke.
Okay, fantastic stuff. Thank you for the interview. A pleasure as always, and I am very much looking forward to that Fnatic 100 Thieves game.
I thought you were going to say something else then.
No, I'm looking forward to the Fnatic 100 Thieves game. Cheeky guy. All right, we're going to send it back up to the desk for Yinsu and the rest to break down the game.
What part of that interview are we allowed to talk about without, like, getting fired? Like, what is safe? What is the safe part?
I think all of it was pretty safe. I love the confidence. I mean, yeah, he's ready to lift the trophy. I would like to say to Boaster that the reason he wasn't on the MVP poll was because Yinsu didn't want him on. So we were going to have him, and then she said, no, he doesn't deserve it.
It's
so
Durkin time.
Yeah.
It's Durkin time.
There you go.
Yeah.
It was Durkin time in that matchup. I mean, I think the thing that I took away most from that interview was the team's ability to adapt against the craziness, because I think that was kind of what defined this matchup. Boaster having really good calls to adapt against weird things that Fury were throwing against them. Obviously, that was more pronounced in map number 1, but in map number 2 as well, Ascent, they started really, really rough on this attacking side, but managed to come out with some really big plays and big calls from Poster to be able to close that one out.
Yeah, I mean, still some stuff to work on, obviously, here for the side of Fnatic. Definitely did get pushed a hell of a lot harder than we thought, especially in that first map. But the pistol rounds, not being able to pick those up, still something that does cause a little bit of concern, especially as they get ready to go up against 100 Thieves in just less than 24 hours' time.
Yeah, that is going to be a really exciting matchup. But in this one, I think that this team really did prove their mettle. I think people will look back at this and go pull up the VLR page and be like, oh my god, Fnatic, they performed under what we expected. How did they play such a close game against Furia? But I think that people are going to underestimate how good this Furia team was and how good their ideas were coming into this matchup. I think, if anything, this gives me more faith in Fnatic than I had going into this match, that they were able to play this incredibly hard game and still stay calm under the pressure, come up with new ideas under the pressure, and eventually win it out.
With the crowd as well, you know, Brosa spoke about it a little bit. We were feeling it. It was boos when Fnatic were playing, and the fact that he had young players on his team that managed to push through that is a good sign.
Yeah, it absolutely is. That's a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
Are you coming over to my side here as far as having faith in Fnatic for the first time?
We'll see what
I
happens.
never said I didn't have faith in Fnatic. I just said I want to see more. I've seen more, and I'm a believer.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Well, before the break, we asked you guys to vote for the player of the match. Let's see who you guys voted for. I feel like it's Durkin time. It is Durkin time.
It's always Durkin time. Has it ever not been Durkin time?
True. Not the best second map, though, Ascent. I think he could have done a little bit better, but the stuff that he was doing on Haven, like, I can't even imagine those kind of things.
Yeah, I think going back to Haven, he was like 10-4 at opening kills at some point there. If maybe that was the final score. Hard to say. And then Digison was hovering behind at 6-4. So it was just such a strong performance from him. Durka, when they needed him the most, he still was explosive, especially in the last couple rounds here, to just finish off this map of Ascent, get them across that finish line.
Yeah, really great plays from him across the board. But I think, again, you heard it from Boaster himself. This is a super team. Every single player on this squad was stepping up, having their clutches, having their performances to keep them in this and eventually close out to a...
I don't want to say super team. I don't know. I don't want to...
I'll say it for you.
We've been here before, Mimi.
Technically, he didn't say it either.
We have been here before.
He said they call us a super
Yeah.
team. So he's not even using that moniker technically himself.
He's kind of alluding. He wasn't like, no, we're not a super team. He's guilty by association with the term.
He's saying they need to make sure that they're deserving of that.
He's
and
an
so
accessory
far,
to the super team.
So far, they're deserving of it.
Well, Fnatic, we're going to get to see them again tomorrow, but we've had to say goodbye to Furia. The home crowd were absolutely loving this team, and I was absolutely loving this team as well. They are so good. I really want people to take away the fact that Mimi, that they were not a bad team at all.
I cannot believe how excited I am to get to watch this team in Americas, because what they showed today was fantastic. I love the way that they thought through that Viper Harbor comp on Haven. I think they had great ideas there. The way that they were juggling utility, the way that they were adapting to Fnatic was so good. And the player quality is just excellent. MW Zera coming into this roster has made an already good team better. The future is incredibly bright for Furia.
Yeah, absolutely is. And I mean, granted, yes, they do lose Furia, but there's still two teams here that the hometown crowd can back. You've got Loud, you've got, I mean, we saw the raucous behavior in here for Leviathan as well. So there's still a lot for them to cheer for.
But before we talk about all of that, it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. It is, once again, Durkin time, Achilles. All day today, we were just being dirked on.
Yeah, he dirked on him. It was just like, go in, bing, boom. Nice
Can
little...
we not make Dirk a verb?
I love it. You don't like the... You don't like to dirk?
We've already spoken it out into the world.
I would not consider myself
the
a
dirk is
dirker.
going to be called. It's going to become like a dance move or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, just yeah, standard Durkin plays. Dash in, kill one, 90-degree pivot, kill the other one. Blink of an eye, boom, done.
It's not even impressive at this point. He just does it every game, like 10, 15 times.
Just Durka being Durka. Durka, he's going to be back in action tomorrow. If we take a look at the bracket, things are getting tight. We're closing that circle slowly and slowly. And Mimi, all these four teams, they are probably the four best teams in this bracket, and I do not know how things are going to go.
Yeah, I don't think there was any really crazy surprises. I think this is probably how most people expected the bracket to go, and that means we get some insane matchups tomorrow. Fnatic 100 Thieves, NA EMEA for NA's last chance to have a team in the top four. Na'Vi versus Leviathan, the two teams that I think have looked the absolute best out of this Omega bracket. I cannot wait for it.
I mean, we just end up with an Americas team versus an EMEA team on one side, and then the very same thing on the opposite side. So it all just boils down to that, and it's time to prove which region is going to be the best.
EMEA. No. Anyway. Hey, everyone doubted us in the alpha bracket. This is my chance.
Okay, well, things were kind of tragic in the alpha bracket. They're definitely looking a bit more up here on the side of Omega.
Yeah, I have full faith. What about you, Mimi?
I don't believe in picking sides. I am perfectly unbiased and split down the middle, always and forever.
We'll see how long that lasts, but thank you very much, you two, for joining me today. Thank you to you guys at home for watching. Make sure you come back tomorrow. We've got Na'Vi versus Leviathan and Fnatic versus 100 Thieves. We'll see you then. Woo! Woo! It is the age-old NA versus EU matchup. 100 Thieves, they're one of the favorites in the tournament, going up against Turkey's last and only hope. I can't help but feel like the pressure is all over on the side of 100 Thieves.
The one approach isn't really being smoked off just yet, and now you can see it. Mars just comes through. Whoa. 3 kills, 1v1 situation. Massive performance by Mars. Cryo dodging, weaving, ducking in a double face up. Fully blinded up still. Derek, how does he claim that one? And they do eventually shut down the retake. And amongst the salvage, amongst the rubble, it's Foot that are reigning supreme. And Kiwi, he's not messing around. The space being gained, a shutdown in place. 4 kills to take the map.
It is such an awesome start from Foot.
Into the back of the side, it's Kiwi with the most to do, but he will fall. Spotted, round the side, enough bullets will do it, and magical stuff from Stella.
Let's go, boys.
Usually gets cleared. He wants to take the fight. There was a stun. The full line there to set him up. Instant answer, and he does still want to fight it. Target punish. Solo takes the fight and rips off the header. Cryo! We're not the kind of team to let this one slip. Right round the side, the classic right click to do it. Asuna, he finalizes it, and that's going to be them saved in this series, bringing it to map 3. Oh my goodness, Asuna!
Oh, that is really unfortunate.
Oh. Might just be good enough though. Reveals over the top. That is Asuna, just a bit of running gun off the side. Nice! Go. Applying that time pressure, gonna need a miracle. Beaming through all the way and just pre-firing the corners. And it's just far too clean.
Smiles on the faces of the 100 Thieves squad as they take down another opponent.
Listen to that crowd. The Furia fans are in full force, but this isn't anything new for Fnatic. They have already eliminated the 2 Brazilian darlings, Sassy and Pancada. Under all this pressure of the Furia fans, can they do that again?
This crowd is going wild, and there hasn't even been a single bullet shot so far, man! Oh, and MW he's got a lot there. He's flashed against them all! Holy smokes, what a hold from MW Zera!
Alfia's still here, they know it. He's vulnerable in the molly, oh my goodness.
They don't know, do they know? Do they know? Alfier gets 3! Dude, Alfier was vulnerable, he had 33 HP, he was by himself.
This is silly.
MW Zera playing all the way down long, and he takes care of Durka. GCK keeping the pit up. Overtime on the cards! What a comeback from an 8-4 half!
It's falling apart here for Furia.
It absolutely has. The dart spots them both, and the spam there. Khalil's able to hold it back. Chronicle from up top. F3 cleans it up, and Fnatic survived the marathon. 34 rounds.
And they know what they've done. They've just made a lot of people mad.
My bot.
Chronicle's just in such a good spot.
Oh my gosh, man. They had no flashes. They had no nothing. He's gotten it down to 1v1. Fight isolated. QCK with the ace. There's no one there. He was waiting for the counter flash. Oh my gosh, Leo. Oh my goodness, Leo. But how much can he find? Does he have help? Forget the flash. He just goes, he just swings, and he dies. But he's gotten it to a 1v2, and that's all it's going to be. Leo with 3. Fnatic take the lead right back. Poster playing up close. Do you expect him here? Do you expect him here? No. DJ's inside falls. His Poster gets another. Poster gets 3. Nice. And Poster receives 3 on the round. Fnatic beat the crowd. They beat Furia, and they advance.
And Furia, they fought hard, but they ran out of gas.
Yeah, they did.
learning English. I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
In the program today, we'll hear from expert Samantha Bradshaw, the dangers of fake news. 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 News of fake news.